501, Math is wonderful. It was right before the midterm exam. There were a few changes that happened around Shishio. The first thing USA had recovered was, and he returned to the literature club. While it was quite awkward at first, everyone welcomed him warmly, making him in tears, and he cried. After all, he also didn't want to quit the literature club, and even if he kept it inside his heart, he still had a feeling toward Ritsu, but it was impossible for him to say it now. Still, USA didn't really understand why he was being rejected, but he knew it was hard to talk about this problem to Ritsu, especially when their relationship wasn't that close to begin with, and it was just so damn hard to talk with her. The second thing was the fact that everyone started to study hard. Even Meiko, Maya, and Nanamai, who wasn't used to studying, also studied hard, especially with Shishio and Nana beside them. Nana wanted to beat Shishio on the midterm exam, and she worked really hard to do it. So they decided to make a study group at the Vonyarea, all of the members of the literature club, except for USA and Kiria. Shishio knew he was being unfair, but who cares, right? After all, most of the members of the literature club were his girlfriends, so Shishio wanted to monopolize them more. Still, for a few people, it was their first time visiting Vonyarea. Whether it was Mai, Meiko, Maya, Rui, Momo, or Ritsu, they were speechless when they saw a waitress with a katana on her side and an elementary school student waitress. However, they must admit they felt reassured to stay in this place since they knew they would be alright and no one would try to bother them, considering a katana might slay those who tried to bother them. I am not an elementary student. I am a high school student. Popura complained. I am sorry. Mai apologized helplessly and looked at Shishio to see if what this girl was saying was true. Shishio nodded, which made her slightly at a loss. A parfait. And French fries. Sheena ordered what Shishio usually ordered. All right. Mahiru Anami wrote the order. Even if Shishio was there, she mostly took the orders of his women, and he didn't talk to her, and his position was surrounded by many women, so she was alright even if she had androphobia. Still, whether it was Anami, Popular, or the others, they felt weird at the fact that Shishio could sit among all the beautiful girls. However, the thought most of them were his girlfriends never crossed their minds since if that really happened, they must admit he was really amazing. Everyone placed their order before they started their study. It might seem weird, but a family restaurant could be said to be one of the favorite places for a student to study. After all, in this place, there was a free drink menu where one could drink soda, tea, and many others with free refill at a low price. If they got hungry, they could also order the food in this restaurant too. The price was quite reasonable, had quite a big portion, and tasted nice, so it was understandable why this place could be called one of the most places visited when a student was studying, right? The restaurant was fairly quiet, considering not many people came to the restaurant at this time. Unlike the humid temperature outside, the temperature in the restaurant was quite comfortable because of the air conditioner. The slightly stiff sofa didn't make them uncomfortable. Instead, it made them focus on their studies more. However, the aroma of the food that drifted to their tables made them hungry. Still, neither decided to eat since they decided to eat at home later after they finished their group study. Personally, Shishio felt it was better to study at his apartment, but they wanted to visit the Vonyarea, so he just agreed. He glanced at Mai, who wore a face mask while studying. She covered her face with a face mask since even though she was a public figure and it was troublesome if the group study was interrupted because her fans came and took her picture, or came to ask her for photographs, or did other annoying things. With his guidance, the study session went smoothly. It should have been before Meiko was frustrated by the math problem. Arg. What's wrong with the math? She felt her head was almost split because of the math problem. Math is fun, you know. Shishio said. Yes. It's fun. Nana nodded in agreement. Meiko looked at Shishio and Nana as if they were perverts and asked, why do you two like math so much? Don't you think it is complicated? Complicated? Nana shook her head and said, I think it is the clearest if not the most fun class ever. Everyone. They looked at Nana with a complicated gaze since they had never thought of mathematics as a fun thing. If not because of school, they might just forget about mathematics. Even Mai, who was good at learning, also didn't really like mathematics. Calm down, Nana. What you're trying to say is what's so good about spicy food to someone who isn't good at eating one. People only like to learn something that they were interested in. If they didn't have an interest, they wouldn't bother to listen to it, and they would show a perfunctory reply. It was also the reason why one needed to explain the way the other would take an interest. It was hard and troublesome, but it was necessary if one wanted to take on the same interest. I think what's interesting about mathematics is the fact there is only one answer. It is absolute and without contradiction. It seemed as though the secret of the universe had miraculously appeared right here at our feet, as though God's notebook had opened under our bench. God's notebook. Nanamai was lost for words. That's right. Shishio nodded and said, Do you know that no one knows a number appears? It appears beside us without us noticing it. Heck, I am not even surprised if a number has appeared before a human resides on Earth. Everyone. You know, when I learned about a math formula, I feel like I have opened the pages and pages of complex, impenetrable calculations that might have contained the secrets of the universe. Shishio smiled and said, in my imagination, I saw the creator of the universe sitting in some distant corner of the sky, weaving a pattern of delicate lace so fine that even the faintest light would shine through it. The lace stretches out infinitely in every direction, billowing gently in the cosmic breeze. You desperately want to touch it, hold it up to the light, rub it against your cheek. And all we ask is to be able to recreate the pattern, weave it again with numbers, somehow, in our own language, to make the tiniest fragment our own, to bring it back to Earth. It is so much fun that I want to share it with you. Shishio then looked at Mako and said, still, I know that even if you learn math, it won't help you with life, it won't even help you to make a fortune, just because you are able to solve this math problem. If there's for the point of learning math, while it also helps you with school, you won't get reprimanded by your parents for getting a bad score. Then, what's the point of learning math? Mako asked. While she must admit his words made her want to learn math, she wondered why he loved it so much. It's because I can discover the truth with math. You might not understand it, but I'll make you understand how fun it is to learn math, Shishio said. Then, try it. Let me see if you can make me love the most hated lesson in my life. Mako looked at Shishio with a provoking expression. Good, come closer to me, Shishio said. Mako was surprised, but she nodded happily, sitting next to him without hesitation. Everyone. While Shishio taught Mako, someone greeted them naturally after she heard about Shishio's love for math. Shishiron really loves math, Ui said in surprise. Shishiron. They looked at Ui curiously. Ah, it's his nickname. What do you think? Ui asked while wondering which of those girls were Shishio's girlfriends. After all, the fact he was a scumbag wasn't hidden, but the identity of his girlfriends was quite a mystery, which made her curious. They felt this name was really nice. Mai looked at Yuki Nashida and said, I wonder why you rejected our invitation before, but if you tell us, you can bring the two of them with you, you know. Yuki Nashida felt a bit embarrassed by Mai's kindness. No, I don't want to trouble you after all. While they were talking to each other, Mako suddenly beamed with a smile and said, Yay! I have solved it. That's great. Congrats. Shishio patted Mako while praising her. Hee. Mako laughed and told Shishio that she could ask more questions. It might be only for a moment, but she was already in love with math already. However, if they were taught by Shishio personally, they felt they could fall in love with math instantly. Still, Shishio was surprised to see Yuki Nashida and Tatsuka were there and sat at the next tables where they could study closer to each other. He looked at them and asked, You didn't invite Hikigaya-senpai? Hey? Why did you mention Hiki? Ui asked in confusion. I mean, we're all from the same club, right? If he suddenly appears here, won't it be awkward? Shishio asked. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sure we won't meet Hiki, Ui said reassuringly. However, the sound of the door opening was heard. Welcome. Papura's voice sounded. Usually, they would ignore the guest that came to the restaurant and did their own thing, but this time, they didn't know why they looked in the direction of the entrance. There, they saw Hikigaya Hakima was there, watching them with his usual dead-eye fish. Shishio didn't say anything and just stared at Ui. Ui didn't know what to say, but she could only look at Shishio and say, Tee-hee. Shishio must admit, if he was Hikigaya, he would say this girl was a bitch. Unfortunately, he wasn't Hikigaya, so he would only push Ui to the bed and do something that shouldn't be done. Oops. Shishio decided to put this matter aside since he knew Hikigaya's mental damage was greater than one imagined. 502. The complex feelings of siblings. The members of the service club didn't expect to meet Hikigaya in this place after all. Whether it was Ui, Yuki Nashida, or Shishio, they didn't invite Hikigaya. However, Tatsuka didn't know that and asked happily, Hikigaya-kun, you're also invited to the study group, right? No. Hikigaya showed an awkward smile. Hikigaya-kun, are you stalking us? Yuki Nashida asked. Heck no. It's all just a coincidence. Still, even if this was a coincidence, Hikigaya must admit he felt hurt being left out. You're in the study group together. No. Shishio shook his head and said, we also happen to meet each other. Oh. Hikigaya somehow understood the ins and outs even if they didn't explain them to him. Unlike Yuki Nashida and Tatsuka, who went on a group study, Shishio was like on a date with all of his girlfriends, which made him speechless. They had already known each other. After all, Hikigaya had joined the trip to the theme park before. What? Theme park? Why didn't you invite me? Yui cried when she heard the fact Hikigaya was invited to the theme park. However, Hikigaya felt happy when he saw he could make Yui frustrated, so he showed a smug expression. Yui was vexed when she saw Hikigaya's smug expression. Yuki Nashida, on the other hand, let out a long sigh while holding her head. Can you two be quiet? Let's focus on the study. Do you want to get a bad score on the exam? Hearing Yuki Nashida's words, their expression quickly became serious. After all, unlike the other schools in this country which tell everyone about a free education where they don't need to study hard and just have fun. On the contrary, their school was serious about education, and they had to study hard. After all, who wanted to have a bad score on the exam? Shishio also didn't bother with Yuki Nashida, Yui, Hikigaya, or Tatsuka since he was more focused on his girlfriends. Also, their grades were different. Shishio was still a freshman after all, so their exam had nothing to do with him, even if it was easy for him to solve their problems. Still, Saki, Miu, and Mai also asked him questions about their exams. As for the pride of being a higher grade from Shishio, they didn't have it since on the bed, they had been mercilessly taken care of by him, and their pride had shattered. They just wanted to stay by his side and relied on him. However, in public, they still wanted to maintain their image, so they wouldn't show it. Still, it was just when Shishio taught his girlfriends that he heard someone call his name. Shishio. Someone is asking for a request. Shishio looked up and didn't expect the group of 4 to become a group of 6. However, the 2 people that joined Yuki Nashida's group weren't high school students. Instead, they were middle school students. However, Shishio was dumbfounded when he saw what his rewards were. His physical ability was 3 times those of a normal adult. Even if it was only 3 times, he felt great, and he didn't need to worry too much about anything. It was also enough to take care of all of his women with ease. However, suddenly, the system told him he could double his physical ability again. Shishio wanted to roar and felt his luck was awesome. Still, Shishio didn't immediately accept his reward. Instead, he looked at the 2 middle schools, a boy and a girl. The guy felt familiar with him, but he ignored him. Instead, he looked at the girl more. The girl might not be the most beautiful, but she had this distinctive charm that made her cuter. She had this medium-length black hair, and, somehow similar to Hikigaya, she had a strain of hair that stood straight from her head like an antenna. It might seem strange, but somehow Shishio felt this girl resembled Hikigaya for some reason. Shishio gave this girl a gentle smile. The girl was stunned and blushed before she shyly nodded while brushing her hair with her fingers, wanting to appear more beautiful. Everyone. Whether it was Yuki Nashida or Yui, they looked at Shishio helplessly. Tatsuka could only laugh awkwardly. On the other hand, if a look could kill someone, this was how Hikigaya appears now. Shishio, what about this problem? Maya asked while looking at Shishio. Shishio just patted Maya's head gently and said, solve it first. Don't give up so easily. Okay. Maya nodded with a red face. Everyone. The middle school student, who was blushing when she saw Shishio, pulled Hikigaya closer and whispered, Unai-chan, who is he? He's so handsome. It was her first time seeing someone as handsome as Shishio, and she was in shock. Hikigaya's lips twitched, and he wondered why his little sister had come to this place. If only they didn't meet each other. However, Hikigaya knew it was impossible, and the only thing that he hoped was that Shishio didn't show interest in his little sister. Still, somehow, he felt slightly annoyed with the thought of Shishio not showing interest in his little sister, which showed that his little sister wasn't attractive. In other words, his feelings were complex, and he just didn't know how to convey his feelings which contradicted each other. So, what's wrong? Shishio was confused at why Yuki Nashida called him. Let me introduce you to each other first. Yuki Nashida then looked at the 2 middle school students. The girl is Hikigaya-kun's little sister, Hikigaya Komaki. Hello. Komaki gave a reserved and shy nod. The boy is Komaki-san's friend from the cram school, Kawasaki Taishi, Yuki Nashida said. Hello. Taishi nodded reservedly, too, since he could feel the Raiju aura from Shishio, and he could also see how powerful Shishio's body was, and Shishio was also older, so he showed a respectful expression. And this is Shishio Oga. He's a freshman and also your sister's boyfriend, Yuki Nashida said while looking at Taishi and pointing at Shishio. Even Saki, who was busy studying, also looked up, wondering what was going on. The group of 6 became the group of 8. However, the rest of the girls also looked at the group of 8 curiously since they didn't expect there to be a showdown between a family. They had heard about Saki's family situation, and they also had seen her little sister. Still, personally, the situation of Saki's family wasn't that much different from Miu's family. Their families had a lot of children, and they came from middle-class families. What are you doing here? Saki asked since she didn't understand why her little brother suddenly came to ask for help from the service club. She didn't notice her little brother before since she was busy studying. She knew it was quite hard to admit it, but her head wasn't that bright. If she wanted to get a good score, she had to work harder. Saki somehow realized the importance of genes. While she didn't want to admit it, her parents were normal. They weren't that smart or that bright. While a mutation could happen, she knew a mutation didn't happen to her, so she had to work harder. As a human, of course, Saki wanted her children to be better than her, so without a doubt, having Shishio's gene was a good thing, considering she didn't want her children to have the same hardship as her. Saki might still be in high school, but her mind was more mature, and she had thought about the future with him and their children. Some people might doubt this gene thing. However, it was the truth since the children of a handsome guy and a beautiful woman would usually have beautiful children, right? It was something similar to that. Still, what was important was to know what Taishi wanted to ask the service club. "Nei-chan, you have always been late, so I wonder what you are doing," and I asked the service club to ask. Taishi lowered his head and felt embarrassed when he said the reason why he came to the service club and discussed this matter with Komaki. However, even if Saki didn't answer his question, he understood why Saki often went home late and even decided to stay outside. The girls were quite perspective about this matter, so whether it was her little sister or mother, Saki knew they understood her. However, her little brother was different since he seemed quite oblivious, but after this, he understood everything. Saki let out a long sigh and said, "You don't need to worry about me. Mom has said that I am all right, right? Well, but I can't help it, all right? I am worried," Taishi said since he had never seen her boyfriend, wondering whether he was a delinquent or something since this boyfriend often took his sister out. Saki wanted to say something, but her head was gently patted by Shishio. "Shishio. I'll talk to him." Shishio looked at Saki. Saki looked at Shishio and nodded. "Taishi-kun, was it?" "Ah, yes, Oga-san." Still, even if Taishi was quite dissatisfied, he was quite respectful to Shishio. More importantly, he felt afraid of him. "I know that you are worried about your sister, but you don't need to worry. I am here with her, so right now, you should focus on your exam since you'll face your high school entrance exam, right?" Strangely, even though Taishi had some dissatisfaction, he felt relieved to know her sister's boyfriend. Fortunately, he didn't know that all the girls behind were Shishio's girlfriends, or else everything wouldn't be so smooth. However, Hikigaya felt complex since he somehow understood Taishi's feelings. Right now, even though he hated to admit it, Komaki, his little sister, was the closest person he was with. However, in the future, his little sister would marry someone, and she would be part of that man's family. He knew it was inevitable in life, but he hoped she would be able to meet someone who could treasure her well. "What's wrong, Unai-chan?" Komaki asked, but this time, she didn't say gross or anything like that since the expression on Hikigaya's face somehow moved her. "It's okay." Hikigaya somehow patted Komaki's head gently and said, "Just don't grow up quickly." Komaki stared at Hikigaya in a daze before she stuck out her tongue cutely and said, "Komaki is already an adult." Hikigaya was in shock, and his pale face became paler. He suddenly felt he was trapped in a spiral, and the word Komaki is already an adult kept reverberating through his mind. It wasn't until everyone decided to go home that he woke up, but somehow he wanted to cry if his little sister really had become an adult. The feeling of an older brother was extremely complex. While they might seem didn't care about their siblings, they would be lying if they didn't care about them, especially their female siblings, who went to marry someone else. However, they knew it was impossible for their sibling to stay single, so all they could hope was for their sisters to meet someone who could treasure them dearly. Still, when they went home, Shishio looked at Hikigaya's back for a moment and felt it was necessary to talk about the truth that had happened to him, or else everything would still be kept a secret. However, it was better to talk about this matter after the midterm exam, or else this guy might keep thinking about what he was going to say and get a red score on his exam. "Shishio-kun, what's wrong?" Miu looked at Shishio curiously. Shishio looked at Miu and patted her head gently, then said, "As a reward for my teaching, I want you to try the nurse uniform later." Miu was in a daze, but she would do her best. 503, Parents in Hikigaya's tangled past. After talking with Saki's little brother, Shishio knew it was normal for a family to worry about each other. However, when he thought about a family, his mind turned complex. After all, he had never tried to become the previous Shishio Oga. When Shishio became Shishio Oga, he became himself. He was pragmatic and would try everything, so they would move in his favor. He didn't want to be at a loss, and he would try everything to win. However, the matter of emotion wasn't so simple. Unlike math, which only had one answer, an absolute answer, the emotion was different. It was something that had many answers. There wasn't a wrong or a right answer. Everything was based on what you wanted to do and what kind of people you were. This also made him confused about what he was going to do with his parents in this world. Were they happy with how he had become like this? Should he become the previous Shishio Oga? Personally, Shishio didn't care how the previous Shishio Oga acted. He became his own, and it was also the reason why he came to Tokyo, so he didn't bother to meet with his parents in this world. It might seem strange for him to say this so suddenly, but he knew he needed to get used to their love for him. After all, the love of parents was different from the love of lovers. The love of his parents was unconditional, especially when he was the only child of their parents. However, Shishio definitely wasn't the previous Shishio Oga, and he was himself. It might seem cold, but he didn't bother to try to become the previous Shishio Oga for his parents since he knew it was impossible. Even if the habit of the previous Shishio Oga was still ingrained in this body, he was a different person. Shishio often did not think about it, and he was more focused on his relationship with his girls since they were the relationship he had created in this world. On the other hand, his relationship with his parents in this world was because of the previous Shishio Oga. While Shishio wanted to not bother about this troublesome relationship, he knew he couldn't since blood was thicker than water. He had to get used to the presence of his parents, so usually, he talked with them over the phone, talking about his experience and his life in Tokyo. Still, while he didn't mention a girlfriend much, he had told them that he had a girlfriend. However, he didn't tell them about how many girlfriends he had. After all, Shishio was afraid they might come to Tokyo when they heard what kind of debauchery life their son was living in this city. As for why Shishio mentioned this, it was because he knew his parents would come to Tokyo later. The talk about his future would happen soon, and his mother would probably come to Tokyo to talk about this matter. Shishio would be lying if he wasn't nervous, but it was impossible for him to share this matter with someone. Whether it was his girlfriends or others, it was impossible for him to tell them he transmigrated into Shishio Oga and had a system, right? Having the system was great and all, but having a companion who could be shared with a lot of things would probably be even better. Still, one usually had to sacrifice something to achieve something. If possible, he didn't want to sacrifice anything, he wanted all of them, but he knew it would be tough since he wasn't a god. He was immortal, but still, even if he was immortal, he was unrivaled under heaven. It was just right after the midterm test. Shishio told everyone to wait for him at the apartment while he went to buy ice cream at the usual vending machine. He picked the chocolate mint ice cream and ate it with relish while sitting on the bench absent-mindedly. The sound of the rain sounded, and everything was drenched with the rain. It was so peaceful that it made him sleepy. However, Shishio thought it might be better if he was reincarnated into Shishio Oga from an embryo to now instead of being transmigrated into the 15-year-old Shishio Oga, since even if he had many experiences in many things, it was his first time to become someone else. The sweetness of chocolate and the cool feeling of the mint enveloped his taste buds. Shishio just stared at the Zelkova tree, which swayed right and left because of the wind and the rain. The drizzle had become a hard rain, but even so, the Zelkova tree still stood in a place, and the rain was unable to shake it from its root. Shishio felt he had found something. However, Shishio felt glad that his girlfriends had gone to his apartment, or else they would have been trapped in the rain. "Hey!" Shishio looked up and saw Hikigaya was there. He looked at him for a moment and ignored him. Hikigaya's lips twitched, and he asked, "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Do you think you'll get a bad score on the midterm exam?" The midterm exam had just ended, so he wondered why Shishio sat in this place alone while eating ice cream when the temperature was quite cold because of the rain. "You know that's impossible, right? When the result comes out, you'll see I have become rank first again," Shishio said calmly. Hikigaya stared at Shishio for a moment before he shook his head and bought the chocolate ice cream. He then sat down next to Shishio and also stared at the scenery drenched with the rain absent-mindedly. "How is your test?" Shishio just asked for the sake of erasing the awkwardness. "Just so-so," Hikigaya said while eating. "How about the last workplace tour? Where did you go?" Shishio asked. Hikigaya's lips twitched, and he said, "We went to the ward office." "Oh." Shishio was surprised and asked, "I'm surprised that you didn't bring your group to your home. I still have some common sense, all right." Hikigaya was speechless. He might want to become a household husband, but it didn't mean he was going to bring his group to the workplace tour. "So how was it?" "The ward office?" Shishio asked. "Well." Hikigaya thought for a moment and said, "It's a normal place, but I have found out what's the real job of those public servants." "What?" "Being scolded." Shishio. "Being scolded is the real job of the public servant," Hikigaya said with a sigh, since while becoming an adult was something inevitable in life, he felt his current life wasn't bad, and he didn't want to become an adult soon. Still, Hikigaya suddenly realized a shocking fact. In the past, Hikigaya knew he wouldn't say something like this. He hated school, he hated society, and he hated youth. However, he realized he didn't have such a rage toward the youth anymore. While Hikigaya felt he was terrible at it, he didn't hate it anymore. He glanced at Shishio to the side and felt this guy's personality might be deeper than one thought. Everyone might think of him as a scumbag and most popular guy, but what if that was his charade so he could control this whole school? If so, Hikigaya must admit this guy was amazing. Hikigaya could only live by how he was, so it made him incompatible with many people. On the other hand, while Shishio was also the same and didn't try to accommodate the others, he could control those people and made them move like a marionette. It was amazing, but Hikigaya knew it was impossible for him to mimic Shishio since he didn't have a knack for it. By the way, why are you here? Usually, you will go home directly, right? Shishio felt weird by Hikigaya, who came to this place after the exam since he knew about this guy's personality. After all, going home directly was the best thing. I just want to eat an ice cream since I won't be at the school for a while, Hikigaya said. You're going to become a hikikomori? Shishio asked curiously. No. Hikigaya looked at Shishio speechlessly, then asked, what about you? Don't you go home with your girlfriends? It's rare for you to stay at this place alone. After all, usually, he would be accompanied by his girlfriends. Still, his mood grew worse when he thought about Komaki, who often asked him about Shishio. However, Hikigaya ignored his little sister and told her he was going to focus on the midterm exam. Komaki also knew the importance of the study since she was also going to have an entrance exam. Her target was the swim A, and of course, she had to work harder. Still, Hikigaya was worried somehow, but this time, he looked at Shishio, wondering why this guy was alone. You know, sometimes I want to be alone, Shishio said calmly, ignoring Hikigaya's shocked expression. Hikigaya stared at Shishio for a moment, then asked, should I go out then? He could feel the complexity of Shishio's personality, so he felt it was better for him to leave him alone. Still, he also realized even Shishio had a problem, and Shishio wasn't much different from the others. No, it's okay. Shishio shook his head and said, I want to talk with you too. What do you want to talk about? Hikigaya asked curiously and hurriedly ate his ice cream. The sweetness of the chocolate slightly recovered his exhausted brain, but right now, he was more curious about what this guy wanted to tell him. Well, you know that Ui-senpai is the owner of the dog that you saved in the past, right? Hikigaya felt weird, but he nodded. Then, his matter with Ui had ended since she had apologized, and he had accepted it, so he didn't see Shishio's points. Then, do you know the person who has hit you? Shishio asked. Do you know? Hikigaya was in shock. Do you want to listen to it? Shishio didn't answer Hikigaya's question and asked him back. Hikigaya looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded. Let me listen to it. While he pretended that he didn't show any interest in it, he would be lying if he didn't have an interest in the person who had hit him. He wanted to know who this person was, but why he had a feeling this person would be someone he was familiar with. If his intuition was right, then what should he do? How should he interact with this person in the future? Anyway, Hikigaya decided to shut his mouth and listen to Shishio first. Shishio nodded and started to tell Hikigaya about what he knew about Hikigaya's last incident. Along with the sound of the rain, the two talked to each other, untangled Hikigaya's tangled past. 504, just like that. Under the rain, the sound of thunder rumbled, but even so, Hikigaya listened to Shishio's hypothesis quietly. Before Shishio started his explanation, they began to talk about the chronology of Hikigaya's incident. Hikigaya's incident started on the first day of high school. He was excited about his high school life, thinking he could change his lonely life in middle school. However, when he hummed the popular song, he suddenly saw a dog that was about to be hit by a car. His body moved subconsciously, and he saved the dog. However, as a consequence, Hikigaya was hit by the car, and his leg was broken. Still, Hikigaya saved the dog, and the owner of that dog was Ui. While Ui had thanked and apologized to the hospital right after the incident, she didn't meet Hikigaya and only met his little sister, Komaki. However, she still couldn't apologize and felt even more guilty toward Hikigaya, especially when he became a loner when he came back to the high school after he recovered. On the other hand, Hikigaya didn't blame Ui since he also realized even without this incident, he knew with his character, he would still become a loner. He didn't blame anyone, but the grateful words and the apology made him feel relief since he knew the reason why she talked and became closer to him wasn't because of how guilty she was. Instead, Ui became closer and wanted to know Hikigaya because she wanted to know him as one individual. Or Ui might be interested in Shishio. Whichever the reason was, whether it was Hikigaya or Ui, there was no awkwardness between them since the matter of the incident last year was clear, and neither of them mentioned this matter anymore. Frankly, if Shishio didn't take the initiative to mention who had hit him in this car incident, Hikigaya didn't care much, and he would just ignore everything, keeping everything in his heart. However, since Shishio had mentioned this matter, Hikigaya wanted to hear it until the end. After all, he would be lying if he didn't feel curious. He also seldom saw the car that had hit him. It might be once or twice, but he knew that person studied in the same school as him. If so, why didn't that person mention anything? Was it so hard to say something to him? Suddenly, Hakigaya's mind ran so fast that he started to think a lot of things, wondering who the person who had hit him was, but he quickly calmed down when he heard Shishio's voice. Senpai, do you know why the person who hit you with the car didn't say anything to you after the incident? Shishio asked. No. Hikigaya shook his head. Hikigaya-senpai, the car that hit you was a luxury car, right? Shishio asked. That's right. Hikigaya nodded and said, it's the car that is used for important people in the movie. Then, this person should have a driver who drove the car, so shouldn't that driver come and apologize to you in the past? Shishio asked. Well, yeah, that driver has apologized to me. Hikigaya nodded since the driver and the lawyer who introduced himself as the person trusted by the family who had employed the driver also apologized to him and his family, taking care of everything from the hospital, and hush money was given to his parents. Still, Hikigaya might not know about the matter of the hush money and a contract to tell him to shut his mouth about this incident. However, his parents were a different matter, and they knew the person who had hit their son had power and wealth, so it was better to settle this matter as quietly as possible. Unlike Hikigaya, who hadn't been beaten by society, money, and the class gap. Well, Hikigaya might have been beaten by society, but his parents had a lot of things that they had thought of and were afraid of, such as being fired from their jobs. If one was fired off from their job when they were in middle age, it would be extremely hard to get a new job. It might be strange, but in their minds, their life was already over, considering serving the company where they worked as part of their lives. Facing such a family, Hakigaya's parents might only be able to obey the lawyer of the family. However, it wasn't a bad deal since everything was taken care of, and the money also could help with the installment of their house, so everything was okay, right? Well, it's all good, right? After all, the one who had hit you was the driver, Shishio said. Hikigaya looked at Shishio with a sigh and asked, but you know this isn't what I mean, right? The accident last year, he might not have thought too much about it, but since Shishio had mentioned it, he wanted to see it through to see the person who was riding in that car. It might be part of the reckless youth who wanted to seek the truth that one never thought of. Even if the truth was cruel, Hikigaya still wanted to see it. If someone has a driver to drive this person to the school, then don't you know this person should be rich, right? Shishio said. Hikigaya knew Shishio was right. In this country, unless someone was rich, it was impossible for them to have a driver. Still, he wondered why Shishio mentioned this to him. After all, what was the connection between this information and his incident? It's not a matter of whether this person wants to apologize or not. Instead, this person just doesn't know that the driver has hit you, Shishio said. What? Hikigaya was dumbfounded and asked, so you mean, this person doesn't know at all? Yes. Shishio nodded and said, say, if you're this person's driver and you hit someone, will you let the children of your employer go out and help you to take care of this problem? Hikigaya couldn't say anything since he knew Shishio was right. The driver was obviously afraid of losing his job, so the driver told the person inside the car not to get out, so this person wouldn't be involved in the incident. This was a smart choice, and it was also the reason why the person who was inside the car had never been involved with Hikigaya. Only the driver, the lawyer, Hikigaya, and Hakigaya's family were related to this incident. As for this person might be in the dark who the driver has hit, Shishio said. But, isn't this person curious? Why wouldn't this person ask? Hikigaya asked with a frown. The family situation of each person is different after all. Shishio only said those words, and Hikigaya understood everything. The situation of each family in this world was different, and they had their own problems. Hikigaya somehow wouldn't be surprised if this person wasn't told anything and just stayed there, listening to the words of this person's parents like a doll. Frankly, he must admit his situation wasn't that bad now. Well, according to what I know, this person is Yukino-senpai, Shishio said. Hikigaya opened his mouth and eyes wide. Shishio also wondered what kind of luck Hikigaya had since whether it was Yui or Yukinashita, they were all on his side, and they were all close. However, the fact that those two girls were related to his incident last year made him feel conflicted. How do you feel? Shishio asked curiously. I feel complex, but I also understand their difficulty. Hikigaya let out a long sigh. Yui was afraid, so she could only apologize when someone pushed her back. On the other hand, even though Yukinashita's driver was the one who had hit Hikigaya, she didn't know anything and was kept in the dark by her family. Hikigaya felt his anger in the past was for nothing, but everything was cleared up, so he didn't say much, and he also had forgotten this matter since his day turned 180 changed after he entered the service club. If you're okay, let's go back, Shishio said and stood up. What are you going to say to Yukinashita? Hikigaya asked. You want to tell her? Shishio asked. Hikigaya opened his mouth and closed his mouth. He thought for moments before he shook his head. Let's keep it like this. His matter had ended, so he just wanted to leave it like that. Even if Yukinashita knew that fact, what did he want to do it? Did he want her apology? Responsibility? Hikigaya shook his head since he had received both from Yukinashita's parents. This matter had ended, and there was no need to dig deeper about this fact. Hikigaya knew the fact, and he was satisfied with it. However, so Yukinashita's family situation is complicated? Hikigaya asked. I'm not even surprised if she's told to marry someone so their family can grow to prosper, and she'll just nod, Shishio said calmly. Hikigaya was in silence for a moment and asked, is that okay? You don't need to think too much since I am right beside her, Shishio said. Hikigaya looked at Shishio's back and thought this guy was really manly. If I'm a girl, I'm afraid I'll fall for him. Come on. Let's go back, Shishio said. Oh. Hikigaya nodded and thought it was time for him to go home. He also had finished his ice cream, and what he needed to do after this was to rest and sleep. The two walked together before Shishio asked, did you bring an umbrella? It's here. Hikigaya showed the vinyl umbrella in his hand. I always bring it with me since I don't want someone to steal it. He quickly told Shishio the reason why he was afraid this guy might think of him as weird for bringing an umbrella everywhere. Don't act weirdly like that. What's so weird about bringing an umbrella? Shishio asked weirdly and also showed his vinyl umbrella. I also brought it with me. That's good. Hikigaya nodded since he didn't want to go home while sharing an umbrella with Shishio. Still, it was quite disgusting when he thought he could think of such a possibility. His body trembled before he shook his head furiously. Shishio stared at Hikigaya for a while before he put a slight distance between them. The school had been empty since most of the students had gone home. The two just walked quietly toward the entrance of the school before they saw a beautiful girl who lowered her head, seemingly in a bad mood. Hikigaya knew he was the worst for thinking this, but he must admit this girl's bust was so huge. While Hikigaya's eyes were attracted to the big bust, Shishio glanced at the girl's wet shoes and her expression, which frowned, watching the rainy sky that wouldn't stop so soon. The figure of the girl was so lonely and forlorn. Unlike Hikigaya, who was in a daze, Shishio stepped forward without hesitation and said, Futaba, do you want to go home together? Futaba Rio turned and was dumbfounded. She blinked and even took off her glasses to wipe her eyes since she wondered whether she was in a dream. If so, she hoped she wouldn't wake up. Hikigaya was in a daze and somehow understood another reason why this guy could become a scumbag. 505, Umbrella. It's raining. Right after the midterm exam, Futaba Rio's mind wandered around when she saw the rain drenched everywhere. She had finished her exam and thought to go back immediately since she didn't really want to stay too long at the school. Still, Futaba looked at her exam again and rechecked it several times since she didn't want to be defeated by Sunoera and Nana. If it were others, she might not say much, but she definitely didn't want to lose to Nana. However, Futaba shook her head and saw that the rain had become harder. If she was asked whether she liked rain or not, she would answer that she hated it. Not only did it make it harder for her to go home, but she also had a bad experience where the light of her home had a blackout because of the rain. Futaba also couldn't do anything since she was a child and her parents weren't by her side. She stayed in her room, crying alone before the maid hired by her parents came in the morning and helped her with the blackout. While Futaba had learned how to handle the blackout if something similar happened, the trauma had carved on her mind, so she hated the rain. Still, even so, her home with a blackout was several times better than the school. Futaba just didn't know, but she just felt incompatible with the school. It wasn't that she hated the school. Instead, she was okay with it. However, if there was something that bothered her, she would say she was lonely. Futaba knew she wouldn't feel this feeling if she didn't meet him. Unfortunately, they had met each other, and she knew she had fallen for him. Her life had never changed, and she had always been alone from the beginning. She also didn't have an expectation for everyone, whether it was her parents or the people around her. She had always kept herself shut without interacting with anyone. However, everything changed when she met him when she had trouble buying bread in the past. By then, the relationship between the two had become closer, and they had become friends. They often talked to each other, joked, and ate together. It was fun, and her heart jumped every time they were together. Futaba knew she should be satisfied with this relationship, yet when she saw him with other women all the time, and that woman wasn't her, she just wanted to cry somehow. She knew she wasn't his priority, and he would leave when his girlfriends were there, but for once, she wanted him to choose her over them. However, Futaba knew it was impossible. If only I hadn't met him. Futaba shook her head since if she didn't meet him, then she might not understand this wonderful feeling. However, as a price, her heart ached every time she thought about what she should do with this feeling. The trees swayed right and left, resembling the relentlessness of her heart. The exam is over. Stop writing and collect the paper. The voice of the teacher sounded, causing various reactions among the students. Ah, finally, it's over. Wait a moment, sensei. I haven't finished. While there were various reactions, it had nothing to do with Futaba, who was practically alone in this class. Futaba decided to go home right away after her paper was collected. Sakuta Azuzagawa saw Futaba had stood up directly and asked, "Are you going home, Futaba?" Futaba only nodded and walked away. Sakuta felt speechless by Futaba's reaction and wondered whether she was in menstruation. Fortunately, he said those words in his heart, or else his head would be smacked. Futaba didn't know what Sakuta was thinking, and she didn't care. She went to the entrance to pick up her umbrella, but who would have thought her umbrella was stolen? It's gone. It's gone. Futaba searched among all the umbrellas in front of her, but she couldn't find the umbrella she had brought before. She knew someone must have stolen her umbrella, which annoyed her even more. As for taking others' umbrellas, Futaba didn't have the guts for it, especially when a group of students started to walk out and picked up the umbrellas one after another. Being surrounded by many people made her dizzy, and she wanted to puke, so in the end, she decided to go to the clubroom of the science club. Futaba also didn't want to stay in this crowd since she knew many people would leer at her, especially on her chest. She quickly ran away, but with her stamina and untrained body, she quickly became exhausted. However, with the trembling body, Futaba arrived at the clubroom before she slumped on the chair with her head leaning on the table. The clubroom was quiet and dark. Futaba was the only person in this room, and she didn't even turn on the light since she wanted some quietness, but even nature wouldn't let her have the quietness. The rain became harder, and the rumbling thunder sounded one after another. Her heart became even more gloomy, and she was on the verge of crying, wondering why she had to receive all of this. Still, Futaba somehow was glad of this rain since it could dilute the sound of her cry. Being alone should be something natural for her, without anyone by her side, and she didn't want to change. Unfortunately, Futaba had tasted the feeling of being with someone, and she just couldn't forget about it. Still, out of all of his girlfriends, she must admit she was most jealous of Nana. They were quite similar to each other, whether it was their smart brain or their large size of busts. However, unlike Nana, Futaba knew her personality was worse. She wasn't like Nana, who could get close to anyone. Nana was also confident, and she didn't even care if the opposite gender leered on her. Lastly, what Futaba was most envious of was the fact Nana was also Shishio's girlfriend. They were quite similar, yet they were different from each other. It was also the reason why she didn't want to lose Nana in this midterm test. Still, suddenly her mind wandered in a different direction. If they're dating, should they do that? Even if Shishio and his girlfriends often showed their intimate actions in public, they only hugged and kissed each other's cheeks. As for something more serious, they kept this matter secret and only did it at a place where no one could see. After all, the high school students were quite immature, and once, a rumor they did it together would spread through the entire school like a burning forest, which spread even further because of the dry leaves. Still, the reason why Futaba thought about this matter was that she happened to hear the conversation of the girls in her class. Not only the boys but the girls were also interested in sex. The girls seemed to be curious, talking about sex, and even imagined being pounded roughly by Shishio, especially when they did a physical education class together. When they worked out, they often saw Shishio's body and big bulge, which made their imagination become wilder. While Futaba had learned this knowledge, she had never tasted it, so she wondered whether it felt good. In this quiet clubroom, Futaba crept her hand slightly toward her thigh, moving it deeper, caressing that place. She gently touched it while gasping with a sound similar to weeping. However, the sound of the thunder startled her, and Futaba quickly stopped. She was frightened before she looked around, finding she was alone, which made her sigh in relief. What have I done? When Futaba thought about what she was doing before, her face couldn't help but turn crimson. She couldn't believe she had imagined something that shouldn't be done with him. She thought she needed to go home now. Futaba looked up and saw the time had moved so fast, but the rain hadn't stopped. Still, she didn't want to stay in the clubroom since she was afraid to do something similar again and decided to wait at the entrance of the school. Unlike before, the entrance of the school was empty. There were no people. She was alone, standing while watching the rain absently. The rain splashed part of her legs and uniform. There was some brown stain on her uniform from the mud thrown by the force of the rain. Futaba became gloomy again, wondering when this rain was going to stop. She had been at school for a while and wanted to go home, but she knew she couldn't. If possible, she wanted to run through the rain, but when she thought about how she wasn't good at running and how her underwear might be seen through her uniform because of the rain, she could only reluctantly stand at the school entrance with a gloomy expression. Futaba stood there, waiting for the rain to stop alone. He should be with his girlfriends now. Futaba let out a depressed sigh until she heard this familiar voice. Futaba, Did you forget your umbrella? Futaba turned, and she was dumbfounded when she saw Shishio. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Shishio asked weirdly. Why are you here? Futaba asked after she confirmed this wasn't a dream. I talked with my senpai for a while before. Shishio glanced at Hikigaya, who stood at the shoe locker, watching him from behind. Oh. Futaba nodded, and suddenly she became nervous since she didn't know what to say. So what about you? Why don't you go home? Shishio asked. I lost my umbrella, Futaba said after a moment of hesitation. Is it stolen? Shishio frowned, wondering who dared to steal Futaba's umbrella. Futaba nodded. Shishio looked at Futaba for a moment and said, then, do you want me to send you back? Futaba was surprised and wondered whether she was dreaming. It's almost dark, and it's dangerous to let you stay here, Shishio said. However, Hikigaya, who heard Shishio's words, felt it was more dangerous to let Futaba stay with Shishio more. If you're not comfortable, I can lend you this umbrella instead. I can go home directly under this rain since my place is close. Shishio gave his umbrella to Futaba directly and was about to dash, but she grabbed his wrist and said, let's go back together. While she was embarrassed to go home with him, it was better than letting him return home in the rain like this. Shishio knew he was a scumbag, so he just smiled inwardly and succeeded in sending Futaba back. On the other hand, Hikigaya let out a sigh and thought all the boys in this school might have to stay single in their high school life as long as this bastard existed. 506, Shishio, rain is my friend. Shishio, let me hold the umbrella. Futaba felt uncomfortable if Shishio had to hold the umbrella even after he lent it to her. After all, she felt she owed him, and if she did nothing, she felt uncomfortable. No. However, Shishio refused without hesitation. Why? Futaba was quite dumbfounded by his response. You're a little short. If you hold the umbrella, I have to duck down. Futaba was lost for words, but she became annoyed. I am not that short. She wanted to yell, but when she looked at how tall Shishio was, she knew he had to duck down if she held the umbrella. How tall are you? 187 centimeters. Futaba realized how tall Shishio was, and there was a 29 centimeters difference in height between them. It's better for the taller one to hold the umbrella, Futaba said unwillingly. What could she do? Even if she was unwilling, she knew it was better for Shishio to hold the umbrella. Shishio let out a helpless sigh and said, okay, you can hold it. Futaba smiled and took the handle of the umbrella from Shishio. Still, if someone saw her at this moment, they would open their eyes wide. Even Sakuta, who always had this bland expression on his face, would be dumbfounded if he saw Futaba at this moment since she was so different. Futaba didn't like to talk too much except if she explained something. Even if her classmates tried to approach her because they were interested in her, they quickly moved back. It wasn't that she didn't want a friend, and she was okay with being alone, but she just didn't know how to communicate with people. Even if she was surrounded by many people, she would only feel uncomfortable. However, it was just different from being with him. It felt like he could understand her and every moment with him was just so fun. Still. Futaba looked at Shishio's head which was stuck on the top of the umbrella, which forced him to duck down. She knew that she was at fault, but she couldn't help but laugh hard. Shishio was speechless and asked, do you have enough? No, leave it to me. Futaba stretched her hand high, so Shishio's head wouldn't stick on the top of the umbrella. However, she underestimated the difference in height between them, and in the end, even with her limit, his head was still stuck on the umbrella. She even made his shirt drenched with rain, which made her guilty. Sorry. It's okay. Leave it to me. Shishio took the umbrella again and was glad this girl had given up. The two walked together under the umbrella with the rain that kept pouring on top of them. Even though it had been raining for a while, there was no sign the rain would stop. Instead, Shishio could tell the rain would probably continue until night. However, it didn't bother their conversation. They talked about many things together, whether it was the weather, the exam, or what they did a week ago. Their conversation was just endless. Futaba also didn't realize how talkative she could be with someone since it was just so enjoyable to be with him. Before long, they were about to arrive at Futaba's house. However, Shishio must admit Futaba's house was massive. The size alone wasn't that much different from Sakurasu. Still, unlike Sakurasu, Futaba's house was located in the district where the rich people were living. Are your parents inside? Shishio asked when they were about to arrive at Futaba's house. Even if there was a distance, he could see her house already. No, I am alone. Futaba shook her head and said, my father attends a conference in Germany, and my mother has a business in Europe. Shishio was speechless and thought Asuime was a place where a crouching tiger and a hidden dragon gathered together. Whether it was Futaba, Yuki Nashida, Shina, or Mai, they were children of wealthy people, famous children. Shishio wouldn't be surprised if there was a child of the CEO of a company that was included in 225 Nikkei, Japan's stock market index for the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Who would expect you're a rich lady, Shishio said with a sigh. Are you seriously saying that? You're not much different from me, right? Futaba was speechless. If it was someone else such as Azuzagawa, Hikigaya, or even Kunimai who were saying that, she might not say much. However, the one who said those words was Shishio, who was also the child of a famous bank director. It might seem surprising for Futaba to know this, but when they talked to each other in the past, they also asked what their parents did, so she knew what the profession of Shishio's father was. Shishio only chuckled, but he didn't say much. Futaba also became gloomy since she knew their time together would end soon. They would have a weekend after this, and they wouldn't meet each other again for a while. Futaba looked at her spacious house and felt she didn't want to enter. Her house might be beautiful and huge, and many people would envy her when they saw her house. However, Futaba felt the little space under the umbrella by his side felt hundreds of times more comfortable than her large house. Well, we have arrived. I'll go back now. As a scumbag, Shishio had never initiated anything. He just prepared all the important tools and let his target do it by themselves. He made the girl take the initiative instead of himself. Don't you want to stay for a bit? Your shirt is all wet because of me, Futaba said while looking at the left side of his uniform, which was drenched from the rain. The size of the umbrella was just that, and with his huge body, he could only sacrifice his left side, so she wouldn't be drenched with the rain. While inwardly Futaba wanted him to stay, she was quite embarrassed to say it. Fortunately, she saw his side was drenched by the rain, so she thought to help him to dry it. However, Shishio didn't intend to enter. It's okay. The rain only hit my arm. While he was greedy for Futaba's body, he knew once he entered her house, many things would happen. He didn't mind changing the shape of their relationship, but he wasn't going to do it now. After all, there were many things that he needed to do at that moment. Shishio was also sure that if he entered, he might be unable to hold himself. I see. Futaba was disappointed, but there was nothing she could do. However, she was startled when she was hugged by Shishio so suddenly. A strong and reliable arm wrapped around her waist. A manly yet warm scent invaded her nasal cavity. While Futaba was startled, she felt happy and wanted to hug him back. However, splash! The car suddenly passed right on the puddle near them and splashed the water toward them. Shishio had noticed it before and protected Futaba, but because of this, his entire back was drenched wet. Fuck! Are you blind or something? Can you slow down near the puddle? He cursed the driver of the car. After all, who would feel comfortable when someone had dumped water on them? Shishio wasn't a saint, and he was a scumbag. It would be amazing if he could swallow this anger. After cursing, Shishio didn't forget to remember the number of the car and made sure the one who drove had karma. Are you alright, Shishio? Futaba quickly asked worriedly when she realized a car had splashed water on Shishio. However, she also knew he had protected her from the water, which made her happy and also worried since his entire body was drenched by the water now. I am alright. Shishio calmed down after he heard Futaba's question. He looked at this petite girl whose chest was so huge that it could even match Nana and Ayaka, which was unreasonable. Are you alright? I am okay. Futaba shook her head and asked, you should worry about yourself. What if you get a cold? I am alright. You don't need to worry. Futaba was annoyed and said, of course, I am worried about you. You get drenched because of me, after all. Now, enter my house and take a bath. I'll wash your clothes. Shishio looked at Futaba for a moment and nodded. Okay. After all, she had invited him, and he wouldn't refuse the lady's invitation. What should I do? Futaba held her head as she realized what kind of absurd thing she had done. She had invited him to go inside her house and right now she was alone with him. Her face started to get hot, and her heart began to pound hard, especially when she thought about what she had done earlier in the clubroom of the science club. Futaba held her cheeks like a sandwich with her hands, wondering whether they would do something like that after that. The sound of the shower sounded, and the steam from the warm water made the frosted glass become foggy. However, Futaba could see Shishio's silhouette through the door. Still, she must admit his body was so good. Unfortunately, unlike Hina, who could see his long phallus standing tall, she could only see his long phallus dangling down. Futaba tried to cover her eyes, but she made a huge gap between her fingers, trying to study the difference in anatomy between a male and a female. On the other hand, Shishio, who was taking a bath, felt the rain really helped him to get a girl. The first was Miu and the second was Hina. Those two had fallen for him when they tried to protect themselves from the rain. This time, it was Futaba. Shishio wondered whether the rain tried to assist him in becoming a scumbag. Or even nature has decided to help me. Shishio really felt he had become unrivaled under heaven. He shook his head and decided to stop, thinking about a stupid thing. Shishio, your uniform will take a while to be ready. I have taken some clothes from my father. I am not sure whether the size fits or not. Let me know if the size doesn't fit. Okay. Shishio answered absent-mindedly while looking at Futaba, who didn't intend to move away from the outside. However, he didn't say anything since he knew even a girl was a pervert. Still, he suddenly thought about what had happened on Suno Arasu, where he was confessed by Sumair so suddenly. Shishio was silent before he shook his head. There's no way, right? Anyway, Shishio made sure that he wouldn't do anything. Really? Please believe in him. 507, just a happy trouble. It's too small. It was Futaba's opinion when she saw Shishio. That's true. It's too small. Shishio let out a sigh after he wore Futaba's father's clothes. While he could wear the shirt, it showed his navel and his abs. The pants were also in a similar state since they showed most of his thighs, which made him speechless. After all, he was a man, so he didn't care much. Fortunately, there was only Futaba right on his side. If it was Masaki Kobayashi, he wouldn't dare to wear these clothes. Still, Shishio wondered what Futaba's father would think when his daughter let someone stay in the house and also lent his clothes. It wouldn't be surprising if he was told to marry Futaba directly. Shishio looked at Futaba and must admit it was his first time to see her in casual clothing. She only wore a normal t-shirt and shorts, yet strangely enough, it was so sexy. Her white and plump thighs seemed so soft that he wanted to rub her face there. She also tied her hair in a bun, showing off her slender neck that was usually hidden. Still, what was even more amazing was her two busts, which were so huge. He sighed, wondering whether all the nutrition she ate was absorbed in her brain and breast. On the other hand, while these clothes were quite strange, Futaba's face flushed red, especially when she saw his abs and the thing between his legs, which was hard to hide. Growl. However, suddenly the two were in silence when they heard this noise. Shishio was quite embarrassed while touching his stomach. Sorry. Futaba chuckled and said, I have many ingredients in my fridge. Do you want to cook something? Isn't it suppose you are going to cook me something? Shishio was speechless. It can't be helped. Futaba let out a helpless sigh. Your food is too good. It's better for you to cook instead of me. When she thought about the food cooked by Shishio, her mouth became watery, and even if it was embarrassing, she wanted him to be the one who cooked. It had also been a while since she had eaten his food, so she quite anticipated it. In exchange, I'll iron your uniform. Can you do an ironing? Shishio was genuinely surprised since he thought this girl was a spoiled lady. Who do you think I am? Futaba was speechless and pushed his back. Come on. You're hungry, right? I am also hungry. Okay. Okay. Shishio agreed and wondered whether Futaba could really iron his uniform. When the two had made up their minds, they started to do their own job. The light was turned on, so even if the rain covered the sunlight, the room was quite bright. Futaba took the ironing tool and his uniform to the living room. While she ironed his uniform, Shishio was in the kitchen and started to cook. She could see his back from her position, cracking the eggs and beating them on the bowl with a chopstick. His movement was so smooth as if he had done it several times. Futaba, where's the salt? It's on the shelf on the top. The two talked to each other while doing their own tasks. It might be something simple or something mundane. It was something that the majority of people had experienced in life, yet it was the first time Futaba had experienced something like this. Wearing her uniform, walking to the school, and staying at the school without anyone, alone, was something painful to her, but Futaba was glad that she came to the school, enduring the pain and the loneliness since because of it, she could meet him. The sound of the steam from the pot, the soup that was boiling, and the chopping onion on the cutting board mixed with the rain might make a strange sound, yet it gave a harmony that one never thought of. After Futaba was done with the ironing, she helped Shishio prepare the food for the two. Her eyes brightened when she saw the food that he had made. Shishio made several dishes for the two. The main dishes were brightly colored omuras painted with red ketchup, salad, and soup. Futaba took the barley tea from the fridge and poured it for two. Shishio and Futaba then sat at the low table while eating the foods he made, talking to each other about many things. Their conversation might be something that the smartest students in the school might talk about, but even so, they had fun. Futaba wondered when was the last time she had laughed this hard. Her life had always been monochrome, alone, without anyone by her side. Whether it was her parents, friends, or any others, it had never entered her heart. She had always felt she was alone. However, Futaba was all right with it. She was okay staying alone, and she was okay with being alone. She didn't want to change and didn't have the courage to change. Still, everything changed when Shishio appeared in her life. His food was also delicious, but Futaba felt there was something special about this meal. The taste was one thing, but she knew what made this meal special was because he was there with her, staying by her side, eating together, accompanying her in this isolated space. However, Futaba must admit this was the most delicious meal she had ever had. Before, everything was so dim. Even if the light was turned on, it was still dark and frightening. However, it was different when he was there. Even if the light wasn't turned on and they used the natural light that came from the outside, it was so bright. Everything was so bright. I think this might be the happiest time of my life. Futaba secretly glanced at Shishio's side profile with a smile as she continued to eat. When they finished their meal, Futaba offered. Do you want a coffee? Can you? Shishio asked. Yes. Futaba nodded and said, my father is a professor, and he is quite helpless at household chores, but his coffee is the best. Shishio might have often tasted Futaba's coffee when he played in the science club room, but it was his first time hearing where she learned her craft from. It seemed like the relationship between Futaba and her parents wasn't as distant as he thought it to be. He could also see it seemed her parents were also in love with each other. However, it might be because they were too busy that they neglected Futaba and made her alone. As for what Shishio thought about Futaba's parents, he didn't think anything. After all, everyone had their own family situation, and it was impossible to impose his view about a family on Futaba's family. Still, Shishio must admit Futaba's parents shouldn't neglect Futaba even if they were busy. For him, who was transmigrated to this world, felt a family was important. The process might not have been told in the previous story, but when he became Shishio Oga, it wasn't so smooth. His thought was filled with many things, whether it was the present or the future. Even if the memory of the previous Shishio Oga was present, it was hard to live in this world as Shishio Oga, especially when the system only activated when he came to Tokyo. It was hard to accept the fact he was dying and couldn't meet his loved ones, whether it was his lover, parents, or many others in his previous life. However, Shishio knew he couldn't stay depressed, especially when he had to face the parents of Shishio Oga in this life. Even if Shishio had become a Shishio Oga, it was still hard to say his parents in this world were his real parents. After all, he had just been in this world for a while, and even if they showed his love to him, it was impossible to treat them as his real parents. However, Shishio would try to become their son since he had become their son. He had become Shishio Oga, and even if it was uncomfortable at first, he would do it since he felt it was part of his responsibility after taking the body of Shishio Oga. Here's your coffee. Futaba gave a cup of coffee to Shishio. Thanks. Shishio sipped the hot and bitter coffee. His slightly sluggish mind awoken when the bitter taste hit his taste buds. He sat on the soft carpet, watching the window, which splattered with the rain from time to time. The family situation. Shishio somehow hoped Futaba's parents could be together with Futaba more since, unlike him, he couldn't meet his parents in his previous life, but they could still meet each other, and he would be lying if he didn't feel envious about it. Still, Shishio also understood that people could only realize the importance of the happiness they had taken for granted after they lost it. However, Shishio also knew he couldn't look at the past all the time, but just today, it was okay, right? On the other hand, Futaba sipped her coffee while staring at Shishio. The steam of the coffee made her glasses foggy, but she kept staring at him since she saw an unexpected side that she had never seen in him. Shishio had always been confident, and he was firm, showing a manly side and a warm side to everyone. He appeared unbeatable and without any weakness, but Futaba only realized he was similar to her. He also had her own problems, and he could appear weak. Futaba somehow felt jealous of his girlfriends since she knew those girls had seen this side of him, and they could also help him. However, Futaba had seen this side of him now, and she wanted to help him, so at this moment, she said what was inside her heart. Shishio. Her voice awoken him, and Shishio turned his attention to Futaba. What's wrong, Futaba? Futaba didn't show any embarrassment. Her expression was natural. She looked straight into his eyes, then, without hesitation, she said, I think I have fallen for you. Shishio was stunned, and he must admit he was blushing at this moment since he didn't expect such a sudden confession from Futaba at this moment. A silence permeated between them, and countless emotions brewed in their hearts. Still, Shishio must admit this was really a happy problem that only a scumbag like him could experience. 508, Mud. Shishio must admit he was blushing, but then he calmed down and wondered how this girl could fall for him so easily. Whether it was Sumire or Futaba, those two confessed to him without hesitation. While Shishio didn't accept Sumire because of her age, should he accept Futaba so easily? Should he just nod, and they confirm their relationship? It was so easy. However, Shishio didn't want to have such an easy relationship. If he wanted to, he could sleep with any other woman as long as he wanted to, but he didn't do that since if he did that, he knew he would change and he wouldn't be able to appreciate the feeling of the woman who had decided to entrust their loves and lives to him. Shishio knew he was being an idiot at this moment. He could just nod, and they could roll on the bed together right now. Frankly, Shishio must admit he was thinking too much. After all, he knew even if he accepted Futaba, he would treat her dearly. He put his cup of coffee on the table and said, "Thank you, Futaba. I am happy with your confession, but can I ask you something?" "What?" Futaba was so nervous when she realized what she was saying. She knew if she was rejected, everything would end, and that bright day would end. She was quite pragmatic, after all, and she felt she was unattractive if she compared herself to her girlfriends. However, hearing his voice, she calmed down, waiting for the question he was going to ask. "Why do you like me?" Shishio asked. "Futaba. I admit I am handsome, smart, and even rich. It's normal for girls to fall for me," Shishio said calmly while joking. "Futaba. However, you should know that I am a scumbag, right? I have dated many girls. You should know that I can't be yours alone." Even if Shishio wanted to close the deal immediately, he needed to tell Futaba about the risk of dating him. While dating him gave a lot of advantages, there were also a lot of disadvantages. Shishio waited for Futaba's answer, but Futaba didn't answer him and just stood up. "Follow me." Shishio was confused and looked at Futaba, who opened the glass door that connected to the yard without hesitation. The rain was heavy, the wind blew inside, and the rain drenched the carpet inside the room. "What are you doing?" Shishio asked quickly. However, Futaba ignored Shishio and sat down, ignoring the wet carpet. She didn't even say anything and just sat there, letting the wind and the rain hit her. She pulled the hair tie, letting her hair fall on her face. Shishio was lost for words and wondered whether this girl had gone crazy. However, he couldn't leave her and followed her. He didn't sit down and look at Futaba, but it was hard to see her expression when her glass was covered in the rain and her face was covered by her hair. He let out a long sigh before he sat next to her in silence. Similar to her, Shishio sat on the drenched carpet and let his feet touch the wet ground. The ground was wet because of the rain, making the earth become mud. When his feet touched the mud, Shishio felt his feet were sticky and uncomfortable. However, he didn't say anything and sat next to Futaba in silence, watching her, who seemed to be trying to convey her feeling. Still, his feet felt uncomfortable, so he raised his feet slightly so they wouldn't touch the mud ground. Shishio looked at Futaba awkwardly, and he knew this wasn't the time for this, but her red-colored bra was shown through because of her wet t-shirt, and it made him wonder why she wore such a provocative bra. Was it done deliberately? Or was it her hobby? Frankly, there were still many things Shishio didn't know about this girl, and it was also the reason why her random action caused him to be confused. "Hurry up and enter. You'll catch a cold," Shishio said, but Futaba was still silent. "How do your feet feel?" Futaba asked after a while. "Feet?" Shishio looked at his bare feet, which were covered in mud. "It feels uncomfortable." He might be able to say something nice and might be able to lie, saying it was comfortable to let his feet touch the mud like this. However, this time, he didn't lie and tell the truth since he didn't feel comfortable, and he was just confused at this moment. "I am like this," Futaba said. "Like this?" Shishio was confused for a moment before he asked, "You mean, you like the mud or my feet?" "Your feet." "Shishio. I know you think it's weird to make such a comparison between my life and your feet," Futaba said without looking at Shishio. She looked at her feet which were covered in mud, without letting him see her expression or see his reaction. Shishio shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything since he acquiesced to her words. "However, my life before I met you was like this. I am covered in mud and rain. It was uncomfortable, and it was hard to breathe." Futaba lifted her face and looked at Shishio. "However, I am fine like that. I have gotten used to it. I don't want to change either." It was his first time hearing such a thing from Futaba's mouth, and Shishio thought the neglecting case from her was more serious than he had thought. However, it was even worse when I entered high school. Futaba frowned. "What's wrong?" "My chest." "Your chest?" Futaba was slightly embarrassed and looked at her breasts. Then, she realized her red-colored bra was seen through because of her wet clothes. She was quite embarrassed, but she didn't say much since she knew it was her weapon to get the man she loved. "You like my chest, right? The others are the same. However, I am uncomfortable by their gazes." Futaba frowned, then looked at Shishio. "However, I am not uncomfortable with your gaze on my chest." Shishio wondered whether it was so often of him to gaze over her chest. He let out a sigh and thought he might need a long training, so his gaze wouldn't be drawn over that huge chest, or should he gaze over, he should be more subtle, so no one would know what he was doing. Still, hearing the reason why this girl fell for him was that she was comfortable with his gaze, making him slightly strange somehow. "Of course, that isn't the reason why I fell for you." As if reading his mind, Futaba quickly said. "That's good." Shishio nodded in relief inwardly. "You might be handsome, smart, and rich, but those are not the reasons why I fell for you." Futaba shook her head since those weren't the reasons why she fell for him. While she must admit his face was her type, there was something deeper about why she fell for him. You free me from the mud, the rain, the gaze, and even the loneliness that traps me. That's the reason why I fell for you. I can't be with you all the time, though. Shishio objected. Being with you doesn't mean I want you to be with me all the time. Futaba thought for a moment before she shook her head. No, I want to be with you all the time, but I also understand the situation and condition. Still, she showed a dissatisfied expression and said, anyway, I have said all of this. I love you. Can you be a man and just accept me? She was so embarrassed at this moment, and her mind was numb, so she just wanted him to answer her question about whether he agreed or not. Also, this guy was a scumbag, so shouldn't he feel happy to have her in his harem? Futaba's mind was a mess, and she just didn't know what to do. Futaba, I think you misunderstood something. I might be a scumbag, but you should know I don't do it just with anyone. Futaba also knew this since if Shishio wanted to, this guy could get all the girls in the school. However, his answer shocked her since she knew this guy had done it, and it made her curious even though she knew this wasn't the time to think about that matter. You know most men will just accept you if you confess to them so suddenly, but when they feel bored, they'll throw you away. Are you like that? That depends. Depends. If it's other girls, it might be like that, but you're different. You're special to me, Shishio said and took Futaba's feet gently, cleaning them up from the mud with his bare hands. Futaba blushed, feeling his strong palms on her feet which made her realize the difference in physical ability between him and her. She knew if he attacked her, she couldn't run or fight back. However, even if he was powerful, it didn't scare her. Instead, he brought her a sense of security and dependability. Special? What's so special about me? My brain? Boobs? She asked while looking at him curiously. Those parts of it, Shishio said frankly. However, I think what makes you special to me is the fact we have spent so much time together. If it's only your brain or boobs alone, there won't be any special relationship between us, and I don't think of you as a special girl. It is because I have known you, and you have known me. We have been together for so long, so I don't want to answer your confession with a half-assed feeling where I just feel lust toward your body. Shishio cleaned up his hands with the rain while Futaba looked at her feet which were cleaned by him. She was shy and didn't dare to look at him, only staring at her feet where she could feel his warmth from them. They were in silence, letting the rain hit their bodies, yet their hearts were rumbling like a storm. So. Futaba raised her head slightly, peeking at him, waiting for his answer. I am not stupid enough to reject a beautiful girl like you, all right. Shishio said with smile. Futaba laughed and just lunged at him, hugging him tightly to confirm everything was real and this wasn't a dream. Shishio also hugged Futaba's back and let him warm to connect her body. Let's enter, or you'll catch a cold. However, Futaba pushed him to the ground and pressed him, staring at his face. Shishio was speechless. They were in silence, and there were many things they wanted to say at that moment, but no words came out of their mouths. It was like Ian's, but in reality, it was only for a moment before they started to kiss each other. They hugged each other's bodies deeply, without letting each other, clashing with each other as if trying to show whose love was stronger. It wasn't until Futaba lost her breath that she rested on his chest, breathing heavily. Don't go back tonight. She hugged his neck tightly as if trying to strangle him. Shishio knew he had caught a wild woman, so he reassured her and said, I am not going anywhere tonight. Futaba blushed and rubbed her face against his neck. Shishio looked at Futaba for a moment and whispered, let's take a bath together. Okay. Shishio's smile brightened, and he carried her in his arms without hesitation and closed the glass door with his foot. Futaba kept hugging him without letting him go. I am not going to let you go. I am yours. Yes, yes, you're mine. Futaba smiled, then whispered, Can we do it tonight? All the bottled-up emotions had burst out. She was like a broken dam, her emotion flooded out, and it was impossible to stop her. Shishio looked at Futaba and thought this girl was asking for trouble. Still, even though she was covered by mud and rain, he must admit this girl was just bewitching. 509, messy. Everything was so messy. Whether it was the living room, the bathroom, or even Futaba's room. Shishio and Futaba left their marks everywhere. Also, it seemed Futaba loved it messy. After that confession, they didn't take a bath immediately since Futaba attacked him first. However, even if she attacked him, she was a novice in this area, so in the end, she could only let him attack her while begging for mercy. Still, Shishio wasn't that cruel, so when he was slightly satisfied, he brought Futaba to the bathroom to wash up and clean up. After all, even if the rain had cleaned their bodies up, their bodies were still dirty because of the mud. It was also uncomfortable to lay down when their bodies were drenched with the rain, so they took a bath together while talking to each other before they did it again together. Shishio had a master deflowering skill, and along with his Haman, it could heal and make Futaba more comfortable. The two were glued against each other, and Futaba wouldn't even let him go and kept him inside. However, he didn't mind since it was warm, tight, sticky, soft, and felt nice. In the early morning, Shishio had woken up. Futaba was still sleeping, using his chest as a pillow. Her bushy grey hair was messy and stuck on her face, but even so, she seemed to be so satisfied and comfortable. Shishio must admit this girl was attractive, whether it was her appearance or large busts. They were so huge that he buried her face there and even used it for other things. He looked at the ceiling and thought that this experience was quite strange since they slept in the living room. After all, almost all of his experiences were mostly down in the room, especially for the first time. However, they did it in the living room, which made this experience quite bizarre for him. Still, Shishio didn't have anything to complain about since it felt nice, and he wanted to do it again if possible. However, he knew it was impossible to do it today since it might be quite hard for Futaba to walk, considering how fierce they were last night. Whether it was Shishio or Futaba, they didn't have self-control last night, and they did it as much as they wanted to, enjoying their every moment together. Shishio didn't move and lay on the futon brought by Futaba from her room in silence since he didn't want to wake this girl up. Instead, he looked at the system that had given him rewards. Frankly, it had been a while since he saw the system, and he would be lying if he didn't feel excited about it. The feeling of guilt had disappeared from his heart at this moment, and since the system had given him rewards, why should he reject them? Tsukasa must admit that no matter how long it had been, he was still surprised at how luxurious the rewards from the system were. Whether it was the assets or the skill type of rewards, they amazed him greatly that he could only stay in silence. Let's focus on the assets first. There were many assets he had received. Whether it was 33% shares of Enios Corporation, land in the Hokkaido Dick Corporation or 16% shares of Rio Tinto, they were all amazing. The first thing was the land in Hokkaido. Still, it was just land, and Shishio wasn't sure what to do besides using it for a farm. Hokkaido was, without a doubt, one of the largest islands in Japan. However, the population was pale apart compared to Tokyo. The land he received from the system was huge, but it was a deserted area without many people. Shishio thought there was something happening on this land, but it seemed that wasn't the case since it was mostly used for farming or something. He must admit farming was an important thing since it could produce food for the people in this country. However, the profit for this type of thing was low. Unless he dared to use genetically modified crops, making a lot of money was impossible. Still, even if farming didn't make a lot of money, it gave him a lot of benefits that were different from money. After all, in this world, money might be important, but a resource is even more important. Shishio then thought for a moment, wondering whether there was something he could use other than a farm on this land. I can probably do an experiment to send a rocket to space. Shishio thought inwardly. Shishio then looked at his next reward, which was 33% shares of Enios Corporation. Many people would be unfamiliar with this company, but it was the biggest petroleum company in this country, and its business included exploration, importation, and refining of crude oil. There was also the manufacture and sale of petroleum products, including fuels, lubricants, and other energy-related activities. Shishio must admit this reward surprised him since he knew he had become an oil tycoon. His feelings were mixed, but he should just be happy to become an oil tycoon now. The only thing that he regretted was the fact this country lacked a resource. Japan was a small country in the middle of the sea. While there were many mines in this country, their production was small, and many of them had been mined to empty. If Shishio wanted to mine something, he could only look at the deep sea. While Japan's land was quite small, its sea area was vast. The sea was vast. Food, mining, and many other things could be found on the sea. However, the technology of the deep mining sea wasn't so developed, and it took a lot of money just to mine something in the deep sea. Still, Shishio believed it wouldn't be a problem for him in the future. The next reward was Dick Corporation. It was just a chemical company but specialized in the development, manufacture, and sale of inks, pigments, polymers, specialty plastics and compounds, and biochemicals. Shishio thought it might be possible to create a good color for Shina's painting in the future. And, lastly, Shishio looked at the last reward of the asset, and he could only suck a deep breath. 16% shares of Rio Tinto. It might be only 16% shares, but this company would give him a lot of power. After all, Rio Tinto was the world's second largest metals and mining corporation. Whether it was aluminum, iron ore, copper, uranium, or diamonds, this company mined all of them. Shishio had said previously that his country lacked a resource, but he had a resource now. In other words, the power and the authority under him became stronger. If someone tried to threaten him, Shishio could stop his mining company from supplying the important resources, and by then, died. If someone couldn't have a resource to support their company, then their companies would become bankrupt. It wouldn't be weird to call this company dead. Still, if possible, Shishio also wanted to have a steel company, but he shouldn't be greedy and decided to check his other rewards. The first skill he accepted was glass-making mastery. While this reward seemed weird, Shishio felt he should be glad to accept it since he knew there were many things he could do with this skill, especially to make money and protect his home. It might even be possible for him to create a glass that is capable of defending against a missile. He might also be able to craft the legendary flexible glass too. The next one was enhanced bones. It was clear from its name alone what kind of reward it was. However, Shishio didn't dare to accept it now since he knew it would give him a painful process if he dared to accept it. Still, Shishio was looking forward to accepting this reward later. Lastly, Shishio looked at his last reward and accepted it without hesitation. Fighting Spirit. The name alone was like a superpower from a shounen manga. Shishio thought this reward was just a joke, but who would expect he would get a superpower similar to the shounen manga? This ability was extremely simple since it gave him a power-up through the damage he received intake and his anger build-up. In other words, even if he was beaten up and got angry, Shishio would become stronger. Still, Shishio was in silence since right now, he didn't think anyone in this world could defeat him. There might be a few people, but he didn't think they were capable of killing him. However, it might be good to prepare instead of waiting. Shishio knew what kind of maniac those people were, and it was better to end their lives since that way, the world would be more peaceful. While Shishio was in the middle of a thought, he felt someone had touched his little Shishio. Shishio was in silence and opened the blanket directly, watching Futaba, who had this blank expression on her face, while pressing her two huge boobs on his little Shishio. His little Shishio was extremely healthy, and it awoke from its slumber. It's so healthy, Futaba murmured at the growth of the little Shishio. Rio, what are you doing? Shishio was speechless. You don't like it? I like it very much. Then, what's the problem? What's the problem? There was no problem, so Shishio just enjoyed it. However, Shishio suddenly thought about the enhanced bones he could receive anytime. He looked at his little Shishio and wondered whether it was also part of his bone. Shishio sucked a deep breath and caressed Futaba's hair gently, making her even more vigorous at her action. He must admit, he didn't regret accepting this girl. The days passed, and it was fairly peaceful in the Fujii household. Natsuo was watching television while eating ice cream. Frankly, when his father remarried, he didn't think too much. However, who would have thought he would receive two step-sisters, and one of those sisters was his teacher, whom he had a crush on. Natsuo thought the relationship between them would become closer. However, who would have thought the relationship between them didn't even become closer, and they were just mere siblings? While Hina might seem alright with it, Natsuo was depressed, especially when he saw her keep going out from time to time and even staying out. Her expression was so happy, and her skin was so charming, making him wonder whether she had a boyfriend. His stepmother asked Hina whether she had a boyfriend. However, Hina only smiled and laughed before she changed the topic of the conversation. She changed the topic of the conversation and acted as if nothing had happened. Still, this made Natsuo frustrated. She shouldn't have a boyfriend, right? Natsuo thought, but suddenly his thought was broken when he heard Hina's voice. Mom, I am going out with Rui first, Hina said. Natsuo quickly turned and saw Hina and Rui were there, and he must admit they were so beautiful today. 510, everything is just going with the flow. Hey? Where are you going? Tachibana Tsukiko asked curiously. Not only Tsukiko but Natsuo and Akihito Fujii were the same since they could see something special in Hina or Rui. In other words, they were all so beautiful today. Are you two going on a date? Tsukiko asked with a smile. Yes. Rui just nodded. Hearing Rui's answer, Natsuo felt slightly uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything since he didn't have a right to stop Rui from dating someone, even if that someone was a scumbag. He felt uncomfortable, but what could he do? Even if Natsuo talked about this matter to his friends, their friends only shrugged their shoulders since they knew well that a girl in love was just unstoppable. The more he tried to stop her, the more she fought back and even hated him. Frankly, Natsuo didn't like the fact Rui dated Shishio, and he wanted to stop her. After all, Rui was his stepsister, and they had become a family. It was impossible for him not to worry about her. However, after that incident, when Natsuo happened to hear what Rui was doing with Shishio, he just couldn't see her in her eyes. When she looked at him, he would look away subconsciously as if afraid she would know what he was doing. Natsuo was still a virgin, and he didn't know anything about that kind of thing. However, he had friends who were experienced with this kind of act, and when he asked whether a woman would scream so loudly during the act, his friend would say he was watching too much porn. After all, in reality, not many women would moan as loudly as these porn stars. However, Natsuo didn't believe his friends and thought about the reality, the voice he had heard. He heard how loud Rui did it with Shishio and knew the things that happened to the porn were real, and his friend might just be bad in that area. After all, there might be many guys who became a fuckboy, but most of them only thought about their personal pleasure, ignoring the pleasure of the woman. For the women who were tricked by the fuckboy, they might not come, but the pleasure wasn't something they sought. What they sought was just attention that could be given by those fuckboys. It was also the reason why a man like Shishio was rare. Natsuo knew that whether it was Rui's body or heart, all of them were owned by Shishio. Even if they had become a family, in Rui's eyes, he might not be much different from the other boys in the class. Well, they might be closer since they had become step-siblings, but even so, he didn't think their relationship was really that close. Natsuo wanted to say something to Rui, but he couldn't, so he just silently endured everything. After all, even if he cared about Rui, he put more attention on Hina, and it was also the reason why his heart almost stopped when he heard Akiko's question to Hina. Hina was so beautiful today. She carefully put on her makeup, and even if her clothes might seem casual, they enhanced her beauty even more. Natsuo was naturally drawn toward her. If Newton was still alive, he might add this fact to the law of universal gravitation. If Hina dressed because of him, Natsuo would be happy to see 9 clouds. However, if it was for someone else. Natsuo suddenly thought about the friend who usually Hina stayed with her. Even if Hina didn't say much about this friend, he could see how happy she was with her friend. No, this friend is female, right? Natsuo felt his chest tighten, and it was so hard to breathe. He also felt his stomach was uncomfortable, but even so, he was in silence, waiting for Hina's answer. I am going to celebrate Tanabata, Hina said with a cheerful smile. Tanabata. 3x. Tsukiko, Akihito, and Natsuo only remembered today was Tanabata. Some might be unfamiliar with this celebration day. However, it was one of the most famous celebration days in this country, and if not the most romantic one. Still, if this was the only explanation, it might be hard for people to understand. Tanabata, also known as the Star Festival, is a Japanese festival originating from the Chinese Kixi Festival. It celebrates the meeting of the deities Orium and Hakabashi, represented by the stars Vega and Altair, respectively. According to legend, the Milky Way separates these lovers, and they are allowed to meet only once a year on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month of the lunisolar calendar. In Japan, people generally celebrate this day by writing wishes, sometimes in the form of poetry, on tanzaku, small pieces of paper, and hanging them on bamboo, sometimes with other decorations. However, it was usually celebrated in schools, shrines, shopping districts, or even some huge companies. On the other hand, a single household wouldn't celebrate this celebration at all. After all, it was troublesome to bring bamboo or even make a decoration. Moreover, most of the people in this country were also from middle-class families, which made it hard for them to celebrate such a celebration since it would take a chunk of money on their account. If Hina wanted to celebrate it at the school, they wouldn't say much, but her words intrigued them. Leaving Rui, who is going on a date with Shishio. Tsukiko looked at Hina and asked, where are you going to celebrate? The school is on holiday today, right? Of course, I am going to celebrate it with Rui, Hina said. Rui. Tsukiko looked at Rui. Rui nodded simply. Tsukiko felt weird and asked, are you two going out with Shishio at the same time? Natsuo and Akihito. Rui looked at Hina in silence, but she didn't say anything. Hey, Tsukiko-san, it's impossible, right? How can Shishio-kun date Hina-chan and Rui-chan together? Akihito said with a laugh, thinking Tsukiko was joking. However, Tsukiko didn't really joke around since even she could tell how dangerous Shishio was. Shishio was like a viper. No, it should be a phyton or boa if she thought about his size. Of course, she didn't think about the size of that part. Instead, she thought about the size of his body since he was huge for someone around his age. Please don't misunderstand her. Well, that's true. Tsukiko looked at Hina, who lowered her head slightly and said, you mean, you're going to join the celebration of Tanabata, which is held by Shishio-kun, right? Yes, that's right. Hina nodded several times. Tsukiko thought for a moment and asked, is it only the 3 of you? No, there's a lot of people. He has a lot of friends, after all, Rui interjected while staring at Hina. Is that so? Then be careful. Don't go home too late, Tsukiko said while staring at Hina, who lowered her head and laughed awkwardly from time to time. If it was only Shishio, Rui, and Hina, she thought it would be possible for them to bring Natsuo with them. However, there were many other people at this celebration, so she didn't say anything about Natsuo since she was afraid she might trouble Shishio. Okay, Mom. 2x. Rui and Hina excused themselves after they said goodbye to their mother, Akihito, and Natsuo before they left. Akihito didn't say much since he was happy as long as he could be with his new wife. However, Natsuo was slightly gloomy since he was left alone. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't since his relationship with Shishio wasn't that particularly close, and he also felt he would trouble him. Still, was it hard for them to invite him on the pleasantry alone? Natsuo was alone before he decided to return to his room since staying with his father and stepmother was horrible, considering how flirty they were. Still, the word that came from his stepmother made his heart pound. What if Shishio also dated Hina? Somehow the voice of Rui being pounded by Shishio that day changed into the voice of Hina. Ugh! Natsuo felt horrible at that moment, but strangely, he felt something strange was slightly awakened at that moment. On the other hand, because of her mother's words, it was hard for Hina to face Rui. However, with her natural cheerfulness, she talked about the Tanabata and many things with Rui along the way. Rui only stared at Hina and asked, Hina-ne, are you dating Shishio too? Hina stopped talking and looked at Rui in silence. It wasn't until a moment later that she asked, what made you think of that? Rui didn't look at Hina, and the two kept walking while talking. You know, I have had this type of conversation with Shishio before. What kind of conversation? Hina asked after a moment of shock. Well, did you know Shishio dated Nana and her older sister? Rui asked while looking at Hina. Hina was dumbfounded and asked, really? She had never heard this from Shishio. While she knew he had an older woman other than her as a lover, she never knew he also dated two sisters together. Yes. Rui nodded and said, compared to your previous boyfriend, I feel it is better for you to date Shishio. Hina was dumbfounded and asked, are you okay with that? Why not? Rui looked at Hina with a smirk and said, he might be a scumbag, but I know that he can take care of us, and it feels good with him, right? Hina blushed, stuttered, and wasn't sure what to say since her sister was just too lewd. Anyway, let's just follow the flow. You don't need to be in a hurry, especially when you're close with this friend of yours, right? Rui said while staring at Hina. Hina wasn't sure what to say since it was hard to tell whether Rui knew the truth or not. Her head was in a mess, and she wondered what Rui meant by those words. On the other hand, Rui only hummed happily since she had made a prank on Hina. However, she knew that bastard might have done something to Hina. Still, she wouldn't be surprised if they had done it. However, it also annoyed her since neither of them talked about their relationship with her. Still, Rui also knew how hard it was to talk about their relationship. Rui thought for a moment and wondered whether the three of them should make a trip together to talk about their relationship further. However, before that, they were going to celebrate the Tanabata and also punish this scumbag along the way. Achoo! Shishio rubbed his nose and felt it was quite itchy. What's wrong, Shishio-kun? Nanamai asked worriedly. It's okay. Someone might talk about me, Shishio said jokingly. Everyone. Anyway, they decided to ignore his narcissistic words, but they felt his words were right since they must admit his appearance with a cute bear apron was just too cute somehow. 511, Tanabata. Shishio didn't know where this tradition came from, but Sakurasu had a tradition of holding the Tanabata. The tenants set up many things to celebrate the Tanabata, and many children in the neighborhood would come to celebrate together. While Shishio didn't feel surprised, the group of children came to Sakurasu, especially when he had made the image of the Sakurasu better by befriending the housewives in the neighborhood. He felt curious about how the group of the children would come to Sakurasu to celebrate the Tanabata last year, especially when the image of Sakurasu was bad because of its tenants. When Shishio didn't stay in Sakurasu, there was Shiro-san, a pervert, and Mitaka, a playboy. There was also Misaki, hyperactive, Mayumi Nishikino, a drunkard, and many others. It was surprising how those parents could let their children come to Sakurasu, especially when the tenants were so quirky. However, the past was the past. Sakurasu was different from last year, especially when few tenants had walked out of this dorm. Shishio also invited all of his girlfriends since it was a rare chance for them to celebrate the Tanabata. Everyone was also happy to come since it seemed fun. After they changed into the yukata that was brought by Shishio, they also started their party, sitting together, talking, and enjoying food together. It might seem like their imagination, but somehow they felt like they were at a private festival held by themselves. The only strange thing was the choice of food. Why Chinese food? Yukinashita asked while eating the shumai on the paper plate. Shishio made various dim sum, mapo tofu, banbanji, and various other Chinese foods. Tanabata was the celebration of the meeting between Hakabashi and Orium, but why did they eat Chinese food? You don't like it? Shishio asked. Yukinashita looked at the shumai and said, I like it. Then, what's the problem? Yukinashita nodded since she knew there was no need to argue about this matter as long as the taste of the food was good. Still, I also prepare some festival foods, right? Shishio said while looking at Misaki, Shina, Nanamai, Nana, and Futaba, who were grilling the corn together. When they had decided to set up the celebration for Tanabata, everyone decided to go all out. Whether it was Shina or Misaki, they made a design for the brochure for the festival and also made various small games that could be played by the little kids around the neighborhood. It might be because those little kids, whether it was Maya Uchifuji or Meiko Asanoi, were excited and joined the celebration without hesitation. Shishio and Yuki Nashida could only look at this scene in silence. Shiro-san was also excited since he made various games and other important properties for the private festival. Come on! Come on! If you hit the doll, you can bring it back home. He loved this type of unexpected event since it cleared his mind, made him able to have better creativity, and gave him an idea for his novel, so he went all out for this festival. On the other hand, whether it was Chihiro, Hirotsuka, Mayumi Nishikino, Sayaka Watanabe, Roberta, or Hina Tachibana drank a beer together while eating snacks and many others. Shishio wanted to invite Ayaka, but it seemed she couldn't come out of her dorm, especially when she still had to take care of the dorm. However, it couldn't be helped, so he decided to focus on the girls who were around him. He looked at Mai and asked, "You're not in a hurry to go for the filming, right?" Yuki Nashida also looked at Mai since she would be lying if she wasn't curious about the movie process. "I am going out soon, though." Mai showed a bitter smile since she knew she would part with Shishio. Even if it was for a while, she was reluctant to do so, but it was for her dream, so it couldn't be helped. Still, when she thought about her current life, she wondered whether it was necessary to chase after her dream. After all, she already felt comfortable with her life, and with him beside her, she didn't need anything. Still, Mai had wanted something in her life, but it wasn't something outrageous or luxurious. Instead, she wanted to get pregnant with his child. However, she also knew it was still too early and felt it might be better to have it later when she was 20. Shishio didn't know what this girl was thinking and said, "I'll visit you later." The filming was right before the summer since when the summer came, the Izu, which was a place where the filming was located, would be full of people, and it would be hard for the crew to film the movie. "I'll be waiting." Mai smiled and rubbed her face against his neck. She couldn't help but chuckle so suddenly since she remembered something. "What's wrong?" "I recall the time when we visited Odaiba together, and we also wore yukata together at that time," Mai said, recalling their first meeting. When she had given up, he didn't give up and kept staying by her side no matter how long it was. He also helped her so she could recover from her condition. Even if all of the people in this world didn't believe her, he believed in her and stayed with her until she was all right. It was also the reason why even if this guy was a bastard, Mai knew she couldn't get away from him. Her body might not be part of him, but her heart was already stuck in him, and it was impossible to forget about him. Shishio smiled and rubbed her hair gently. He saw her slender and white neck, which was so sexy. He wanted to kiss it, but he knew the time, and the occasion wasn't right. Yuki Nashida. While they talked to each other, Nana and Futaba seemed to argue about something, but it was something normal since they wanted to show who was the best among them on the midterm exam. However, Momo Kashiwabara only smiled and thought she was going to surprise those two. After all, even if she might not like it, she was smart, and her rank was around the top 10 among her grade. Unfortunately, she was in the second grade, and she couldn't join the confrontation between Nana and Futaba, which made her sigh. Shishio. When Shishio talked with Mai and Yukinshida, Sheena came with corn in her hand. He looked at her mouth, stained with corn. "Look, how messy you're." He felt helpless and wiped her lips with his hand. Sheena only smiled and let him clean her mouth. She loved this feeling, and she even rubbed her cheek against his palm. "Mai and Yuki Nashida. What's wrong?" Shishio asked. "Corn." Sheena showed corn that had been baked to Shishio. "For me." Sheena nodded several times. "Thanks." Shishio accepted the corn, then asked, "Mashiro, do you know how to eat corn cleanly?" "How?" Sheena asked since she must admit it was hard to eat corn. Her mouth was all messy, and some parts of the corn stuck on her teeth, which made her feel uncomfortable. However, even if it was uncomfortable to eat, she still wanted to eat it since it tasted so sweet and delicious. "It's like this." Shishio opened the husk, showing the beautiful cob hidden under. Then he used his thumb and pushed the kernels from the cob, cleanly taking out the kernels. However, whether it was Mai, Sheena, or even Yuki Nashida, they were dumbfounded since the kernels could line up together so neatly. "Open your mouth, Mashiro," Shishio said. Sheena opened her mouth obediently, showing her cute pink tongue to Shishio. Shishio looked at Sheena's mouth and tongue for a moment before he fed her the kernels. Sheena chewed the corn, and somehow it tasted better. "How is it?" Shishio asked. Sheena nodded several times and wanted to say it was delicious, but she couldn't say words since she was in the middle of eating. "I know. I know. You don't need to force yourself to talk. You can talk after you eat it cleanly," Shishio said helplessly, but then his side was nudged. He turned and saw Mai open her mouth too. Mai opened her mouth. Shishio. Ah. This time, Mai made a louder voice. Shishio was speechless and also fed Mai, which made her satisfied. He then felt a gaze at him, and he knew whose gaze it was. He turned to look at Yuki Nashida and asked, "Do you want me to feed you too, senpai?" "No, it's all right." Yuki Nashida shook her head gently after a moment of struggle. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida for a while, but he didn't say much. However, it might be because his actions were seen that his other women also asked the same, and in the end, he didn't even eat single corn. However, he didn't mind and just relaxed while watching the scenery before him. Shishio looked at Ritsu, who was looking at him, and asked, "Do you want me to feed you too, senpai?" Ritsu. Everyone was having fun together. Even Ryu Unosuke, who was always holed up in his room, also came out helplessly. Still, the only thing Shishio felt weird about was why Ryu Unosuke wore a female yukata and even tied his hair in a bun, which made him speechless. "Shishio, don't you want to write your wish?" Maya asked. "Yet, Mashiro, you haven't written anything either, right?" Meiko asked. Maya and Meiko seemed to be satisfied after playing with the children, and after helping the children to write their wishes and put their wishes on the bamboo trees, they realized some people hadn't written their wishes, including Shishio and Sheena. "If I have a wish, I'll do it on my own instead of making a wish," Sheena said calmly, without stuttering and full of conviction. They were in a daze and looked at Sheena in amazement. They knew this girl had always been in a daze, and they often thought of her as a little girl. However, they knew this girl was amazing, and her mind might be even more mature than all of them in this place. It was just that she had a short memory loss, which made her say something misleading from time to time, making Shishio feel helpless. "How about you, Shishio?" Nana asked. "Me?" Frankly, Shishio didn't think whether it was Hakabashi or Orium could grant him any wishes. After all, those two could only meet each other once a year, and even after so many years, this fact had never changed. How could someone who could only meet each other once a year grant the wishes of the people? If they could, it was better to make a wish for themselves, so they could meet each other every day. Shishio was also similar to Sheena since instead of wishing for something, it was better to work hard by himself to get what he wanted. However, he decided to follow the mood since everyone was having fun since they made a wish, so he also did the same thing. He took a piece of paper and wrote his wish. Everyone was curious about what kind of wish he was going to ask. However, they felt speechless by his wish. "Let me have a peaceful life." Hirotsuka shook her head. Shishio looked at Hirotsuka and asked, "What? Do you think Hakabashi or Orium cannot grant me this wish?" Maybe, he should change his wish, so he could see Orium. He wanted to test the love of Orium for Hakabashi, whether her love was powerful enough to defend against his seduction. Yet, Hirotsuka nodded without hesitation and said, "I think your life will be even more chaotic from now on." Shishio looked at Hirotsuka for a while and shook his head. "No way, right?" Shishio tied his wish to the bamboo tree and hoped he would have a peaceful life. However, could he? Probably. Probably not. Anyway, Shishio must admit the celebration for the Tanabata was so fun. 512, Aura. Aura. vs Muta. Muta. When the party ended, everyone helped to clear up everything before they returned to their home. While they wanted to stay, there weren't many rooms on the Sakurasu, and the rooms were fully occupied. They also had to go to school tomorrow or go to work tomorrow, so it was better for them to go home. Still, some people decided to stay, like Hirotsuka, who decided to stay in Chihiro's room. As for the people who decided to go home, Roberta sent them with a car. Shishio cleaned up all the things which they used for the party, and since many people had helped before, it only took him a short time to clear up everything. His body was also several times stronger than an average human, and he had a household chores mastery, so everything was just an easy peasy. Still, Shishio didn't stay in his room after he finished the cleaning. Instead, he sat in the corridor near the living room of the Sakurasu while watching the night sky absent-mindedly. He held a glass filled with ice and grape juice, thinking this might be a time when someone smokes. Shishio might not be smoking, or he hated it since it smelled so bad and also made one's health bad. More importantly, it would make the sex performance of someone horrible. Having a healthy body was the best. However, Shishio also knew life couldn't be so smooth. One needed something to support themselves. It could be a cigarette, food, or something similar, which could make one forget their problem for a moment. Shishio knew he had to face Rui and talk about his relationship with Hina, especially when he could see the slight change between the two sisters. He knew he couldn't hide their relationship anymore, and he needed to break this wall, so he could have the three of them in a fair manner. Shishio rubbed his temple and thought to relax a bit. He sipped the grape juice silently while thinking about who would sneak into his room tonight, but who would expect someone would prank him. "Who am I?" Shishio pulled the hands which covered his eyes and said, "Misaki-senpai, what are you doing?" Misaki pouted and sat next to Shishio. You're not fun, Shishio-kun. Shishio only smiled and showed a bottle of grape soda to Misaki. Do you want some? Thanks. Misaki took his glasses and just drank from them, ignoring the fact they had an indirect kiss. Shishio stared at Misaki for a moment, but he didn't say anything. The indirect kiss aside, he wondered what he wanted to ask. Have you finished your anime? It should be ready soon. Misaki let out a comfortable sigh since the taste of the grape juice was tastier than she had thought. She traced the mouth of the glass, feeling the coldness transmitted from the ice. The sweet aroma of the grape juice and the freshness of the soil of the yard mixed together. Is that so? I can't wait to see the finished result then. Shishio took the glass again and sipped the grape juice. However, Misaki looked at him, drinking from the position where she had drunk before. His expression didn't change as if he was just drinking from an ordinary glass. Still, it made her pout, feeling unhappy since she hoped he would show some kind of reaction when they had an indirect kiss. Unfortunately, Shishio was too mature to blush or get embarrassed for having an indirect kiss, especially when the partner of this kiss was this crazy girl. They stayed silent for a while, and Misaki took his glass again and shared another indirect kiss with him. You okay? Shishio asked after feeling speechless at Misaki's action. Okay? Do you think I am not alright? I am 100% healthy. Misaki might often stay overnight for her anime, but she was as fit as a bull. Even her breasts were as huge as a female bull too. Shishio only smiled and said, you know, I am not talking about that, right? Sometimes even someone who seemed healthy was sick, especially when one's habits in life interfered with sleep like work and others. However, Shishio also knew that sometimes even sleeping was taxing for someone with a lot of problems on their mind. He wasn't sure whether Misaki was part of this group of people, but what he could do was to show her that he was worried about her. Misaki was in a daze, staring at Shishio, who gently patted her head and told her with a gentle voice. Everything is going to be alright. You don't need to worry. It might be Misaki's first time not wanting to say anything and just sitting there in silence, enjoying this quiet moment, which was quite rare. Still, in the end, she couldn't stop, talk, and say, are you going to make this defenseless girl fall for you, Shishio-kun? Or will you attack my boobs when I let my guard down? Shishio's lips twitched, and he asked, you still have a grudge over that? Misaki gritted her teeth and said, of course. I might seem vulgar and might show you fan service from time to time. Fan service? Shishio just swallowed the complaint in his heart. But I take care of my virginity well. Shishio almost coughed the grape juice in his mouth, but fortunately, he was able to hold it. Then, he looked at Misaki and said, it's great to know that. Don't you feel guilty? Say someone who has always pulled my towel and even wants to draw my wee-wee. You should know the grudge on my heart is deeper than yours. Shishio snapped back and complained about the grievance he had felt in the past. What? Don't you feel happy a beautiful girl like me to see your wee-wee? Misaki didn't want to lose and fought back even with her blushing face. Beautiful girl? Who? Where is that girl? Shishio was confused and looked around. Aura. 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 Misaki couldn't handle it anymore and wanted to pull Shishio's nipples several times annoyedly. If possible, she should also pull his wee-wee since it was longer and bigger. However, she was embarrassed to do that, so in the end, she had to settle with his nipples. However, Shishio was tougher than she had thought. Muta. 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 Shishio deflected all of Misaki's fists with one hand while his other hand leisurely held the glass. He showed an overwhelming power which was enough to crush Misaki's spirit. Too slow. Too slow. Kyuha. Misaki felt she could see a giant fortress that was impossible to penetrate right in front of her. He's strong. She was shocked by the difference in power between them. Whether it was his speed, power, reflex, or many others were overwhelmingly stronger than her. However, could she give up? No. Shishio. Misaki-senpai. Aura. 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 Muta. 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 What should I do? Misaki knew she couldn't continue to do this since, with her stamina, it would be soon before she couldn't even lift her arms. Misaki knew she had to do something, so she leaped into him and hugged him. Even if Shishio had read this situation, he was still speechless by this action. He let out a sigh and put the glass on the wooden floor. This made Misaki happy since Shishio had been fighting her by using one arm, but this time, he used his two arms. She hugged him tightly as if she tried to crush her own body on him. She didn't even care if it might suffocate her, and she kept hugging him. However, this huge feeling was different from what Shishio felt. It might seem Misaki tried to defeat him with a bare hug, but in Shishio's eyes, he felt this girl was scared and needed someone to console her, so he patted her back gently. It's okay. Everything is going to be alright. I am here right beside you. You're going to be with me. Do you want me to leave? No, stay with me. Misaki didn't dare to show her face at that moment and buried her face right onto his shoulder. She wasn't sure what her expression was at that moment, but she knew she was in a mess. She was sure she had tears and snot. Without a doubt, she was ugly. However, she didn't hear a complaint from him, and she just heard his soothing comfort, which made her hug him tighter. Misaki felt if Shishio wanted to touch her boobs, she would be okay with it. Do you want to touch my boobs? Shishio was so confused, but before he reacted, he was dragged by Misaki to the living room, and she closed the door without hesitation. Misaki then sat in front of him and closed her eyes, waiting for him to touch her boobs. So, thank you. Misaki was dumbfounded by his decisiveness and closed her eyes, but who would have thought she would hear the sound of the sliding door? She quickly opened her eyes and saw him walking out of the room. You're not touching them. Not now. Then when? Misaki grabbed his wrist and wouldn't let go of it no matter what. When you have finished your problem. Shishio looked at Misaki and said, when your mind doesn't change, let me hear it again. Still, it feels weird when what I want to do is just rub your boobs. Misaki laughed and jumped into his back. It's all right. You have messed me up once. Twice doesn't really matter. Watch your words. If someone hears it, they might think I have molested you. Well, you have molested me, right? You also molested me, right? So it's fair, Shishio said of his sophistry. Misaki couldn't deny his words since she knew this guy was right. However, she also felt it was kind of unfair too. Have you talked with him? Shishio asked. He didn't need to explain the him on his mouth since he knew Misaki must understand. Misaki nodded and said, he has texted me before. I know I can't run away forever, and I need to face this. Is that so? Shishio didn't really have much of a say in what Misaki would do. After all, Misaki was Misaki. She had her own free will, and no one should tell her what she should do. He was different from others who thought it was better for Misaki and Mitaka to be together. If Misaki could move on, that would be great. If she couldn't, then that was it. There was no need to force her to make a decision that made her unhappy. As long as Misaki was happy, Shishio felt it was enough. Still, suddenly he felt two soft yet elastic things pressed against his neck. Do they feel good? Shishio felt he needed to teach this woman, so she wouldn't tease a beast like him, or else. By the way, what is this? Aura. 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 And Muta. 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 Misaki hugged him tighter and asked, is it your new story? Her eyes shone, and she was curious. Shishio. Anyway, it was enough for him since, right now, all of his women have gone home. That also included Hina and Rui, the two went home, but no one expected someone was waiting for them. Hey. 2x. 513, Natsuo, I have to talk with him. Hina and Rui went home together. Hina felt quite awkward when she thought Rui might know about her relationship with Shishio. However, Rui didn't mention anything, so she just pretended nothing had happened and talked about other things. As a sibling, their sister was close to each other, which might be why they had a similar taste in men. The two talked like usual while talking many things about their previous Tabanabata celebration on Sakurasu, which was so fun. It wasn't until they returned with many foods they had brought that they wanted to share with their family. However, they were stunned when they saw the person who was standing at the door at that moment. Natsuo-kun? What are you doing? Hina was confused at why Natsuo stood right at the entrance of their house. Natsuo looked at the car and didn't seem to see Shishio's figure, which made him sigh in relief. However, he was startled when Hina suddenly asked this question since he also wasn't sure what he was doing. It might be because he just couldn't wait for them and stay outside subconsciously. Frankly, Natsuo wanted to follow them since he was afraid something might happen to the two of them. Unfortunately, Natsuo didn't know where Sakurasu was, so he just stayed outside, waiting for the two of them to go home. Neither of them also invited him, which made it even harder to get there. Watching Natsuo, who had gone silent, Rui ignored him and just entered the house. After all, even if the summer was right in front of their eyes, it was still chilly at night. Wait! Natsuo wanted to shout, but in the end, no words came out of his mouth. While Hina also felt weird about Natsuo's action, she didn't think too much. After all, in her eyes, Natsuo was still a child. It's chilly outside. Let's enter the house, Natsuo-kun. It might seem strange for her to treat Natsuo as a child while treating Shishio as a mature man. However, even if Natsuo was older than Shishio, Hina didn't know why, but she felt Shishio was more mature. Still, whether a woman thought of the opposite gender as mature or not, it wasn't based on age since many older men were still acting like a kid. Instead, it was all because of experience. Having an experience gave a woman a different feeling. It was like sitting on a bus driven by a new driver and a driver with 10 years of experience. The feeling was different, right? It was that sort of feeling that Hina felt. Even if Natsuo was older than Shishio, Hina just couldn't see him as an adult or a man that she could entrust to her life and love. Ah, yes. Natsuo was stunned but nodded obediently. Oh, right, I have brought a lot of food. You can eat them while writing your novel. Hina showed the dim sum she had brought back from the party earlier, and since it tasted so good, she thought to taste it with Natsuo. The smell of the seafood instantly invaded his nostrils, causing his stomach to rumble. Growl. Natsuo blushed, feeling embarrassed since he remembered he hadn't eaten anything, especially after he had been waiting for them. Instantly, the hunger that had been hidden by his anxiety exploded, and he just wanted to eat now. Still, Natsuo felt embarrassed and lame when he saw Hina chuckle. Here, eat as much as you want. Hina entered the house and asked, by the way, where are Akihito-san and mom? She knew her mother and stepfather should still be awake, considering they didn't go home so late. As for Natsuo's reaction, she didn't think too much and felt it was normal since she knew what kind of magic Shishio's foods could do to someone. If Hina hadn't eaten so much before and felt afraid of getting fat, she would probably eat more. Well, even if Hina ate so much, she knew she would be alright since someone would be more than happy to help her with her exercise. There in the living room, Natsuo subconsciously said while eating the dim sum from the food container. When he ate it, he must admit it was the most delicious dim sum he had eaten. Even though it was cold, it was so delicious. Ah, don't eat all of them. Leave some for mom and Akihito-san, Hina quickly said since she could see Natsuo's speed at eating was so fast. Ah. Natsuo was startled. He felt reluctant, especially when he looked at the dim sum, which was beautifully arranged in the food container, but he knew he couldn't eat all of them. Still, he knew it was important to share. However, even so, he asked, where did you buy these dim sums, Hina-ne? It's delicious, right? Hina seemed so proud that she even raised her chest high, causing them to tremble. However, Natsuo didn't care and kept looking at Hina curiously, waiting for his answer. It was cooked by Shishio. He is a good cook, Hina said with a sweet smile since she was proud of the man she loved. However, when Natsuo heard those words, he felt the dim sum in his mouth wasn't delicious anymore. He felt all his happiness swirled and sucked into a spiral before all those emotions turned into depression. Hina didn't seem to notice Natsuo's reaction since she was about to enter the house. She took off her flat shoes, showing her beautiful white feet, which had a slight odor of her sweat. She wanted to take a bath since she was quite sweaty. If I can take a bath with Shishio. Hina smiled and felt it would be fun to take a bath with Shishio. However, her daydream quickly ended because of Natsuo's voice. Hina-ne? What's wrong? Hina asked and didn't seem to notice Natsuo's strange reaction. Natsuo became even more depressed when he saw how happy Hina was, but even so, he asked, was the party held in Sakurasu fun? It was so fun. Hina nodded without hesitation. Who planned the party? Natsuo asked with a forced smile. It's Shishio, of course. Hina didn't think at all and just answered. Hina-ne, why are you so close with Oga-san? Natsuo asked. This question made Hina realize something weird, so she looked at Natsuo, whose complexion was so bad. What's wrong, Natsuo-kun? She didn't understand the reason, so she asked. Hina-ne, do you think it is all right? Natsuo asked. What's all right? Hina was confused. Oga-san is famous for being a playboy. Do you think it is all right for Rui to date him? Shouldn't you try to part their relationship? After all, before Natsuo finished his words, he was stopped by Hina. Stop. Hina frowned, and she didn't even hide her displeasure. Natsuo was hot, and he was full of excitement, especially after he told what was inside his mind. However, at this moment, he was frozen, and he felt his entire body was so cold, especially when Hina looked at him with such a gaze. It was his first time to see her have such a gaze, and it made his entire body freeze. It wasn't until a moment later that he awoke and felt entirely confused. Hina-ne. Don't talk bad about him. Hina knew Natsuo was still a child, but it didn't give him a right to talk bad to someone she loved. Even if she knew how bad Shishio was, she knew he had many great points, so she was angry when Natsuo tried to mock him. Natsuo-kun, I know that Shishio-kun is a scumbag, but you shouldn't talk bad about him. I don't like someone who talks behind someone's back. Hina was a victim of verbal abuse, so she hated someone who talked bad about someone, especially someone she loved. Even if Natsuo didn't tell her, Hina knew how bastard Shishio was, and she knew in the eyes of normal people, it wouldn't be weird for one to tell her Rui to break up with Shishio. She somehow showed a bitter smile and realized Natsuo's reaction was the reaction of a normal person. What did I expect? Hina hoped that her stepbrother wouldn't act similar to the other people. However, she couldn't control who Natsuo liked or hated. They had only been together for a short time, but it was now that she realized Natsuo's real personality. Hina somehow felt tired, and all the happy things she thought before disappeared. Hina nay. Natsuo was dumbfounded and felt quite weak since he didn't expect such a strong reaction from Hina. I am a bit tired. I'll go back to my room to rest, Natsuo-kun, Hina said and left. Natsuo wanted to stop Hina, but no words came out of his mouth. He stretched his hand, but when he saw her figure disappear, he clenched his fist tightly. He was confused at why she became angry since he didn't feel it was wrong. Shishio was a scumbag, and he also had a lot of girlfriends. Natsuo thought Shishio was playing with Rui, and there was no way Shishio was serious with Rui, especially with so many girlfriends around him. He might not be able to control other girls, nor did he care about it, but it was different for Rui or Hina since they were his stepsisters. Natsuo didn't want his stepsisters to be hurt. However, Natsuo didn't expect such a reaction from Hina, and the thought of her hating him made him even gloomier. Still, he didn't know what to do, but he knew everything had something to do with Shishio. Natsuo suddenly thought of Shishio's figure. Somehow his figure started to intimidate him. Natsuo frowned slightly, but he wondered whether it was really alright to leave everything like this. No, I have to talk with him. I need to get him to leave them. Natsuo made up his mind and knew he couldn't leave everything like this. While Natsuo made up his mind, no one really knew what he was going to do. On the other hand, even if Shishio knew what Natsuo was going to do, he wasn't going to do anything, and he just ignored him. Still, if Natsuo came, he had many ways to solve this problem. It was right early in the morning. Shishio prepared to go out for his morning workout, but when he was going to go out, someone called his name. Shishio. Shishio turned and was surprised. Ritsuo-senpai? Why are you here? What do you mean by that? Somehow Ritsuo felt insulted by Shishio's words. Shishio chuckled and apologized. Sorry, it was just rare for you to wake up in the early morning. Ritsuo couldn't deny anything since she often woke up quite late, especially when she had read an exciting book. She would sleep quite later and wake up quite late, so she also understood why Shishio was so surprised. Anyway, Ritsuo didn't wake up so early to argue with him. Instead, she asked, are you going to go for a morning workout? Yes. Shishio nodded and asked, do you want to join? He asked for the sake of being polite since he knew Ritsuo would reject. However. Okay. Ritsuo nodded and agreed to his invitation. Hearing her reply, Shishio squinted his eyes, and his expression became subtle. 514, just enjoy. Shishio waited for Ritsuo to change her clothes for a while before they went out together to start their morning workout. He walked out of Sakurasu, and instantly, a cold temperature swept his body. The morning in this country has always been cold. However, it wasn't a comfortable cold. Instead, it was a dry cold, which was quite uncomfortable. Still, Shishio had gotten used to this cold temperature, especially when he had always woken up in the early morning to work out. He took a deep breath before he breathed out. The warmth of his breath caused steam to come out of his mouth before he observed the surrounding area. The sun hadn't fully risen, and the area was still dark. However, it didn't bother his vision. From the corner of his eyes, he could see a morning dew from the leaves of the plants planted at the entrance of Sakurasu, dancing slightly because of the wind. While his expression was settled by Ritsuo's words, Shishio was as calm as ever. When talking with a woman, one should be calm and not be nervous. It might be even better to treat them like your male friend instead of someone special. It might be weird, but when you chased someone, that someone would run away. However, if you just teased them, like someone who played a cat with catnip, those women would move by themselves and chase after you. Still, in the mouth, it might be easy, but it was hard to do it in reality. The reality was different from imagination, so one had to train until they had enough flight hours, which would give you enough experience to talk calmly to someone. Still, what was more important was to become your true self, be yourself, since no matter how you acted, in the end, it was just acting, so instead of acting, or changing, be the better yourself. Shishio waited for a while before Ritsuo walked to his side. I am ready. Do you want to start now, Shishio-kun? Ritsuo asked. Shishio looked at Ritsuo silently, and he must admit this girl was cute. Ritsuo didn't wear anything spectacular or anything. She only wore a t-shirt, short pants and shoes she usually wore during her physical education class. However, what made her special was the fact she tied her hair in a ponytail. Ritsuo might have short hair, but it was long enough for her to make a small ponytail, showing her slender and white neck, giving her a cute yet boyish image. Still. Are you sure that you want to run with me? Shishio asked. Frankly, he didn't mind taking her running since being accompanied by a cute girl was a good thing. However, when he thought about her physical ability, Ritsuo felt she was being insulted, so she asked, what do you mean? I mean, you're not the type of person who is good at physical education, right? Shishio tried to be as polite as possible, but in the end, what he wanted to say was Ritsu was terrible at exercise. He could even see how weak her body was, but since what she did was just reading and studying, whether it was necessary for her to follow him. Well, Shishio, of course, wouldn't say an exercise was useless. However, Shishio wondered whether Ritsu could stick to his regime. If Ritsu was his girlfriend, Shishio could teach her a more fun exercise, but she wasn't. He was afraid she would report him for sexual harassment, so he didn't say anything. Still, being provoked by Shishio ignited the flame inside her heart. Don't underestimate me, Shishio-kun. I have read a book about running, exercise, and various things. Ritsu pointed at her brain and said, I have memorized everything. So I should be as good as those first-class running athletes in theory. Shishio looked at Ritsu and thought this girl was cute. Well, how about we start to run? It's quite chilly, but if we start exercising now, we can warm our body up. He also wanted to teach this girl that a theory was useful, but in this matter, it was useless, especially when she didn't have a strong body enough to support her theory. Shishio shook his head, and it was better to teach her with her body since words alone were useless. Ritsu only realized it was quite chilly, especially on her thighs and arms part. She nodded without hesitation and agreed. Okay. She had crammed the theory of running, exercise, and many others in her head, believing she could finish this jogging easily. However, the reality said otherwise. Ritsu panted and could only look at the ground. Beads of sweat kept dripping from her temple, and she just felt her entire body was so weak. She looked up and saw Shishio, who looked at her with an as expected expression, but she didn't even have time to get angry since she was just dead tired. The theory is useless. Ritsu regretted that she only found out about this fact. Shishio didn't know how to console Ritsu at that moment. After all, Ritsu's physical ability was too rubbish. Even Sheena might be several times better than her. However, it was normal since Sheena often exercised and got a daily protein consumption. After Sheena came to this country, her physical ability increased several times. On the other hand, Ritsu just ran for 10 minutes, but she was like swimming in the pool. Everything about her was drenched wet because of her sweat. Her head was dizzy, and she felt she could pass out at any time. Ritsu felt regret for joining him on morning jogging and wanted to tell him to leave her, but who would have thought she would be piggybacked so suddenly? Hey! Just rest. Ritsu was dumbfounded, but she quickly realized one problem. Ritsu was all sweaty. Ritsu was afraid that she was smelly and didn't want him to get close to her. However. Or do you hate me for being sweaty? Shishio asked. Hey! Ritsu was surprised before she shook her head. No, no, no. I don't hate it. Hearing that answer, Shishio looked at Ritsu with a subtle gaze. So you like my sweat? What's that? Why did your words become so weird? No, I just don't expect Ritsu-senpai to have a sweat fetish. However, before he finished his words, he quickly tapped Ritsu's arm, which wrapped tightly around him. Senpai! Senpai! Stop! I can't breathe! Ritsu's face turned crimson, and she was so embarrassed. However, she was also annoyed since this bastard teased her. However, in the end, Ritsu gave up and let loose the arms around his neck. She was slightly nervous, but she leaned on his shoulders. Shishio was silent since even if Ritsu's size wasn't big, they were a nice size. Is it all right? Ritsu asked timidly. It's all right. Also, I can't leave you here. Won't I bother you with your morning workout? You're not a bother, and it's also a good thing to relax once in a while, Shishio said calmly while walking with Ritsu on his back. Ritsu, who was nervous, also slowly calmed down, feeling comfortable on his back, and leaned into him more relaxedly. Shishio felt something soft behind his back, but as a gentleman, it was better not to say anything, but frankly, he loved it. The two continued to walk while talking to each other. Frankly, it was easy for him to talk with Ritsu even if she was known as a quiet type of person. The key to having small talk was to find an interest. Whether it was a job, life, living place, hobby, or many others, there were many things that one could talk about with someone as long as they were interested in that person, and from that one topic, it could continue to many things. As they continued to talk, they arrived at the riverbank. Shishio somehow smiled when he saw this riverbank since it gave him many memories. Do you remember this riverbank? Ugh. Ritsu's expression was quite complex, but she nodded. There's no way I can forget about this place. It was the place where they met Mayumi Nishikino, who just happened to find out her boyfriend had cheated on her, so she spent her entire day sitting on the riverbank, drinking a lot of alcohol. Then, she met Shishio and tried to seduce him before she was stopped by Ritsu, who happened to walk nearby. A lot of things happened, and in the end, Mayumi and Ritsu slipped from the handrail, and they hit Shishio at the same time. When Ritsu thought of his brushed face and his nosebleed, she felt so guilty. However, she must admit, it was also the reason why she started to get conscious of him. Can we move on? Still, she felt so awkward staying in this place, and she wanted to continue to walk. Don't be in a hurry. Let's stay here for a moment. You can see something interesting here. Something interesting. Ritsu was confused, but she listened to him. The two stood on the concrete bridge on the river bank. Ritsu followed Shishio's gaze, wondering what he wanted to show here. They waited for a while before Shishio said, "Ritsu-senpai, it's here." Ritsu was confused, but then she gasped when she saw the scene before her. The sun rose, and the darkness slowly disappeared because of its light. Whether it was a building, tree, bridge, or even benches on the side were clearly visible because of this light. Everything was enveloped by the orange-colored illumination. The river even showed the reflection of the sun, making an illusion there were two suns right in front of them. It was just so beautiful that it took her breath away. The cold slowly disappeared because of the warmth from the light, making her body so comfortable. It's beautiful, right? Ritsu, who enjoyed this moment, turned and looked at the young man who had brought her to this place. She could see he just enjoyed this moment with a gentle yet lazy expression on his face. She couldn't see his face fully. Only his side profile could be seen, covered by the morning sunshine. Ritsu took a deep breath and knew there was doubt about her feelings at that moment. I love him. Ritsu thought at this moment, but she couldn't utter those words out of her mouth. Instead, her mouth squirmed several times before closing them, then said, "Yes, it's beautiful." She moved closer to him and wanted to lean on him, but she gave up since she was embarrassed. However, even so, she treasured this moment so much and was glad to meet him. Shishio looked at Ritsu for a while, but he didn't say anything. Neither of them talked to each other again, and they just stayed side by side, feeling each other's warmth and watching the sunrise together. They might not voice their feelings into shape, but somehow, at that moment, they were sure they had become closer. 515, Pockery is nice. After the result of the midterm test came out, many things happened. No way. Nana was at a loss when she saw the result. Futaba didn't say anything and just pushed the frame of her glasses. Shishio was behind them, looking at the result of the exam. While he didn't feel surprised by his result since he was ranked first, he was quite astonished by Futaba's comeback. Usually, Nana would beat Futaba and get the second rank of the entire grade. On the other hand, Futaba would get the third rank of the entire grade. Yet now, it was different. Futaba took revenge by taking the second rank on the entire grade, beating Nana. The difference in their score might not be much, only 1 point, but the difference between the second and third ranks was obvious to all. If this wasn't in the atrium of the school, Nana would be all for, showing remorse for her defeat. It's something I expected. On the other hand, Futaba showed confidence that it couldn't be hidden. It might be because her relationship with Shishio had been confirmed, she was so happy, and she had always been in a positive mood. Futaba also often stayed in Shishio's apartment, living with Nana from time to time. His apartment might be spacious and more sophisticated. However, what Futaba loved about his apartment wasn't the size or how luxurious it was. Instead, it was because of the people who she lived with. While her house was as empty as a haunted house, his apartment was rowdy, which made her not have time to be gloomy. Nana's mood also affected her, which made her more cheerful. Still, while Futaba's mood became cheerful, Nana's mood became gloomy, especially when she had lost through Shishio and Futaba. While she had expected she would lose to Shishio, her bet was just an excuse for her, so she could let him punish her or ask for some perverted requests. However, Futaba was different, and she didn't expect she would lose. Hoa! Shishio! Nana cried and hugged Shishio naturally. There! There! Shishio was speechless and just comforted Nana perfunctorily by caressing her hair. On the other hand, Futaba looked at this scene in a thoughtful manner. Cough! Cough! Nanamai suddenly coughed and reminded them. I don't think this is a place for you to show such intimacy. Many students were also at the atrium since they wanted to see the result of the midterm test, but their lips twitched when they saw how Shishio and Nana flirted with each other. Still, what could they do? They couldn't say anything, especially after they saw the result of the exam. They felt they were slightly lower than them, and it was hard to say anything. It might be hard to describe this situation, so Shishio named this situation the zone. If Shishio had to explain, it was like when one felt reserved, worshipped, or even lowered their heads when they saw someone whose standing was on the top of them, whether it was because of their achievement, career, or wealth, or even because they were older. It was their situation at this moment, but frankly, the girls around Shishio didn't care much since they saw their man didn't even seem to care about the people who glanced at him from time to time. Still, Shishio realized someone hadn't gotten used to the stare. Are you all right, Futaba? Futaba felt his hand on her shoulder and took a deep breath before she calmed down. I am all right. She might have forgotten it before she was right beside them, but she realized there were many people who looked at her. Fortunately, she saw Nana, Nanamai, Maya, and even Mako realize this, so they moved around her to cover her from the people. Futaba looked at them and realized it was good to have people around her. Still, she wondered when Shishio was going to make a move on Maya and Mako. Anyway, they decided to move to the side first, sitting on the bench nearby to rest. What do you want to drink? Shishio asked while putting his money on the vending machine. Tea. 5x. The five of them answered together. It was still early morning, so they didn't want to drink something strange. Shishio let them choose what they wanted to drink before he took a Pocari for himself. They looked at the drink Shishio had chosen, and in the end, they changed their decision and chose the Pocari. Shishio. They opened the capped bottle and drank it together. Sweet, slightly salty, with a hint of grape flavor from the beverage hitting their taste buds. While it didn't taste bad, they somehow could tell it would be even better when they drank it after they ended their workout. By the way, has my senpai gone to Aizu? Mako asked curiously. She left a few days ago, Nana answered since she often lived with Mai. Really? Mako was dumbfounded and asked, why didn't she tell us anything? She had thought of Mai as her friend, and wasn't it too cold of her not to say anything? Mai had decided to stop her hiatus, so she went to Aizu to do her first comeback movie. Frankly, Shishio missed Mai, and Mai also missed him, but work was work. There was nothing they could do, especially when Mai had signed a contract to become the main character of the movie. Also, Shishio must admit that the night before she left was so hot that it made his expression become subtle. Well, it is because a certain someone made Mai so tired the day before she went for her job, Nana said subtly. Nanamai, Maya, Mako, and Futaba. Can we not mention this? Shishio sighed and asked, anyway, are you okay with going out to Aizu next weekend? As the monitor teacher of the literature club, Kiria had told everyone that they would go to Aizu to watch the movie's shooting. They also decided to stay there in the name of the training camp. Frankly, it would be expensive to stay at Aizu. Fortunately, Shishio had a villa on the Aizu, so they could stay. Naturally, he anticipated this trip and wanted to go with all of them, but somehow he felt weird when he thought Kiria would also stay at his villa. However, a day before, Kiria had told him that he was going to stay in the hotel where the movie crew stayed. Shishio gave a thumbs up to Kiria and agreed without hesitation. Still, it made Kiria feel conflicted since, in Shishio's mind, his position wasn't so important, which made him sigh. Shishio. Hearing his question, they nodded without hesitation since they also wanted to visit Aizu. They even went on their own to do research on what kind of place they should visit on their trip. However, before that, there was something that they had to face. By the way, Shishio, are your parents going to come to Tokyo? Nana suddenly asked. Hearing this question, they also looked at Shishio curiously. Well, my mother should come. Shishio nodded and didn't hide anything since, in a few days, the parents' meeting would be held. His mother had told him that she was going to Tokyo for this meeting to talk about what he planned in the future with his teacher, and also wanted to know about his daily life. Still, hearing his answer, everyone started to become tense since even if they had expected Shishio's parents would come, they felt nervous regardless. What to do? Mako was slightly panicked. Why are you nervous? Nana looked at Mako suspiciously. Shishio was speechless and said, it's okay. You don't need to worry too much. Also, it isn't like my mother will meet you, okay? Still, his answer caused unexpected displeasure, so Nana asked, you don't want your mother to meet us? Shishio looked at Nana, Nanamai, Futaba, and even Maya and Mako, then asked, you want to meet my mother? Hearing this question, they hesitated for a moment before they nodded. Are you sure? Shishio asked. What kind of person is your mother? Nanamai asked curiously. After all, she was curious about what kind of mother could give birth to Shishio. They tried to imagine many things, whether his mother was strict, kind, gentle, or even unique, but one thing was for sure, they could tell that his mother should be a beautiful woman. Shishio thought for a moment and said, well, she's normal. What could he say? He felt his mother was like an ordinary mother. She was strict, caring, and showed a characteristic that usually showed in a mother who cared about her son. Anyway, I am not sure how she'll react when she knows that I have dated a lot of girls, so I want to take it slow. They were silent since they also weren't sure how his mother would react when she found out her son had been dating so many girls. Anyway, you'll probably meet her when she comes to the school for the parents-teacher meeting, Shishio said. They nodded and somehow felt slightly nervous. Shishio looked at the five girls and didn't feel surprised by the reaction of Nana, Futaba, or Nanamai. However, he felt weird at Mako and Maya since why were those two nervous? They talked for a while before they decided to return to their class. Shishio looked at Nanamai and asked, Nanamai, how about you? Is your parent going to visit the school? Well, My mother will also come, Nanami said after a moment of thought. Do I need to talk with her? Shishio asked. It's okay. I know what I should say, Nanami said calmly, since when she thought about it clearly, she knew the reason why her parents disagreed with her decision to become a CEO was that it was an unstable job, and there was no proof whether she could succeed or not. She was also quite extreme since she had almost given up studying, betting her entire life on CEO. Nanami somehow also understood why her parents were worried and didn't allow her to become a CEO. However, she knew it was different now since the result of her test wasn't bad. Therefore, if she wanted to, she should be able to enter a good university, which would please her parents. If there was something that had changed after she was with him, Nanami was sure it was her confidence, since she believed as long as she was by his side, she would be alright. It was also the reason why she thought to give him a little surprise at night. They talked for a while before they returned to their class. Futaba's class was different, so they had to part. When she entered her class and sat down on her seat, she noticed Sakuta Azuzagawa looking at her, which made her feel creepy. It's creepy if you keep staring at me like that. Sakuta's lips twitched, and he asked, did you enter his harem? Don't say something like that. Futaba frowned since she didn't like how this guy was so rude. Sakuta could see a slight change in Futaba, and he knew he might have said too much, but it was hard for him to apologize, so he said, congrats. Thanks, Futaba said simply before she took out her book since the teacher had come. As for Sakuta, she didn't glance at him again. Sakuta glanced at Futaba for a while and shook his head. He could feel a slight distance between them, but was it his imagination? Sakuta didn't think too much, since even if Futaba had become part of Shishio's harem, she was still his friend, yet strangely, he felt so weird at that moment. 516, Shishio, why are you here? Tokyo was, without a doubt, a crowded city. There were tens of millions of people in this city. Of course, it didn't mean those people stayed in the same place. Instead, they spread to many parts of this city. However, on certain occasions, millions of people could be seen, especially at the train station, which was the main means for the people in Tokyo to transport from one place to another. While there might not be a million, the number of people at the station today was certainly quite a lot. However, those people seemed to be attracted by something and often hit against each other because their attention was robbed by this certain someone. Sorry. While they felt embarrassed, they kept glancing again, especially those women and girls, since it was their first time seeing someone so handsome. Some of them might try to approach him, but somehow, they were afraid someone might take advantage, so at this moment, no one dared to approach him, and they just kept watching from the distance. Shishio was standing, leaning behind the pillar beam of the station while reading literature from this world. While the title was quite different, somehow, he felt he was reading a book from Akutagawa Ryunosuke. It was well written, easy to read, and it was a perfect book to spend his time waiting for someone. While reading, his mouth squirmed from time to time since the sarcasm in the story was quite interesting, and it was hard for him to hold his laugh, but at the same time, he wondered why the people in this country loved to use a train instead of an airplane. However, Shishio could only say it was probably because of the price and the safety of the train, making people love a train more than an airplane, especially when the distance between Kyoto and Tokyo could be reached within 2 hours and 20 minutes with Shinkansen. Still, Shishio knew the importance of the certain someone he was waiting for, so he had been here half an hour ago. He, who always had to do everything efficiently, clearly showed that this person's importance was more than his way of life. Shishio waited until the announcement that the train he had been waiting for had arrived. Then, he moved closer, without hesitation, so the people he was waiting for could see him. His tall figure was quite imposing, and with his appearance, he attracted everyone's attention. Shishio. It wasn't a moment later that someone called him out. His eyes quickly attracted a beautiful lady in a white lady suit, dragging a huge suitcase. While she was in her 40s, she was as beautiful as ever, showing how much she cared about her beauty, yet at the same time, her face showed a coldness that made people move away from her, giving her a space whenever she walked. Her long purple hair was tied in a bun, so it wouldn't bother her when she walked, and it also eased her from the hot temperature of the city. However, the iceberg's face quickly melted when she saw him. Mom. Shishio smiled gently and subconsciously showed a happy expression when he saw his mother for the first time in a while. Shishio's mother hugged him without hesitation and even left her suitcase since it had been a while for her to see him. Shishio also didn't think too much and hugged his mother back. However, while the two didn't mind, the people around them looked at them with weird expressions. After all, no one would expect the people that this handsome young man had been waiting for would be this beautiful mature lady. Yet, somehow in their minds, a plot that shouldn't appear in reality happened. They thought this young man was the cheating partner of this beautiful mature lady. Still, when they squinted their eyes, they sighed in relief. After all, they saw 7 points of similarity between the two, and some of them even heard how Shishio called the beautiful mature lady mom, they quickly understood the relationship between the two was a mother and a son. Still, whether it was Shishio or his mother, neither of them cared about what the people around him thought. Wait a moment, Mom. I'll get your suitcase. Tokyo is different from Kyoto after all, and someone might steal your suitcase if you just leave it in the middle of the street. Shishio let go of his mother's embrace, yet he could still smell the scent of her perfume on his body. If it was another woman, he might have reacted, but this was his mother, so he didn't show much of a change in his expression. Shishio's mother didn't say anything and watched her son, bringing her suitcase with a complicated gaze. She knew she should be happy when he had graduated from his delusional syndrome, but she also felt conflicted when she saw his change. She could tell Shishio didn't mimic a certain anime character. Instead, it might be the real him, and it made her chest suffocate, feeling the son she had cared for had flown somewhere to a faraway place. She knew she should be happy, but the feeling of being a mother was complicated. However, she must admit, his son's body was good, and she wondered what he had been doing in Tokyo for the past months. Still, she also had many things to complain about, like how he didn't go home during Golden Week. Also, she thought she also needed to talk with her little sister since she was afraid her little sister might make a move on her son because of how thirsty she was. Chihiro, I did. However, how could Chihiro admit that? It was also because of this reason when Shishio picked his mother up, the people in the Sakurasu were strangely solemn, and no one dared to break the silence since, from what they had heard from Chihiro, they knew how strict her older sister was. If her older sister was angry, she could destroy this place directly, which somehow frightened many people, especially Shina, Nanami, Ritsu, and even Misaki. Shina was strangely quiet and just sat in seiza, even if her legs were numb. On the other hand, Misaki even wore a kimono and acted like a graceful lady. Nanami and Ritsu were much calmer since they only read a book on the side, yet they didn't realize their books were upside down at this moment. Chihiro looked at the four of them speechlessly, but she didn't say anything and just sipped her alcohol, so when her older sister came, she didn't need to be sober and pretended to sleep since she must admit she was scared of her older sister. Especially. Chihiro's face turned crimson when she recalled what she had done with Shishio that time. Hopefully. Chihiro shook her head and hoped nothing was going to happen. Now, back to Shishio again, and after he had brought his mother's suitcase, he asked, "Do you want to go to Sakurasu to rest?" "No." Shishio's mother shook her head without hesitation. "Let's walk around the city. It has been a while since I have been in Tokyo. Let's walk together." She linked her arm around his son's arm without hesitation. "Also, I won't stay in Sakurasu." "Then where are you going to stay?" Shishio asked, but frankly, he didn't really want his mother to stay in Sakurasu, especially when there was a pervert there. "Your grandfather has a hotel, right? Let's stay there." Shishio's mother said naturally. Even if his grandfather was a general, he also had a business, and that business was a hotel. The hotel had a good reputation and was often used by officials, business associates, or other businessmen during the trip. In other words, it was good business. However, this wasn't the thing that shocked him. "Hey? Am I also going to stay?" Shishio was dumbfounded. "Are you going to leave your mother alone? You're not a child." Shishio thought, but he shrugged his shoulders, then said, "Well, I don't bring my uniform. You can ask Roberta to send your uniform to you." Shishio looked at his mother and thought she might know a lot more about him, but she didn't mention anything to avoid awkwardness. Or she might not know anything. Shishio wasn't sure and just didn't think too much before he accompanied his mother to walk around Tokyo for a trip. It might be too late to say this, but his mother was also Chihiro's older sister. Her appearance was slightly similar to Chihiro's, but there was a slight difference. As for who was more beautiful, it was hard to say. Before, she was called Sengoku Shioriko, but now, she is called Oga Shioriko. Still, it was impossible for Shishio to call his mother by her first name. After all, she was his mother. The two went to the department store and entered the most famous pastry store. "What's with that expression?" Shioriko looked at her son, whose lips twitched when he saw her ordering many Western pastries. "No, but can you eat all of them?" "You have ordered so much," Shishio said speechlessly since his mother had ordered so much. "It's okay. If I can't eat them, you can finish it." Shioriko rubbed her son's arm and said, "You might seem healthier now, but you should eat more." "Shishio. It's also rare for me to be in Tokyo, so let's just have fun, alright? Also, tell me many things you have done after you're here," Shioriko said while eating her cake. "Well, I don't mind, but before that." Shishio took his phone and told everyone that he wasn't going to go home. On the other hand, Chihiro, who received his phone call, was dumbfounded, and her legs were weak, but when she heard the content of his call, her lips twitched, and she just nodded. However, her words caused everyone's attention to turn toward her. "What's wrong, Chihiro-sensei?" Misaki asked after Chihiro ended the call. Shishio won't go home, and he's going to stay with his mother, Chihiro said with a sigh of relief since she didn't need to meet her older sister. Hearing the news, they felt so complicated somehow. Coming back to Shishio, he talked about many things with his mother. He knew that his mother wouldn't stay too long in Tokyo and would go back tomorrow after the teacher-parent meeting. After all, his father would miss her if she was gone too long. Frankly, the relationship between his mother and father was so good that he didn't think it would be weird if suddenly he heard the news he had a new sibling or something. However, he felt instead of having a small sibling, they might receive grandchildren first. It was just they didn't expect someone would interrupt them when they talked to each other. Hey? Shishio-kun. Shishio turned, and his lips twitched, but if someone looked closely at his face, they could see he was stunned, and there was one question that appeared clearly on his face even if he didn't say anything. Why are you here? 517, is it fun? Out of many people in Tokyo, the chances of meeting someone on the street were huge. Partly because while this city was huge, it didn't mean it was that enormous. The people in this city also walked quite seldom to places they had never visited. Instead, they only went to a famous place, near the house, or near the place they work. After all, during their busy time, no one really wanted to waste their time. Still, it was also the reason why Shishio didn't feel surprised to meet someone in this place since the place he came from was a famous department store, but out of all the people he knew, why should he meet this woman? Shishio. Even Chioriko was curious about who called her son's first name. Calling someone's first name meant the relationship between the two was good, and her expression was quite subtle when she saw it was a beautiful young woman who called her son's name. While Shiroiko felt slightly complex, she felt relief since she knew her delusional son had been cured and wondered whether this young woman was his son's girlfriend. Still, she looked at her son, wondering whether he liked an older woman. On the other hand, Shishio's expression was so uncomfortable since he didn't expect to meet this woman. Yukinashita Harano. Harano, without hesitation, walked to Shishio and even hugged him before she whispered, I don't expect you to become a gigolo, Shishio-kun. When she was walking around the department store, she didn't expect to see the scene which made her face turn black. She knew his parents were in Kyoto, and the fact he was with an attractive beautiful lady at midday, caused her to think about many plots that usually happened in the movie. Harano also somehow didn't feel surprised if Shishio became a gigolo, considering his face and all. She stared at him with an unkind face and wanted to beat him up somehow. However, his following words caused her to be at a loss. Shishio was speechless and slapped her hand away. While the feeling on her breasts was nice, this misunderstanding was too much. She's my mother. Harano was dumbfounded before she looked at Shioriko, who also looked at her curiously. She quickly showed off her perfect smile, which she trained for many years, and greeted his mother politely. Hello, ma'am. My name is Yukinashita Harano. I am your son's. She glanced at Shishio subtly and said with a bright smile, good friend. Ah, by the way, you can call me Harano, ma'am. Shishio. Hello, nice to meet you, Harano-san. Shioriko nodded with a gentle smile, then asked, Yukinashita? Is that Yukinashita? Yes. Harano nodded and said, I have heard you from my mother. I see. Shioriko looked at her son, then Harano again. Your mother is kind to us. The two started talking to each other about many things, but Shishio's expression turned weird since it was the first time he knew his parents were close to the parents of Yukino and Harano. However, he didn't feel surprised somehow since he knew the circle of the rich people was rather small, so it was normal for everyone to know each other. Still, Shishio looked at Haruo weirdly since this woman usually would show a fake smile that would defeat any super salesman in the world, but right now, her smile was so pure, and she was genuinely happy when she met his mother. His expression became subtle and weird, but he was also in doubt. Why are our parents so close with each other? While Shishio didn't really want to brag, he knew his family's influence over this country. While it was okay, it wasn't that powerful. After all, his family was a family of officials, and while there was some business, it wasn't some top-class business that could shake the entire country. Lastly, the number of his family was quite huge, but of course, his father was one of the most excellent ones since his father was a director of a huge bank. According to his understanding, Yukinashita's family had a real estate and a construction business. This type of business needs the liability the most. In other words, cash. It is impossible to work for this company alone without the help of the bank. Shishio thought it was natural for his father and Yukinashita's family to know each other. Still, watching his mother and Harano, who seemed to be excited, genuinely, without pretending to have fun, Shishio became even weirder, and he felt something was happening without him knowing it. However, he felt it was just him being overthought, so he just threw this matter aside, especially after Harano offered to bring them on tour around Tokyo. After all, Harano brought the car, and they were able to take a trip easily, without the need to take a taxi. Shioriko was also happy to accept Harano's offer since even if she was alright to take a taxi, it would be quite expensive. As for a train, while a Shinkansen was alright, she didn't really want to take a normal train. Still, it wouldn't be weird if his father prepared a driver for her mother, so she could go around Tokyo with ease, but it might be because she was quite frugal with money, considering how she didn't want to spend her money on unimportant matters. Shishio wasn't sure where his mother got this habit from, but it might be related to when she was in her university time. After all, unlike his father, who came from a distinguished family, his mother came from a normal family. If there was something special about his mother's family, it was probably because her uncle was a famous painter, and most of her family worked in the art sector. His mother might have also worked in the art sector before, but she became a housewife after she married. Shishio looked at his mother and thought his father was quite lucky. After all, even if his mother's personality was quite strong, she was docile in front of her husband, which made him sigh. Still, if only his mother didn't tell his secret before he became a high school student, he would be happier to have her as his mother. Mom. Shioriko and Harano laughed together and were so close right now, making him speechless. The two walked together and checked many things together, shopping. As for him, what could he do? Shishio could only lower his position as a gopher right now. When he sighed, Harano approached him and said with a smile, "Still, I don't expect you were like that in your middle school time. Everyone has their ideal self. I was just a kid back then, and it was fun to act onto my ideal self." Shishio felt there was nothing wrong with being a Chiyunibitu since being someone you weren't made you feel good. However, hearing his answer, Harano was silent for a while, staring at Shishio in a daze, before she smiled. "So, have you gotten tired of acting?" Shishio looked at Harano for a while and wasn't sure what to say for a while since he knew this young woman in front of her had always been masking and acting, but this was her way of life. They might be close, but he didn't think it was good of him to comment on her way of life. Harano had been choosing this way of life, and she stuck toward it even now. Strangely, Shishio felt whether it was Yukinashita or Harano, they were similar to each other. He knew it was quite strange to say this. After all, Yukinashita had always been living in an upright manner, without lying, walking in a straight manner, and ignoring everyone who told her she was walking on the wrong path. On the other hand, Harano made everyone follow her, and she stayed in a place, letting them do what she asked them. Their method might be different, but without a doubt, they walked toward the same destination. As for which one was harder, it was hard to say. Shishio only looked at Harano with a smile before he rubbed her hair gently. "Is there something that you want? I can treat you as a thank you for accompanying my mother." Harano was in a daze since she didn't expect she would receive a pat on her head from a boy who was several years younger than her. Well, he might not be a boy any longer, but she must admit it felt weird. It felt strange that she loved this feeling, but also, she was a bit scared somehow since he felt this boy could enter her heart like it was nothing, wrecking her heart apart. However, Harano smiled and thought it was fun. She felt challenged somehow, and she wanted to try what would happen if she fell deeper into this abyss. "Don't dodge my question. Let's see, is it like this?" Harano acted like she was a Chiyunibitu while saying, "I am the queen of the darkness." However, the sound of the camera sounded. It was part of the law of this country that the phone and the camera couldn't be muted, and whenever one took a picture with a phone, the sound of the camera would be noticeable. Instantly, Harano realized her picture doing an idiotic act was taken. "I wonder how Yukino-senpai reacts when she sees this," Shishio said with a smile. Harano was speechless and tried to grab his phone without hesitation. "Delete it." The two fought with each other, and if his mother didn't stop them, they might continue. Still, in the end, he deleted the photo under the persuasion, force, of his mother, which gave Harano a smug expression and hugged his mother intimately. Shishio. The three had fun together, but they didn't notice a certain blonde-haired boy happened to see them with a complicated gaze. In the end, the fun time ended quickly. Harano sent him and his mother to the hotel before she left while also exchanging contact info with his mother. Shishio. When Harano left, Shishio and his mother entered the hotel together. "Harano-chan is a good girl," Shioriko said while looking at her son, wondering what kind of expression he would show when she asked this question. "I know." Shishio nodded and calmly said, "But if you want her to become my wife, it'll be hard since it is impossible for me to become the son-in-law of the Yukinashita family. Come on. Let's enter." Unlike Yukino, the future of the Yukinashita family was on Harano's shoulders. It was also the reason why she had to act, especially when everyone had an expectation of her. Whether Harano was sad, crying, depressed, or many others, she couldn't show it and had to mask it with her smile. That way of life was suffocating, and it was impossible for him to do that. However, under responsibility and expectation, it was a path that Harano had to take, and she also had chosen this path. Shishio wasn't sure what kind of man that would be by Harano's side, but he knew the man wouldn't be in the dominant position if he dated Harano. On the other hand, Shishio felt Yuki Nashida was several times cuter. Shioriko stared at her son's back in a daze before quickly chasing after him since she realized her son was more mature than she had thought. Shishio. Wait for mom. 518, Shishio, I want to become a prime minister. The next day was the parent-teacher meeting. Shishio came with his mother to the school, and of course, many of his girlfriends saw his mother. He could see how nervous they were, but he felt it was natural since it had always been nerve-wracking to appear in front of the parents of someone they loved. Still, Shioriko looked at her son in doubt since whenever they walked, she could see a hopeful gaze from the female students. Her lips just twitched, and she wondered whether her son was really that popular. However, when Shioriko thought of how awesome her son was, right now, she felt it was normal somehow. Frankly, Shishio thought he would meet the parents of his girlfriends, but it seemed that wasn't the case since each of them came to the school at a different time. He and his mother came early, and whether it was the parents of Nana, Maya, Meiko or even Nanamai came quite later. On the other hand, Shina had to count Chihiro as her guardian. Now that you've mentioned it. Shishio looked at his mother and asked, "You're not going to meet Chihiro, ne?" "No." Shioriko shook her head and said, "If I meet her, we'll just talk when she's going to marry." His lips twitched since he didn't think his mother was wrong. When women reach 30, they will be in a hurry, especially when their friends, acquaintances and the rest have gotten married. Shioriko was worried she would ask this question to her little sister and cause the awkwardness, so it was better not to meet. Also, if they met, she had a feeling they would just drink alcohol and get drunk. It was a waste of time, and it was better to go home to go play with her husband. Now that you've mentioned it. Mashiro-chan is here, right? Shioriko asked. Yeah. Shishio nodded and asked, "Do you want to meet her?" Shioriko thought for a moment and said, "Well, if I have time, I'll meet her after our meeting with your teacher." "You're in a hurry?" Shishio asked. "I miss your father, so I want to go back in a hurry," Shioriko said blatantly, ignoring her son's feelings. After all, when Shishio had gone, she was like a newlywed again with her husband. Shishio stared at his mother in silence, wondering whether he would get a younger sibling. "Mom, I want a little sister." His mother was still in her early 40s, so she was still relatively young and healthy, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to have a younger sibling. Shioriko stared at Shishio in silence before she said, "By the way, I don't want to see my grandchildren too early." Cough. Cough. Shishio choked. Then, a mother and a son stared at each other awkwardly. Whether it was a younger sibling or his children first, Shishio wasn't sure which would come first. However, Shishio knew this wasn't the time to think about this matter since his meeting with his teacher had started. Koharu Shirayama. It had been a while since Shishio talked with his homeroom teacher, especially with how busy he was right now. In the past, right before Golden Week started, Koharu had told the class who would take the first rank on the entire grade that she would treat them an expensive yakiniku. Shishio took the first place easily, but he hadn't gone, nor did he remind Koharu about it. Koharu also felt awkward and shy to remind Shishio, especially when she thought it was quite immoral for a student and a teacher to meet outside the school and eat together. She felt it was like a date. If Shishio took the initiative, it would be different. However, Shishio didn't take the initiative since he didn't have much interest in Koharu. He has 2 teachers already. Should he add more teachers? Anyway, the student and parent meeting started, and Koharu glanced at Shishio, who seemed to be unfazed and calm, which made her hold a grudge, considering many things this naughty boy had done to her. He kept teasing her, yet he didn't do anything and just stood in the same place as if she told him to move by herself if she wanted to get him. Shishio forced her to stop becoming a teacher. Still, Koharu's will was strong, and she felt her job was more important, especially when the opponent was a scumbag. However, as a teacher, Koharu must admit Shishio was a student she sought after since he was so smart and didn't cause trouble. "Yes, Oga-kun is a good student," Koharu said with a smile. "Is that so?" Shioriko was calm, but she was pleased to hear what Shishio had done in the school, especially when he was so smart that he had always taken first place in the entire grade. Shishio. Shishio didn't say much and just sat in silence, listening to Koharu and his mother, who talked to each other about his everyday matters and his grade. Fortunately, Koharu didn't say anything about this relationship with several girls. He wasn't sure why Koharu did this, or did she think it wasn't necessary for her to say it. Shishio wasn't sure, but if Koharu didn't say anything, he also wouldn't say anything. "So, which university are you going to aim for in the future?" Koharu asked. Shioriko looked at her son and knew it was an easy peasy for him to enter any university in the country. "I'll probably enter the Faculty of the Economy at Kyoto University," Shishio said calmly. Shioriko nodded, thinking Shishio was going to follow in the footsteps of his father. It was a good choice. After all, Many children would follow their parents' footsteps since it was easier and their parents already had a connection, so even if Shishio was a dumbass, as long as he wasn't stupid, he could have a similar status to his father when he was old enough. This is how this country is. They followed the concept of seniority. As long as you are old enough, you can get your promotion. As for the talented ones, they would probably be buried if they weren't strong enough. After all, in this country, there was a saying, a nail that sticks out will be hammered down. Fortunately, Shishio was smart, so Shioriko didn't need to worry too much. I see. Koharu nodded and had expected this situation. Just in case, is there also a different university you want to enter? If Shishio entered Kyoto University, she knew he would follow in his father's footsteps, becoming an elite banker. She sighed, wondering why she couldn't meet him earlier. Tokyo University. Law Department, Shishio said calmly. Oh? Have you thought about the career that you want to pursue in the future by entering the law department of Tokyo University? Koharu asked. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, I want to become a prime minister. Koharu was silent and opened her mouth wide. Sensei, this is where you are supposed to laugh, Shishio said with a chuckle. Shioriko also laughed. Koharu looked at Shioriko speechlessly and asked, is that okay? Well, why not? Worst case, if he can't enter a good university, he can become an idol or even an actor, right? Shioriko said with ease. After all, she knew the acting skill of her son, and she had a feeling he could become a popular actor. By then, with his popularity and the connection of his family, it was only a time before he became prime minister. Joke aside, Shioriko didn't think it was impossible for her son to become prime minister. Shishio and Koharu. In the end, they talked for a while before they ended their parent-teacher meeting. So you want to enter Tokyo University? Koharu asked. The Kyoto University is good, but the center of this country is in Tokyo after all. Most of the politicians are alumni of Tokyo University, too, Shishio said. That's true. Shioriko nodded as if it was a matter, of course, that her son became prime minister. Okay, I want you to guide me around the school. It's my first time here, after all. Shishio didn't think too much and just guided her around the school. He didn't bring her to the literature club. Instead, he brought her to the service club since it was safer. After all, he wasn't sure how to bring up the matter of his philandering life after he came to the city. Shishio opened the clubroom of the service club, thinking there were no other people inside, but unexpectedly, there was something. Shishio-kun, haven't your parents taught you manners? You should know. Yuki Nashida stopped her words since she was dumbfounded when she saw Shishio wasn't alone. Sorry, senpai. I brought my mother to visit the school, and I thought no one was here, Shishio said. Hello. Shioriko greeted Yuki Nashida with a gentle smile. Hello. Yuki Nashida was slightly stiff, but she quickly recovered, welcoming Shishio's mother with ease and polite manner. She glanced at Shishio, wondering why this guy didn't tell her anything when he decided to bring his mother to the clubroom. Please sit here, ma'am. I'll prepare tea for you. Thank you, Yukino-chan, Shioriko said with a smile when a warm tea was served to her. They just talked for a while, but their relationship quickly warmed up. Shishio pouted and said, Mom, why do I feel like she's more like your daughter than me being your son? He just wanted to tease them since he felt the relationship between his mother and Yuki Nashida was so close, which made him speechless. Shioriko only laughed and said, Oh, I want Yukino-chan as my daughter. Shishio and Yuki Nashida looked at each other before they looked away slightly. Shioriko smiled and laughed. She must admit among Yuki Nashida's daughters, while the older one wasn't bad, the younger one was cuter. Still, Shishio wondered why his mother seemed so happy when she met Yuki Nashida. Did something happen at home? Shishio thought. He thought of investigating this matter, but he knew his parents wouldn't harm him, so in the end, he didn't say much and just talked with Yuki Nashida before he walked out with his mother since he knew his mother wanted to go home. When Shishio and his mother left, Yuki Nashida followed them until they were out of the clubroom. As for her parents, she told them her mother hadn't come, so she was going to wait for a while in the clubroom. Bye, senpai. See you in the future, Yukino-chan. Yuki Nashida also said goodbye before she closed the clubroom again. She was alone in this room, but strangely, she felt it was more lonely than before. She could see how close Shishio and his mother were. Compared to me. Yuki Nashida showed a bitter smile until she thought about Shioriko's words. I want Yukino-chan to become my daughter. Her expression became subtle before she shook her head. She opened her book again and continued to read, but she just couldn't focus at this moment. In the end, when his mother left, she didn't talk to his girlfriends. However, Shishio didn't think too much since there was a lot of chance in the future. Still, when he was about to return, his phone vibrated, and he saw Rui had called him. What's wrong, Rui? Shishio, Can I stay in your place? 519, My Mother-in-Law's Heart. While Shishio wanted to meet Chihiro and his girlfriend, who wanted to ask about his mother, he decided to meet Rui first since when she called him before, she could hear her trembling voice, which made him wonder what had happened to her. Still, while Rui might not have told him anything during their call, somehow Shishio had an idea of what had happened to her. Shishio took his motorcycle and arrived at the park where they had decided to become more than a friend and less than a lover. This was a place of the beginning, and this place brought many unique memories to his mind. Yet Shishio quickly knew there was a new memory on his mind about Rui at that moment. Rui was sitting on the swing, the place where a kid played and felt happy together, yet at this moment, her figure seemed so lonely and forlorn, especially when there was a suitcase on her side. Shishio couldn't see her expression since she hung her head down, yet he could tell she was crying at this moment. He couldn't handle this and called out her name as he approached her. Rui. Rui quickly looked up and ran into his embrace without hesitation. Her eyes were full of tears as she hugged him tightly. What's wrong? Shishio asked with a frown, wondering who dared to hurt his woman. Was it Natsuo? If so, Shishio had to say sorry to Akihito Fujii since he was going to throw his son into the Tokyo Bay as a fish pellet. My mother. Rui was sobbing, and it was hard for her to tell what was happening, considering how complicated her feeling was. Shishio knew this wasn't a place for them to talk, especially when he could see a group of housewives who seemed to whisper and talk about them. However, this wasn't a surprise since he knew this situation was something interesting to talk about, especially on the dull life of the housewife. He wanted to tell them to leave, or else he would seduce them and make their husbands divorce them, but he knew he needed to take Rui as a priority. Do you want to go to my apartment first? While his other girlfriends wanted to talk with him about their parents and many things, Shishio knew he needed to handle this girl first. When Rui had calmed down and knew what was happening to her, he could talk with the rest later. It was just his phone vibrating, and he saw Hina had called him, but Rui happened to answer his question. Okay. Let's go then. Shishio nodded, then said, by the way, Hina-ne is calling me now. Do you want me to answer her? Rui hesitated, but she didn't know what to say. Shishio, of course, noticed her hesitation, so he said, then, I'll text her that I'll call her later. Is that okay? Yes. Rui nodded, and her expression was at ease. After he texted Hina, Shishio brought Rui to his apartment where Mai and Nana lived. Anyway, many of his girlfriends often stayed there, and he knew he shouldn't let Rui be alone, so it was better to bring her to her apartment, especially when they couldn't stay in this place any longer. After all, if they stayed any longer, he was afraid those group of housewives might call the police to report them, considering how she had brought a suitcase with her, thinking she might run away. Shishio looked at the group of housewives and noted their appearance on his mind, thinking he should seduce them when he had some time after he solved Rui's problem. The two got into his motorcycle and left for his apartment together. When they arrived at his apartment, it was fairly quiet, unlike the usual rowdy since most of his girlfriends stayed on the Sakurasu or back to their parents' houses, considering they had just finished their parent-teacher meeting. Nevertheless, he knew they had a lot of things they wanted to say, especially Chihiro and Nanami. However, Shishio decided to handle Rui first, especially when she hugged him tightly as they entered his room. Embrace me, Shishio. Shishio didn't hesitate, and he just did it with Rui in the living room, letting her forget everything and drowning in the pleasure, especially when she was in her uniform. Her disheveled wrinkles on her uniform were so hot that he forgot how many times he had done it before he released her after she passed out, sleeping so soundly, peacefully on the sofa. Still, when it was done, Shishio realized it was already dark, which made him speechless. He looked at Rui, who was sleeping on the sofa, caressing her soft hair before he took his phone, which was filled with many texts and missed calls. However, the calls were from either Hina or an unknown number. Who is this? Shishio didn't have a hobby of answering an unknown number. He also had never shared his number with someone he didn't know, so this person should get his number from either his girlfriends, friends, or his family, which made him wonder who the identity of this unknown number was. However, he ignored the unknown number and looked at the text sent by Hina. Instantly, he understood everything. Well, it wasn't everything since Hina also didn't seem to understand the real cause of the fight between Rui and her mother. However, she had texted him that she had given his number and email to her mother. Shishio was speechless and realized the unknown number was Tsukiko Tachibana, who was the mother of Hina and Rui. His expression became subtle, and he hesitated to answer Tsukiko's call, even though he knew how worried she was toward her second daughter. Shishio looked at the unknown number on his phone for a while, hesitating, before he walked to a different room so he could talk with Tsukiko calmly. It might be weird of him to have such a hesitation since it was rare of him to show such a thing. However, he was just slightly afraid of being a housewife. It was hard to describe his feelings, but Shishio was afraid if he really got closer to a housewife, he might do something that shouldn't be done. He knew it was wrong, yet the immorality of the tainted housewife made his body weird. Was it because of the previous Shishio Oga? Was it because of himself? Was it because of the combination between the two of us? Shishio wasn't sure, but if possible, he hoped Tsukiko would talk with him with her husband right next to her. He pressed the unknown number, and after just one ring, the call was connected, showing how worried she was toward her daughter. Shishio-kun, is Rui there? Her voice was mixed with anger and worry. She's sleeping now. However, hearing his calm voice, Tsukiko quickly calmed down. Then, she took a deep breath and asked, "Oh, how was she?" "Well, she was crying before she slept. Right now, I am bringing her to my apartment. I haven't heard anything from her, but it has something to do with the parent-teacher meeting, right?" That was the only explanation. Tsukiko hesitated but heard his words. "Tsukiko Abasan, please tell me. I am related. I am worried about her." She let out a sigh and knew Shishio was related to this since his relationship with her daughter was obvious, and her daughter also stayed in his apartment. She didn't hesitate anymore and told him what had happened during the parent-teacher meeting. The meeting, which Tsukiko thought was smooth, turned into a disaster when she heard Rui's aspiration to become a chef. "Is it not all right for her to become a chef?" Shishio asked. "You don't know anything, Shishio-kun." Tsukiko's voice was full of spit and hate, especially when she thought about her ex-husband. However, Shishio didn't feel surprised since he could imagine how hurt it was to be cheated by someone they loved. It was more painful than being killed, especially when the one who cheated could leave peacefully and even get a new partner, yet they still had the trauma of their partner who had cheated on them. This feeling, unless one had experienced it, one couldn't imagine. It was also the reason why Nietzsche often said love was a source of madness. We might be able to control our body, gestures, and many others, yet an emotion was something that couldn't be controlled. Shishio didn't say anything and just listened to her choke and cry. The damage caused by her previous husband was deeper than anyone could imagine. Hina and Rui might have been by her side before, but she was the only one who could feel her pain. Her daughters were also too young to understand her feelings back then. She couldn't trust anyone easily again, and she could fight everything alone. Tsukiko couldn't share her feelings with anyone and just buried everything deep to the side of her heart while working hard so she could forget everything, yet could she? Tsukiko couldn't, but when she almost forgot after she could trust someone again, her daughter told her she was going to follow her ex-husband's steps. She was furious, enraged, and sad, thinking Rui did this out of the spit. As Rui's boyfriend, Shishio knew he should take Rui's side, yet at this moment, he couldn't fight his mother-in-law blatantly since Rui didn't know the feeling of being hurt by someone they loved. Tsukiko had felt it and didn't want to be hurt again, yet Rui's decision hurt her again. Shishio didn't say anything, listening to Tsukiko's cry, choke, and anger about her past when she was cheated on by her previous husband. While he listened, he saw Rui had woken up, seemingly listening to his conversation with her mother in silence. Shishio had done this deliberately, so no one would misunderstand each other. After all, he had Rui know that her decision to become a chef would hurt her mother. Right now, Rui was forced to choose between love or a dream. If Rui loved her mother, she had to stop becoming a chef, yet could she give up her dream too easily? Rui didn't say anything and didn't know what to do. She just stood in silence, lowering her head, while no one knew what she was thinking. Shishio gestured to her to move closer, which she abided, moving closer, before she sat on the ground, leaning her head on his leg. He gently caressed her head while listening to Tsukiko's story. Still, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly since he hoped for Akihito Fujii to come and console his wife, or else he was afraid he might enter Tsukiko's heart at this moment. 520, Shishio, I'm sorry, Auntie. While listening to Tsukiko's story, Shishio wondered whether Hina or Rui might not understand her mother's remorse. Even he wouldn't be surprised if Akihito Fujii also didn't understand Tsukiko's feelings. The reason why Tsukiko accepted Akihito was probably because of his honesty, sincerity, and persistence. Still, even if they were together, it didn't mean she was all right now. She was just a normal human after all, and even if she was a mother, she was also a woman, hurt and damaged from her previous marriage. Tsukiko had gained a new life and a new husband, so she hoped to forget everything, yet Rui reminded her of everything. Shishio didn't say anything at that moment and just listened to her outburst. It might be her first time saying all of that, everything she kept in her heart, yet inwardly, he hoped she wouldn't say this to him. Instead, he hoped for her to talk about this problem with her new husband. Shishio sighed inwardly before he heard Tsukiko apologize. I am sorry, Shishio-kun. When Tsukiko realized what was happening, she was embarrassed since she didn't expect she would say all of the things she kept inside her heart to Shishio. A boy who was decades younger than her. She was an adult, yet she felt like she acted like a child in front of him, which embarrassed her. I hope that you can forget what I have said before. Her tone was flustered, and she was slightly panicked since she didn't expect she would lose her control, but at the same time, she felt good since she could talk about what she kept inside. After all, she had kept this matter for so long, but it was her first time to be able to say all of it. Still, Tsukiko realized the problem since the first person she talked to about this was Shishio instead of her new husband. It's okay. I am happy that you can tell me all about this, Tsukiko Abasan. I understand your reaction toward Rui. Tsukiko took a deep breath and also started to calm down, so she said, Rui is with you, right? Yes. Then, can you tell her to change her mind? Tsukiko asked. Shishio didn't lower the sound of the call. Instead, he turned on the loudspeaker, so Rui could hear their conversation. Because of this, Rui tightened her grip on his leg. Fortunately, it was his real leg instead of his third leg. I am really sorry, but I can't do that. However, his answer was obvious, and there was no hesitation, which made Tsukiko and Rui dumbfounded. Rui had thought about giving up her dream since she also realized what kind of hurtful thing she had done to her mother. She had prepared to give up, and she also thought Shishio was also the same, but who would expect he would refuse her mother's request without hesitation? Tsukiko was in silence for a while, then asked, why? I don't think Rui chose her career aspirations because she wants to spit on you. While I don't know how you feel, I understand how you were hurt by that accident. I understand why you reject her dream without hesitation, but don't you think it is unfair for Rui? She knows your situation and has been hesitant to talk about this matter, so at least, can you see how serious she's with what she wants to do in her life? Shishio took a deep breath and said, also, it is already in the past. You have a wonderful husband now. Why should you look into the past? Shishio was enough with two sisters, so he didn't want to add another. Wonderful husband. Tsukiko was silent for a while and took a deep breath. She knew she was being childish since she got angry with her daughter because of the choice of her career since she thought Rui wanted to become a chef to spit on her, but when she thought about it clearly, she also understood Rui's personality, and it was impossible for her daughter to do so. Tsukiko had been with Rui the longest, yet Shishio might be the one who understood Rui the most. She showed a bitter smile, somehow feeling slightly jealous of Rui. After all, she only met her current husband when she was at this age, but if they had met earlier, she might not need to swallow everything so bitterly. However, Tsukiko also knew that if they met early, she might not give Akihito a chance to enter her heart. If it's Shishio. Tsukiko shook her head before she looked around and sighed in relief. She was lucky she was talking with Shishio in her room, and Akihito hadn't gone home yet, which made her sigh in relief. Still, somehow she felt slightly wrong, but in the end, she put this matter on the side since they needed to talk about Rui. How can you tell if she's serious? Tsukiko asked. After all, it was her first time hearing her daughter who wanted to follow in her father's footsteps, so she didn't understand how serious Rui was. Shishio looked at Rui, and she also happened to look at him. Then, how about giving her a test? Test? Tsukiko was surprised. Test? Rui also looked at Shishio in surprise. She will prepare you a dish, and you can see whether she's serious or not from how well her dish is, Shishio said. Tsukiko thought for a while before she let out a long sigh. I understand. Can you tell her that, Shishio-kun? I am sure she won't accept my call after all. Alright, I'll tell her when she wakes up later, Shishio said while looking at Rui, who was right on his side. Thank you, I'll leave her in your hands, Tsukiko said formally. Do you want me to marry her? Shishio joked with Tsukiko. Tsukiko chuckled, then asked sternly, then you don't plan to marry my daughter at all even after what you have done? Shishio was speechless and wondered why Rui also looked at him with such a gaze. No, I plan to. Even if she gets pregnant now, I can take responsibility. While I hope I can see the face of my grandchildren as soon as possible, I hope that you can wait until you graduate from a university and get a job first. While Tsukiko wanted to see the face of her grandchildren, she didn't want to see them too early. They talked for a while before they ended the call by saying she would leave Rui to him for a while. Anyway, Tsukiko knew Shishio already and knew her daughter would be alright. The only thing she was worried about was that her daughter might return while getting pregnant. Still, they should be able to take care of themselves, right? Right? Tsukiko felt she needed to discuss this matter with Hina, and of course, with her husband. Since they had married, she wanted to rely on him. Of course, if Shishio didn't remind her, she might not have done this and done everything on her own since she had gotten used to doing everything alone. While Tsukiko might agree to marry Akihito, it was hard to change the habit. When the call ended, Shishio looked at Rui and gently rubbed her head. You have heard everything, right? Still, he wondered why Tsukiko and Akihito didn't plan to have children, but their relationship might be different from what he imagined. A relationship had many forms, so it wasn't his place to talk about their relationship. Also, while Shishio might take it lightly, Having a child in this country was tough. Rui didn't answer his question for a while before she asked, Shishio, do you think it is the right choice for me to become a chef? Shishio looked at Rui in silence before he lifted her and pulled her in his arms. He put her on the bed and hugged her from behind. Are you worried that you're hurting your mother? Her eyes were red, and she was already crying since she didn't expect her mother would hurt so much from the previous marriage. If she met her father again, without a doubt, she would beat that man. She might not know the circumstances, and there might be something hidden by her real father, but without a doubt, her real father had hurt her mother. Her mother was about to recover from the damage of the previous marriage, yet she reminded her mother of that memory. This made her wonder whether her decision to become a chef, like her father, was the right choice. Rui had always seen everything from her point of view. She was angry when her mother rejected her and didn't even listen to her about why she wanted to become a chef, yet she didn't see what her decision was from her mother's point of view. Rui felt she was selfish, and she was ungrateful to her mother. It was the reason why she wondered whether her decision to become a chef was the right choice. Do you want to become a chef because you want to spit on your mother? No. Rui said without hesitation, since there was no way she wanted to become a chef because she wanted to spit on her mother. She liked making delicious food and wanted to make it into her job. That's all. Then you don't need to think too much. No one is wrong. It is just that the situation of your family is quite complicated, and because there's nothing wrong with showing your conviction to your mother that you don't decide to become a chef because of the moment of heat. Shishio caressed her cheek gently, staring into her eyes gently, and said, I have done everything to convince your mother, so the rest is in your hand. Rui stared at Shishio, holding his hand, which caressed her cheek. She was glad that she could be with him. She was glad that she was his, and she was glad that they could be together. I know. I'll show her my conviction. Should I talk with your father too? Shishio asked. Won't it trouble you? Rui felt she had troubled him so much. You're silly. You're my woman. Of course, I want you to trouble me. Rely on me, all right. Shishio said with a smile. Rui couldn't handle it anymore and kissed his lips without hesitation. Shishio was pushed by Rui, who was so excited. When their lips parted, Rui said, I love you. Me too. Let's do it again. Let me get a condom. However, Shishio was stopped by Rui. Ellie, let's do it without that thing. Shishio felt he might break his promise with Tsukiko tonight. 521, Mother and Daughter. On the next day, Shishio left his apartment after Futaba and Momo came to his apartment. He left Rui with two girls, and he went back to Sakurasa since someone was waiting for him there. As for Rui, she had told him she planned to talk to her father later, so she could discuss what they should do. After all, even if Ju Mikishima had cheated on her mother, she still wanted to discuss it with him, considering he might be the person who had affected her the most about her decision to become a chef. Rui knew it might be strange to talk with someone who had hurt her mother. However, even if Ju Mikishima was a bastard, he was still her father. The reason why she wanted to become a chef was that she still remembered the warmth of the meal he had cooked when she, Hina, her mother, and Ju were together. It was pure reason, yet she didn't expect it would hurt her mother. However, could she give up? Probably. However, Rui might regret this decision in the future, so right now, what she had to do was show her conviction to her mother that this wasn't a moment of heat, momentarily, or something to spit out her mother. It was something that Rui wanted to do wholeheartedly. Anyway, this matter was impossible to be solved so quickly, and Rui needed to do some preparation. On the other hand, Shishio had arrived at the Sakurasu, and when he arrived, he was quickly surrounded by a lot of people and bombarded by questions. Their questions were quite obvious, and they asked about his mother, wondering why Shioriko didn't come to the Sakurasu and quickly went back. Shishio was just truthful, telling them his mother missed his father so much that she didn't want to part too long and went back quickly. Everyone. On the other hand, Chihiro let out a long sigh, drinking a beer, feeling slightly jealous since she knew the relationship between her older sister and her brother-in-law was so good. If her brother-in-law wanted to, Shishio might have a sibling since she knew they were mating like a monkey. Still, she wouldn't say it out loud since she was afraid of her older sister, and they were a family, so of course, she wouldn't say anything that might make the reputation of her older sister turn bad. Still, when Shishio arrived, there was something he wanted to ask. Now that you mention it, why do you two wear a yukata? He saw whether it was Misaki or Shina, they wore yukata, and they dressed so carefully like a lady. They even sat in a seiza manner, showing a graceful manner, yet when they heard his mother had gone home, they quickly straightened their legs and even lay on the ground. I thought your mother was coming, Misaki said with a pout. Has mother gone back? Shina asked, calling Shishio's mother a mother directly. While Shishio ignored Misaki, he looked at Shina in silence for a while and said, yes, she has gone back. I see. Shina nodded. She wasn't sure, but she felt slightly disappointed, nervous, and also relieved at the same time. It was her first time feeling something like this, and she must admit it was quite interesting since she had never thought she would feel something like this. In other words, you dress like this because of my mother? Shishio asked. Of course. 2x. Shishio was speechless and said, you don't need to worry. Even if my mother is from Kyoto, she loves to wear Western clothes instead of traditional Japanese clothes. He didn't joke around. After all, instead of a kimono, her mother was more into a dress or a suit. While being troublesome to wear was one of the reasons, the breasts of her mother were quite huge. It might sound cruel, but someone with a huge breast wasn't suitable to wear traditional Japanese clothes. Instead, a woman with a slender body was more suitable to wear it. It might sound cruel, but it was the truth. After all, the people in this country didn't like milk, and it was rare for them to eat something related to a protein. Instead, they liked to eat something related to vegetables, fish, and, more importantly, rice. It was also because of this the growth of the people in this country was quite petite. It was also the reason why the Japanese clothes were more suitable for someone with a slender body. Anyway, the girls somehow sighed in relief when they heard Shishio's mother had gone home. While they felt disappointed since they couldn't see his mother, they also felt relief since his mother didn't enter Sakurasu. After all, even if they didn't want to admit it, this place was really a den of weirdos. Even if they were all good people, it was hard to say whether his mother could stay comfortably in this place. Especially. Shiro-san titled his head. Everyone. So, where's Nanami? Shishio asked since, after he entered, he hadn't seen Nanami. She should be with her mother, Shiro-san said naturally. Shishio looked at Shiro-san in silence. Even if it was quite humiliating, he knew their taste was quite similar. They loved a mature woman, and they loved MILF. If there was a difference, he could have had an affair with MILF, yet it was quite hard for Shiro-san to do so. On the other hand, Shiro-san. Anyway, Shishio was quite curious about Nanami's mother and wondered whether her mother had stayed in the Sakurasu. Misaki quickly told Shishio about Nanami's mother, and it seemed her mother was quite gentle. Also, the food made by Nanami's mother was quite good. They also told him, telling Shiro-san not to show his masochist tendency, or showed his fetish for a mature woman. Somehow, Shishio sighed in relief when he saw how well the relationship of everyone in the Sakurasu was. Then, they continued to talk about the parent-teacher meeting which was held yesterday and also talked about what had happened to Sakuraseu last time and many other things which they thought were interesting. Are you Shishio-kun? It wasn't until they heard this gentle womanly voice that they stopped and turned their heads. Shishio also looked at Nanami's mother for the first time. Unlike Nanami's long hair, Nanami's mother had short hair. Other than that, the appearance between mother and daughter was quite similar. If her mother didn't seem older, it wouldn't be weird to call the two of them a sister. Even her mother had a D cup, but Shishio definitely wouldn't say it since he knew it was rude. While Shishio was looking at Nanami's mother, she also looked at him curiously since she often heard her daughter talk about him, and somehow she understood why her daughter could fall for him. Personally, she was satisfied, especially when she had heard what Shishio had done to her daughter. If it was before, Nanami was too stubborn about chasing after her dream and wouldn't listen to her parents at all. While she was still the same and chased after her dream, her grade in school was several times better than before. If she wanted to, it was possible for her to enter a good university in the future. When Nanami's parents found out about this, they were so happy. After all, they could only enter a second-rate university, so if their daughter could enter a first-rate university, they would feel really happy. After all, their daughter could enter a swim-A, so they didn't want her to waste her time becoming a CEO, which was an unstable profession in this country. The famous one might make a lot of money, but if she couldn't become famous, Nanami could only work a part-time job to support her life. However, it was different now since if Nanami could enter a first-rate university, her possibility in the future would be vast. She could be anything. Still, if possible, her parents wanted her to become either a teacher or a government employee, which was a stable job in this country. As for a CEO, if Nanami could do it, then they wouldn't think too much and would be happy about it, but if she couldn't do it, then they didn't need to worry since she still had a backup plan. This was the reason why Nanami's parents could accept her dream to become a CEO without hesitation since they could see her determination. After all, if she only had one plan to become a CEO, which the future couldn't be seen, they wouldn't agree no matter what. After all, Nanami's parents were different from Nanami, who hadn't entered society. During the lost decade, Nanami's parents see everything. They had seen many people commit suicide because they lost their jobs or became homeless. Many of them were like that, especially when they were living in Osaka. Osaka people were famous for their pride in getting money. After all, Osaka was the base of the famous Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who was able to hoard all the circulation of gold in this country in the past. The spirit of merchants resided on the bodies of every Osaka people. Unfortunately, Nanami didn't have that spirit. Still, if Nanami could become the wife of an amazing man, her parents would even feel relief. This was what Nanami's mother felt at this moment, since she was happy to hear about the relationship between her daughter and Shishio. She had listened to every story of Shishio from her daughter, and she knew how close they were. However, she also knew her daughter had many competitors, especially when she saw many beautiful girls in this dorm. However, Nanami's mother didn't think her daughter would lose, since she knew how unique the personality of the girls in this dorm, and with her daughter's personality, appearance, and body, she felt it was only a time before her daughter could become his wife. If this wasn't possible, Nanami's mother also didn't mind helping her daughter, whether using her support or body. She was ready for it. Shishio wasn't sure what Nanami's mother was thinking, but he could see a subtle expression on her face. Yes. I am Shishio Oga. Are you Nanami's sister? Nanami's mother chuckled happily. Nanami. No, I am her mother. Nice to meet you, Shishio-kun. Nanami's mother bowed her head slightly, causing the gap in the collar of her shirt to be shown. Shishio glanced at the gap in the collar and saw a bountiful whiteness through that gap. Still, Shishio didn't expect the similarity between daughter and mother would be so extreme, since, on that bountiful whiteness, he could see a similar mole located in the same position as her daughter. 522, Rika, I'll be your host. Shishio might think something rude, but his face was so polite as if he was facing his own mother. However, he could see Nanami's expression was quite subtle, and she even had fun when she saw him so polite in front of her mother. After all, Nanami would be lying if she didn't have a grudge against Shishio. While being bullied by him felt nice, she also wanted to have some little revenge. However, when Nanami noticed Shishio's gaze on her, she quickly lowered her head in blush. She knew that she had been targeted by him, but she didn't hate it. Instead, she might initiate this, so he would bully her more. Still, Shishio knew the time and the occasion, so he didn't dare to do something so rude in front of Nanami's mother. Nanami's mother didn't notice this and talked with Shishio happily as if she had accepted him as her son-in-law. Her only regret was that she had to go home today and she couldn't talk with him any longer. If you don't mind, how about I send you to the station? Shishio said without hesitation, since he was also quite happy to talk with Nanami's mother. He didn't have any other meanings and just wanted to talk. Really? After all, Kyoto and Osaka were relatively close, so it was normal that they were close to each other, right? Nanami's mother was away from Osaka and came alone to Tokyo to meet her daughter. Her husband didn't accompany her, and she was only with her daughter. Shishio felt it was too dangerous, so he thought to help both mother and daughter. Once again, he didn't have any other meanings. Really? Tokyo was a cold place, and it was also a cruel place. The husband of Nanami's mother wasn't by her side, so naturally, Shishio decided to accompany her. While Nanami's mother hesitated slightly since she felt she had troubled him, she didn't show much rejection and even hoped to accept his invitation. However, she couldn't be so blunt and had to act like she couldn't accept it since she didn't want to be seen as shameless. If Shishio had to give an example, it was like the education video he had watched in the past. The woman might say Yamat. Yamat. But in the end, she screamed Kamachi. Kamachi. Or Aiku. Aiku. After a while, showing she was just embarrassed to admit that she wanted it too. Shishio was a gentleman, so he naturally understood this. Nanami also came naturally since she couldn't imagine what would happen if she left her mother with Shishio. It wasn't that she was worried he might do something to her mother, but it was something natural for a daughter to worry about their parents, right? Nanami definitely didn't think they could stop near the hotel after they had sent her mother to the station. Definitely. However, the trip to the station was quite far, and she was afraid Shishio might feel tired, so it might be better to rest. After all, it was dangerous to drive a car when one was tired. Therefore, it was better to take a rest before they continued their trip. Right? Oh, right, Shishio almost forgot. His expression was quite subtle toward Nanami's mother. Now, what about his own mother? There's no way, right? Anyway, Shishio decided to put the matter of the system to the side since he had to send Nanami's mother to the station. Everyone also didn't follow them and let Nanami have Shishio alone for now since she was with her mother. Even if they were dating each other, they still had common sense. Still, Shishio wondered what was happening to the parents of Ritsuo and Misaki since he didn't see them. Have they gone back? However, Shishio quickly shook his head, wondering why his mind had always been preoccupied with an older woman. Come on, Shishio-kun, Nanami's mother said gently. Yes, Rika-san. Shishio nodded. Nanami looked at Shishio and her mother, wondering when they called each other on a first-name basis. Anyway, the three of them went to the station together. While the fact that Shishio was driving a car dumbfounded her slightly, considering he was the same age as her daughter, Rika decided not to think too much, especially when she found out about the weirdos that were living on the Sakurasu. She felt driving a car was nothing compared to that fact. Well, even so, it didn't change the way they could talk freely, and they also used this chance to bring Nanami's mother to the place she wanted to visit. After all, when she came to Tokyo, she didn't have time to walk around. Osaka and Tokyo might not be much different since they are metropolis cities and the center of the economy in this country. However, there were some shops in Tokyo that didn't exist in Osaka. Nanami's mother also wanted to buy a souvenir for her husband. Still, Nanami sighed in disappointment, wondering when her mother was going to go home. What's with that expression? Rika asked her daughter with a subtle expression. Nanami was stunned, but she quickly said, Mom, isn't it bad if you are late for the train? Isn't it better to wait in the station early? Anyway, she also wanted to recover her stamina since she was going to have a hard fight after her mother went back. Well, that's true. Nanami's mother nodded, but she could see something strange about her daughter. She glanced at Shishio, who didn't show much of a change in her expression before she expressed doubt in her heart. Is it my imagination? Nanami's mother shook her head since she didn't know much about the details. Still, she could tell that her daughter might not be a virgin again, and the one who stole that virginity. Shishio didn't know why, but he felt the gaze of Nanami's mother was quite hurt. This shouldn't be the same routine, right? Shishio had a feeling, but hopefully, everything was just his imagination. The three arrived at the situation, but it wasn't the time for Nanami's mother to go, so they waited on the bench while talking to each other. Still, as usual, the station was as crowded as ever. However, even if this place was crowded, the people were as indifferent as ever. Well, this place is quite nice. Nanami's mother had this thick Osaka accent, which was quite unique and cute for some reason. Is Osaka bad? Shishio asked curiously. Not really. They're friendly to each other, but you should be careful since you might be picked up there, Rika, Nanami's mother, said with a serious tone. Me? Being picked up? Shishio asked in surprise. Of course. Rika nodded and asked, you must have been picked up too here, right? With his handsome appearance, it wouldn't be strange for girls to approach him. Shishio was speechless since Rika was right since many girls and even some older women had come to pick him up, asking him to get to know him. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to have a deeper relationship since his girlfriends had always been around him. Rika-san, how about you? You must have been picked up a lot, right? Me? Rika was surprised, but then she laughed and lightly hit his arm. No way. I am already an auntie. Who is interested in me? After all, she wasn't young anymore, and she didn't think someone was interested in her. Really? I think you're still cute and attractive, Rika-san. If we meet on the street, I might pick you up, Shishio said jokingly. 2x. Not only Rika but Nanami was dumbfounded. Still, Rika was unexpectedly happy and smiled. Do you think I am still attractive? Of course. Shishio nodded without hesitation. Their conversation slowly turned subtle, as if they weren't a son-in-law who met his mother-in-law. Instead, they were a woman and a man who happened to meet each other. Nanami. Oh, it's the time for your train, Shishio said when he heard the announcement. Ah? Is it time already? I don't expect the time to move so fast. Rika talked so happily with Shishio before, so she didn't realize it was already time for her to go home. Yet, strangely, she felt reluctant somehow. Mom. Hurry up and go home. Nanami quickly said. Hey? Why are you telling me in a hurry? Rika asked in confusion. Don't you miss, Dad? You shouldn't let him wait, Nanami quickly said in a logical manner. It's all right. He's still working. Rika knew her husband's schedule fully. Still, she knew it was time for her to go home. She also couldn't waste this ticket, so she could only go home after the persuasion of her daughter. However, before she entered the train, she looked at Shishio and said, by the way, you should play in Osaka in the future, Shishio-kun. I'll be your host at that time. Is that okay? Won't your husband think I am a bother? Shishio asked hesitantly. It's okay. It's okay. You don't need to worry. Rika reassured Shishio and even told him to come to Osaka anytime. Nanami. Still, no matter if Rika wanted to stay, she had to go, especially when the door of the train closed. Shishio-kun, promise me to visit, alright? Yes, I'll visit you, Rika-san. Shishio waved his hand when he saw Rika left, and it wasn't until the train left that he looked at Nanami, who seemed to be in a complex mood. What's wrong? Why are you so close to my mother? Nanami asked with a pout. Is that not okay? She's, after all, your mother. I can't act so distant, right? Shishio said naturally. Well, that's true. Nanami nodded, and she must admit Shishio was good at giving hospitality to her mother, and she was happy that they could become close to each other, yet somehow she also felt there was something wrong with it. However, before she thought or questioned him further, a strong hand wrapped around her waist. Your mother is gone now. I am a bit tired from accompanying her. Should we rest a bit? I've seen a good hotel before, Shishio whispered into Nanami's ear. Nanami blushed and didn't fight back. Instead, she moved closer and showed concern for him. That's terrible. Let's take a rest. I'll give you a body massage later. Shishio looked at Nanami, who was really worried about him, yet there was some eagerness on her face. He didn't say much and just held her hand, leading her to her car while thinking that he was glad to have found such a good helper. Lastly, Shishio was glad that Sorita gave up on Nanami. However, no one would think that he would encounter a crazy accident a few days later. 523, just a father. Rui. It was at night after Shishio had rested enough with Nanami that he went to visit Ju Mikimoto's restaurant with Rui. Ju seemed to panic and quickly approached them. He looked at the two and saw their expression was quite calm, so he was quite weird. After all, he knew how restless Rui was, considering she had called him yesterday, but now, she was quite calm. Did Shishio tell you that he's going to take responsibility for you? Ju asked curiously. Shishio was silent and looked at Rui in doubt. Rui was quite embarrassed and quickly told the two about the misunderstanding that had happened. Listening to the explanation from her daughter, Ju nodded and said, then how about we visit my new restaurant? It'll be hard to use my first restaurant since it is full and it'll open every day, but it's different for my second restaurant. Anyway, they were riding on the motorcycle, so their trip was quite easy and fast before they arrived at Ju's new restaurant. Shishio remembered Ju had told them his new restaurant would be opened in the next year, but he could see the building had been finished. Come in. Ju opened the lock of the restaurant and said, many things haven't been finished yet, but it should be okay, right? He turned on the light quickly, telling them to enter. It was the first time Rui and Shishio came to the new restaurant, and they saw the restaurant was almost finished, but it hadn't been fully furnished, which made it rather plain. Ju led them to the manager's room, his room, so they could talk better. Oi, Shishio, do you drink wine? Ju suddenly asked. I don't mind, but I am riding on a motorcycle, you know. Shishio said speechlessly. It's okay. It's okay. It's just one sip, all right. Ju didn't care and pushed the bottle of wine to Shishio. Shishio only shrugged his shoulder and took a glass, pouring wine on it. Frankly, it had been a while since he drank wine, and if he was asked whether he liked it or not, he didn't really like it since it made his mind numb. Oh. Oh. What a way to drink. Come on. Drink more. Ju was excited, patting Shishio's shoulder, and said, it tastes nice, right? Shishio. Rui looked at the two of them and wondered why they were quite similar to each other. Let's talk about something first, Ju-san. Shishio didn't come to drink, and there was something he had to do after this. It's okay. I understand everything. Rui has told me everything before. Ju had told Shishio that he had accepted Rui if she wanted to train under him. While his restaurant was about to open next year, the preparation had started. Later, he had to train the chef and many others in this restaurant. The lesson might start next year, but I can teach you immediately. Is that okay, Rui? Ju asked. Yes, Dad. Rui nodded without hesitation. Still, you don't need to be so stiff. I will teach you here later. Thank you. Rui bowed her head since she knew her wish was selfish and hurt her mother, but she decided to learn under his father. She might be able to learn under someone else, but the only foods that moved her were her father's and Shishio's. However, Shishio wasn't a chef, and his knowledge about the restaurant business might be under Ju. If Shishio knew what Rui was thinking, he only shrugged his shoulders, but he didn't say much since he could tell Ju was a good chef and also a businessman. Ju had failed his business, but he was able to rebuild it and even made 2 restaurants. Also, he was Rui's father, so Shishio didn't really have anything to worry about. They talked about the schedule and many others before Ju said, by the way, you should get a driving license. It's quite easy to get. He thought to buy Rui a motorcycle later. Okay. While Rui wasn't sure why she had to get a driving license, she nodded since she also didn't mind getting it. Maybe, it was partly because of Shishio since he often brought her with a motorcycle, so she wanted to learn it too. So, where are you staying, Rui? Do you want to stay here? Ju asked curiously. No, I'll stay in his apartment, Rui said while pulling Shishio's arm. Shishio and Ju. Ju looked at Shishio for a while and said, Shishio-kun, how about we talk outside? Shishio. Even if Rui was adamant about leaving the two of them alone, she could only let her father do whatever she wanted, so here Shishio was sitting at the outside bench with Ju while holding the bottle of fruit wine. Ju was also the same and drank from the bottle directly, standing while looking at the night sky. Shishio looked at Ju for a moment and drank the fruit wine slowly. What's wrong, Ju-san? He had called Ju an uncle before, but Ju told him to call him a Ju-san. Also, should I call Tsukiko Abasan, Tsukiko-san? It might be the effect of the alcohol that made his head slightly muddy. The slightly cool wind hit his body, and because of the effect of the alcohol, his body was warm. It feels nice. Shishio-kun, can I ask you something? Ju asked. What's wrong, Ju-san? Shishio asked. How good is your relationship with Hina and Tsukiko-san? Ju was quite surprised when he knew his ex-wife let Rui stay at Shishio's apartment since it was his first time to know his ex-wife could trust Shishio so much. I have to say we're pretty close. Shishio was quite unsure, then said helplessly, it might sound like bragging, but when Tsukiko Abasan introduces her new husband to Rui and Hina, I am also there. Ju almost spat out all the fruit wine in his mouth, then asked, why were you there? It was an important day for Tsukiko to introduce her new husband, so how the hell could Shishio be there? Shishio rubbed his temple and said, tell Rui that. We had just started to date back then, but who would have thought I have to meet in such a situation? When he thought about it, he must admit Rui was so reckless and also had always depended on him. He explained how Rui invited him so suddenly to her house but suddenly had to meet her mother and her new father. Ju looked at Shishio, then patted his shoulder gently. After all, even he couldn't have the guts to meet the mother and the new husband of his girlfriend's mother so suddenly. Still, he smiled and asked, so how was it? Shishio looked at Ju and asked, do you want to know about Tsukiko Oba-san's new husband? Ju was awkward, but he nodded. Can you tell me? I don't mind. Think of it as my reward for the fruit wine. Shishio sipped the fruit wine while telling Ju about Tsukiko's new husband. Frankly, Akihito Fujii was the opposite of Ju. He was so much different from him, and they had no similarities besides their gender. Still, if Ju was divorced, Akihito's wife died early, so without a doubt, Akihito would be loyal to Tsukiko. While telling this story, Shishio glanced at Ju and could tell how complicated Ju's expression was. Do you want to listen more? Then, he stopped his story since he felt he was torturing Ju. It's okay. Ju shook his head and asked, do you know why I have divorced? Hina-ne and Tsukiko Abasan have told me that you cheated, so you two have divorced, Shishio said simply. It wasn't Rui who told you? Ju asked in surprise. Yes. Shishio nodded. Ju's expression was quite weird, and he asked, your relationship with Hina and Tsukiko-san are so close. Haha. Shishio only laughed awkwardly, then said, Hina-ne is the teacher at my school. Now that you mention it, Hina has become a teacher, hey. Ju was nostalgic again and sipped his fruit wine. Time sure passes so quickly. Even Rui has become a woman now. Shishio. Well, truthfully, the reason for our divorce isn't adultery. Ju said inside his heart since he wanted to keep this secret deep inside his heart. Still, he might need someone to talk to tonight. However, he quickly changed the topic and asked, Shishio-kun, what do you think happiness is? Happiness? Shishio looked at Ju, wondering whether the alcohol had hit him, so Ju asked him such a philosophical question. I think happiness is the feeling that power increases and that resistance is being overcome. You have such a nihilistic view of happiness. Ju was speechless. Put aside my view about happiness, but I think everyone has their own description regarding it. Whether they can achieve their dream, get the woman they love, or even get a 500 yen on the street. Shishio was quite absent-minded, then said, but I don't think my view is wrong, right? That's true. Ju was looking at the starry night and said, but for me, I think happiness is something that is achieved with your own 2 feet toward a goal that you chose for yourself. You can't be forced, bound, or directed to a certain path. You have to decide your own way of life. That way, you can't fault anyone else. And that's what I think true happiness is. I am happy because of that. It's not because Rui has chosen the same occupation as me. It's because I brought up a daughter who possesses a strong will to pursue her dream. Shishio only glanced at Ju, but he didn't say anything. Personally, he disagreed with Ju's view regarding happiness since, as he had said previously, everything depended on the people. Even something as small as finding a 100 yen coin on the ground was a form of happiness. Some even distorted views of happiness, such as being controlled or dying. However, Shishio wouldn't say anything since he was too lazy to argue. Tsukiko-san may get angry, but I'm grateful to her. Ju looked at Shishio and asked, by the way, can you tell Tsukiko-san, but somehow I feel like she's hoping to leave Rui to me. Not really, Shishio said plainly. Ju-san, you might not know when Rui told Tsukiko Abasan she wanted to become a chef and learn under you, Tsukiko Abasan cried. See cry. Ju was dumbfounded. I am not sure the real reason why you have divorced, but for her, you have done adultery. If a heart is like a body and can heal naturally, it will be great, but the wounds on the heart can't be seen, and no one knows when it'll heal. Fortunately, she meets Akihito Aji-san now. Shishio stood up and patted Ju's shoulder. The damage has already been done, and there's no way everything can return like before. While he must admit the taste of adultery was amazing, considering the feeling of immorality just made it hard for him. However, it was different for the one who got the tail end. It was painful, losing confidence, and one felt they might die inside. Shishio didn't know the real cause, but in the end, Ju cheated on Tsukiko and also hurt her. However, Tsukiko had moved on, so if Ju was still feeling bitter about the past, it couldn't be helped since everything had a price. The moment Ju decided to divorce because of the adultery, he hurt Tsukiko. It was impossible if Ju wanted to get away with this uncomfortable feeling. Shishio hoped Ju would remember this feeling for his life. After all, Tsukiko was hurt, so it would be unfair if Ju were to be unscathed in this relationship when he was the cause of everything. You're so cold, Shishio-kun, Ju said with a bitter laugh, but he knew Shishio was right. Cheating was wrong, and he had hurt Tsukiko. That fact didn't change. Even if the situation and the real cause of this incident might be different, the fact that Tsukiko thought he had cheated wouldn't change. Anyway, please take care of Rui, Ju-san, Shishio said while bowing his head. He didn't really want to get involved in the relationship between Ju and Tsukiko since, in his view, their relationship had already ended. Therefore, there was no need to discuss this matter. What was important was Rui, not them. You don't need to worry. She's my daughter after all, and I love her, so of course, I'll take care of her, Ju said firmly, showing that he was still a father who cared about his daughter. Then, I am glad. The two didn't say much in the aftermath and just enjoyed the fruit wine under the starry night. 524, what do you want to do? Rui didn't stay and returned to his apartment. There were many things she had to do, but she knew she couldn't do all of them instantly. Fortunately, she had someone who could support her, and she was glad to be with him. Still, when they returned to the apartment, they weren't alone since Nana and many other girls were there. Rui didn't mind and joined everyone. Personally, she must admit, it felt great that there were so many people who could support her, and she knew she didn't regret becoming part of his harem. However, Rui took a glance at Shishio. On the other hand, Shishio went out since he had something to do. He went to his other apartment, and when he entered, he saw someone who had been waiting for him. Her t-shirt emphasized the shape of her body, her shorts showed the plumpness of her thighs, and her red cherry lips gleamed even at night. The two stared at each other, and there was no hesitation between them. Let's talk later. 2x. They had a similar thought before the woman let him bring her to the room to do something they wanted. In the end, they didn't talk at night and talked when they were having breakfast together. Fortunately, the school started at 8:30 in the morning, so whether it was Shishio or Hina, they had a lot of time to stay together. Yes, the person who had been with him last night was Hina. Unlike last night's slightly sloppy appearance, Hina had dressed so neatly. She wore a woman's suit and put light makeup on her face, showing the charm of an adult woman. Still, the lingerie she wore last night was even sexier. Shishio thought about how her red sexy lingerie, and he couldn't help but look at Hina again. Hina pursed her lips and said, "We did it last night, right? We're going to go to school soon. I don't want my suit to be wrinkled." She had dressed carefully, and she didn't want her suit to be a mess. Still, she moved closer and caressed his thigh gently before she moved her hand toward his hardened phallus. Then, how about your hand? Shishio had to give up on doing something naughty with his teacher. Hina let out a sigh and said, "It can't be helped. Think of it as my thank you for breakfast." She opened his zipper and took out his huge thing. Hina stared at it for a while, and she must admit it was huge. However, instead of being scared, she was more excited. Shishio looked at Hina for a while before he relaxed his body, enjoying the warmth of her mouth while caressing her head. It wasn't until a moment later that Hina wiped her lips with a tissue and made a gulp sound before she applied the light-colored lipstick to her lips again. While Shishio didn't have enough, he had fun watching Hina's expression. Her expression might not change much, but her neck and ears flushed red when she thought about what she was doing. She let out a gentle sigh and said, "It seems I have gotten used to drinking it." Shishio looked at Hina and thought this woman was really lewd, but he loved it. "By the way, don't you want to know what has happened to Rui?" "It's okay. I know that you have handled it, right?" Hina said confidently. "You sure have confidence in me." Shishio wondered where her blind trust came from. "I just know it." Hina smiled happily, rubbing her face against his neck before biting Adam's apple lightly. "What are you doing?" "I am marking you. We're about to go to school." Sheena might have often bitten him, but it was at night, so in the morning, with his enhanced recovery, the marks would disappear. However, it was different if Hina did it in the morning since he knew the mark wouldn't disappear so easily. Hina pouted and said, "But you have given me many hickeys." She showed the injustice she received by pulling the collar of her shirt. Her huge breasts loomed out, but more importantly, there were few red marks on her beautiful white shoulder. "Can we be serious now?" "Okay." Hina nodded and also showed a serious expression, listening to Rui's situation since she only knew Rui had left the house. Shishio told the ins and outs of what had happened about how Rui made an appointment with her mother and decided to learn under her father. "Dad." Hina was dumbfounded. "You haven't met him?" Shishio asked. Hina shook her head and said, "I haven't." Unlike Rui, her image of her father wasn't good. When her parents divorced, she was old enough to understand everything, and she also understood what kind of damage her father did to her mother. She also didn't want to become a chef since she was comfortable becoming a teacher. Shishio looked at Hina and thought the two sisters were really the opposite of each other. Still, even if Hina didn't really like her father, she also knew she wasn't much different from her father, especially with what she was doing now. Dating my little sister's boyfriend secretly. Hina sighed inwardly. It might be because they were similar to her father. So what is Rui planning to do so mom can accept her dream? She'll make a dish that will be accepted by your mother. The answer was as simple as that. Rui had to make a dish that could move the heart of her mom. If she was alone, it would be hard. Fortunately, she had someone who could support her. "I see." Hina nodded, then asked, "When should I come too?" "You should." Shishio nodded without hesitation and asked, "Or you don't want to meet your father?" "I don't mind, but I am not sure what to say." Unlike Rui, who was in high school, Hina was already an adult, so even if she could meet her father or not, she didn't really think too much since she cared about her mother more. However, even if she met her father, she didn't mind, but she just didn't know what to say to her father since many years they had parted and no one tried to take the initiative to talk to each other. If Rui and Shishio didn't happen to meet Ju during their date, Ju might not have been involved in their family at all. Hina felt complicated, but she was going to support Rui this time even if she felt uncomfortable meeting Ju. In the original story, Hina didn't meet Ju since her relationship with her original partner was known, so she had to stop becoming a teacher and move to a small island. After all, she didn't want to affect the lives of her original partner, so she could only move even if she didn't want to. Still, if such a thing happened, it was different since Hina's partner was Shishio, not the original partner. They talked for a while before, in the end, Shishio was able to seduce Hina to have a quickie at the entrance of the apartment. Hina knew it was wrong, but it was because it was quite wrong that she was so excited. If she didn't kiss him, she was afraid her voice might be heard from the outside. When they were done, they walked out calmly. Hina walked out first while Shishio walked out from the next door. Shishio bought 2 apartments and connected the door, so it would seem they walked out from a different room. After all, there were many people who lived in this apartment, and he was wearing a school uniform. Even if people were dumb, they would feel suspicious about their relationship. Their apartment was located in Ebisu, Shibuya, and Sakurasu was located in Shinjuku, so they had to enter the station together. While the distance between them was so close to each other, no one really asked or talked about their relationship since they wore a face mask. Still. "Next time, I'll send you a car," Shishio said. "Hey." Hina was dumbfounded. It's troublesome to ride on the train. It's also better than walking and standing in this crowded place after what has happened in the morning, right? Shishio frankly didn't like the ride on the train, considering there were many perverts, and they were like sardines on the can. It was just suffocating and uncomfortable. But Hina felt overwhelmed since she didn't expect she would get a car. "It's okay. Just choose which car you want," Shishio said calmly, standing in front of her, protecting her from the crowd on the train. Hina was in a daze. She wanted to refuse, but Shishio was just too forceful, and she must admit it was better to drive a car, especially when her legs were quite tired after what they were doing in the early morning. Shishio also told her it was easier for her to send him to school, and they could go out on a trip anytime. Hina must admit the temptation to go on a trip with him was great, so even though she felt slightly hesitant, she decided to accept it. Still, she was curious where his money came from. However, she knew this guy was so rich, which made her sigh in relief since she knew he could take care of her even if she lost her job. Hina knew it might seem realistic, but this was how reality works after all. Money might not be everything, but without money, it was impossible to do anything. Still, they knew there was a problem they had to face, but it might be because they knew this wasn't the right time for them to solve this problem, especially when Rui hadn't solved her problem. When it was over, they thought at that moment. They walked together and happened to meet Rui and the rest of his girls when they were about to enter the school. Shishio and Hina. "Hey? Why are you two together?" Rui asked curiously. Hina wasn't sure what to say at that moment, and she panicked. Tachibana-sensei was worried about you, so she told me to meet her this morning, Shishio said smoothly. Is that true, Hina-ne? Rui asked curiously. Yes. Hina could only bite the bullet. I see. You don't need to worry about me, you know. Rui talked about what had happened, but she looked at Hina and Shishio suspiciously. Shishio knew he might need to talk early, but then when he thought the problem had ended, he felt someone had approached him. There might be many students who looked at them, but they didn't approach them and just looked from a distance before they looked away and continued with what they were doing. As for how Shishio and Hina met each other, they thought it was just a coincidence since it was normal for a student and a teacher to meet on the street. However, who would have thought someone would approach him at this moment? Natsuo-kun. Hina looked at Natsuo, who approached them with confusion. Rui also frowned, wondering what her step-brother wanted to do. The rest were also confused. Natsuo didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. When he saw Shishio be with Hina and Rui together, talking amicably, even with his harem around him, he felt everything was just dark, and he was blinded by his emotions. Natsuo even imagined how Hina and Rui were on his bed together, which made him even gloomy. He was filled with rage and just darted towards Shishio. It might be because the people around could see Natsuo's temper, so they stopped and wondered what was happening. Shishio felt something was about to happen. Natsuo got closer and wanted to grab Shishio's collars. However, Shishio moved and swept Natsuo's feet, causing Natsuo to trip and fall to the ground. Everyone was in silence, looking at Natsuo, who fell to the ground. What's this guy doing? 525, the only one who doesn't know. Natsuo was burning red when he faced the ground since he didn't expect he would fall down like this. It was so shameful. All the thoughts in his heart disappeared, and they changed into shame. It felt like being poured cold water, which made him want to hide somewhere at that moment. This fall also somehow awoken him since he could tell what kind of stupid thing he was about to do. You alright? Shishio asked after he made Natsuo fall to the ground. He had a judo mastery, and judo had many techniques. One of them was foot sweeping, making one trip to the ground. It might seem strange for him to do this, but this guy tried to grab his collars, so he directly made him stumble. Shishio also could see Natsuo's eyes were clouded with something which was troublesome. If it was a different place, especially in a quiet place, it was okay. However, it was different if it was in public. Shishio could see Natsuo was like a rabid dog. It was better to move away from him instead of getting closer. He didn't want to be bitten after all. I am all right. Natsuo answered subconsciously. It's good that you're all right. Shishio then left without hesitation. Watching him leave, his girls also followed after they looked at Natsuo with a strange gaze before they forgot about him. But Hina was still there to help Natsuo stand up. Natsuo-kun, what are you doing? Natsuo, who was about to stand up, was startled and wasn't sure how to answer this question. Unlike his father, he was still in the dark about what had happened. He thought Rui was seduced by Shishio to leave the house. What was even worse, Hina wasn't at home, going out somewhere he didn't know, which made his emotion unstable. Even if Hina didn't understand anything, she could see something was wrong with Natsuo. What's wrong? The only thing she hated was causing trouble. It was only a moment, but she could tell Natsuo was about to cause trouble for Shishio, which made her unhappy, but after all, Natsuo was her step-brother. Even if she was unhappy, she needed to know what Natsuo was about to do and why he did this. Still, Hina also knew how Natsuo had a prejudice against Shishio. After all, she still remembered how bad he talked about Shishio after the Tanabata party. While she hoped for him not to have such prejudice, she knew it was hard to erase such a thing unless he saw a good point of Shishio. Hina wanted to explain how good Shishio was to Natsuo, but she wasn't sure how to explain. Also, it might be her imagination, but Hina felt Natsuo had become stranger and stranger. This cute and naive boy she had always seen in the past had changed somehow. It might seem weird of her to think of this, but she felt like he was grotesque. Hina knew it might be too much to compare Natsuo to being grotesque, but she just couldn't erase this feeling. It was like his face was covered in a layer of black gooey, which made it hard for her to see what he was thinking. If they weren't step-siblings and Natsuo wasn't her student, Hina might leave him at this moment since she also wanted to follow Shishio. On the other hand, Natsuo wasn't sure how to explain what he was about to do to Shishio. He wanted to tell Shishio to stay away from his step-sibling, but he knew they kept their relationship a secret. If possible, he still wanted to keep this relationship a secret since he could tell how troublesome it was once his relationship with Hina and Rui as a step-sibling was known. Hina looked at Natsuo for a while and said, "Let's go to the teacher's office." She didn't wait for his answer and walked away. Natsuo looked at Hina's back, hesitating for a moment before he followed her. Neither of them talked to each other. Still, along the way, Hina was greeted by many students since her popularity was obvious to all. Still, if they knew what she was doing this morning, she wondered what would happen. Her face was slightly flushed, and fortunately, she walked in front of Natsuo, so he didn't see her reaction. On the other hand, Natsuo lowered his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. Frankly, Hina felt it might be better to bring Natsuo near the bench before they talked together about what was inside his mind. However, she might be affected by the thought that Shishio might misunderstand her, so it was better not to stay alone with Natsuo and bring her to the teacher's office. If it was before, Hina would think of Natsuo as her step-brother, but it was different now since she could feel he was like a stranger so suddenly. When they arrived at the teacher's office, Hirotsuka was there, sipping a coffee lazily. Hirotsuka noticed Hina and Natsuo, raising her eyebrow, and asked, "What's wrong, Hina?" "Ah, no, I need to talk with my step-brother a bit," Hina said. "Step-brother?" Hirotsuka looked at Natsuo, then nodded. She didn't say much and looked at the documents in her hands since she still had a job. Still, she wanted to smoke or suck something. While the two teachers didn't think too much, Natsuo was dumbfounded by their exchange and looked at Hina in surprise. "What's wrong, Natsuo-kun?" Hina asked after she sat down. "Hina-ne, is it all right?" Natsuo gulped when he saw Hina sitting down on her chair. He wanted to ask whether it was all right for her to announce the relationship between them, but in the end, he felt there was a bigger problem. Hina was wearing a woman's suit, with a white blouse and a skirt, which emphasized her body. Her light makeup enhanced her beauty along with Shishio's milk. As a result, she was even more beautiful. Natsuo was in a daze when he saw her beauty. Unfortunately, that body couldn't be his, no matter how long it was. Hina frowned slightly, but she just asked, "Sit down." "Also, what do you mean? Is it alright for Rui to stay with that guy?" Natsuo gnashed his teeth when he thought how happy Shishio was with Rui and. Natsuo looked at Hina and couldn't help but imagine Hina might be done by Shishio. He dreaded it and quickly shook his head. "No way. No way." Hina let out a sigh and said, "Natsuo-kun, you misunderstood something. Rui doesn't stay with Shishio-kun. Instead, she stays with Sunoara-san." "Sunoara-san?" Natsuo thought about Shishio's girlfriend with the biggest boobs, but then he asked, "But why does Rui have to stay out? Can she stay at home?" "Mom might not have told you since it only happened yesterday, but she has Rui some disagreement. You shouldn't worry too much since the matter will be solved sooner or later." After all, Hina believed Shishio would be able to solve it. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Natsuo, but this matter related to Rui, and she wasn't sure whether Rui wanted Natsuo to learn about it. After all, this matter was relatively sensitive. While Hina was sure her mother had told Akihito about this problem, it was better not to tell Natsuo since he was still a child. Natsuo opened his mouth before he closed it again. He could tell he was being treated like a child by Hina. However, what could he do? Natsuo knew he was acting like a child. However, even if his relationship with Rui was bad, he still wanted to know what had happened since they were step-siblings. They had become a family. It hurts to be kept in the dark like this. Subconsciously, Natsuo clenched his fists. However, Hina didn't realize this and asked, "So what were you planning to do before?" When Natsuo was asked this question, his entire body jolted. Hina looked at Natsuo for a while and knew it was impossible for Natsuo to talk in this situation. "Natsuo-kun, I am not sure why, but maybe, you should calm down. Don't be tense all the time. Also, the result of your midterm exam isn't good, right? I have heard it from your teacher. You should know how to do a remedial first." Natsuo opened his mouth again before he closed it. Then, "Hina-ne, are you going back tonight?" Truthfully, he wanted to ask where Hina was last night, but those words couldn't come out of his mouth. "Well, I'll go home tonight." Hina nodded since she knew Shishio would stay with his other girlfriends, Sakurasu, or. Hina glanced at Hirotsuka, who smoked with a smile. Natsuo looked at Hina, who smiled, and after hearing her answer, he felt all of the anger in his heart disappear. "Okay, you should go back to your class now," Hina said. "Oh okay." Natsuo felt reluctant, but he knew he had to go back. When Natsuo left, Hina sighed and thought this was the trouble of having a new family. "You okay, Hina?" Hirotsuka asked. "I am all right. Thank you for asking, Shizuka-ne," Hina said with a helpless smile. Anyway, after the Tanabata, the relationship between the two had become closer, and even though no one confirmed each other, they knew their relationship with Shishio was quite subtle. "But it is my first time to know you have a step-sibling." Hirotsuka looked at Hina and asked, "Who has remarried? Your father or your mother?" "It's my mother." Hina showed a helpless sigh. "I see." Hirotsuka nodded, and she thought for a while, then said, "Was it hard to have a new family?" "Well, not really. It's just merrier, and I am happy that my mother is happy, but..." Hina didn't mind Akihito since Akihito was nice, and he treated his mother well. However, she was quite worried about Natsuo since Natsuo started to act weird, and she felt Natsuo was a stranger. Hiratsuka seemed to be able to read Hina's mind. You know, even though you're a step-sibling, you only know each other for a while, and you're not a real sibling, so he might fall for you. However, Hina laughed and said, that's no way, right? Still, Hiratsuka shrugged her shoulders and said, well, I might think too much, but anything can happen, right? Hina frowned and thought about Natsuo's weird behavior. There's no way. After all, she only treated Natsuo as a step-sibling, and it was better that way. No one changed, so the relationship between her mother and her stepfather could be well preserved without anything weird. As for a deeper relationship, she could only apologize since it was impossible for her to think of Natsuo that way. However, Natsuo didn't know, and he just felt happy that Hina would go back tonight. As for Shishio, he just didn't think too much since he had never seen Natsuo as a competitor. 526, to be careful. Shishio knew he was able to escape trouble, but he knew he had to think about what he should do with Natsuo. Frankly, if possible, he wanted to ignore this guy and just live with his girlfriends peacefully. However, he could see Natsuo probably wouldn't let him have that peace. Natsuo was like an annoying fly that would trouble him anywhere. It was lucky that Shishio could read trouble before, so he made Natsuo fall to the ground before the crisis came. By then, Natsuo's heart was filled with embarrassment since he had fallen in front of many people. If only. Shishio let out a sigh at the identity of Natsuo. If Natsuo was just a background character, Shishio wouldn't be in this troublesome situation. He could just tell his subordinates to move Natsuo away from this school. It was a simple and crude method, but it was effective and efficient since he didn't want to waste his saliva with Natsuo. However, Natsuo was the stepson of Tsukiko Tachibana and the son of Akihito Fujii. Shishio was familiar with Natsuo's parents, which was why he didn't want to be rough with Natsuo. Anyway, this guy would also become his brother-in-law, which was why he needed to think of a countermeasure. Still, if Shishio was forced, then. The girls also noticed the strangeness of Natsuo previously. However, they didn't think too much, and in their minds, it was just a small matter, considering they had heard Natsuo was her step-sibling of Rui. Even though Rui didn't hide this fact, she didn't tell anyone because no one had asked her. Her relationship with Natsuo also wasn't close, so no one would think they were a step-sibling. Did he come because of you, Rui? Saki asked since her problem was quite similar to Rui's. Her little brother worried about her since she often stayed out and returned quite late. Rui also stayed out after the parents and teacher meeting, so she thought Natsuo was worried about her. No. Rui shook her head and said, a step-sibling is different from a normal sibling since before our parents married each other, we were just strangers. Our relationship isn't particularly good either, so I don't think he is worried about me. Still, even though she said that, she frowned, wondering what Natsuo wanted to do. After all, even though it was only a moment, Rui could tell Natsuo had hostility toward Shishio, which made her unhappy. Well, this time, I agree with Saki since even if you were a stranger before, you're a step-sibling now. He might not know your situation, so when he saw us together, he thought I brought you to live with me or something, Shishio said. What? How could he think like that? Rui frowned. It was just my guess, but the fact he was worried about you didn't change, right? Shishio said. Worried? Our relationship is so bad, you know? Why should he worry about me? Rui was confused since she often ignored Natsuo, and even if they were step-siblings now, they weren't different from strangers. Well, you don't need to think too much. Shishio caressed Rui's head and said, it's better to think about how to make your mother agree with your decision. I know. Rui nodded with a serious expression. She quickly forgot about Natsuo and felt it was better to think about what kind of dishes she could make her mother agree with her decision to become a chef. Rui knew she was hurting her mother, but even so, it was her dream to become a chef, so she would try. Also, wasn't it a good time to erase the trace of her father? Rui knew her father was a scumbag, and her mother had also remarried, so wasn't it a good time to forget everything? Rui clenched her fists and decided to do her best. Still, everyone realized that there were many types of siblings. The blood-related siblings were one thing, but the step-sibling was quite unique. However, they must admit it was pretty hard to imagine how it would feel to make a stranger they didn't know become a sibling. Still, Nana and the group that was good at communicating was one thing, but Futaba felt it was impossible. Say, is it possible for your step-sibling to fall for you? Meiko suddenly asked. This sudden question stunned everyone, and they wanted to smack Meiko's head since this girl's head was filled with the strangest thing ever. Hey! Hey! Stop it! Don't tickle me! Meiko complained to Nana and Maya, who started to tickle her. Still, Rui was dumbfounded. Fall for me? I mean, you're cute after all, so isn't it normal for him to fall for you? And he's unhappy that you're staying with Shishio, Mako said naturally. After all, wasn't it normal to feel jealous and even hate someone who robbed the person that you love? However, Mako must admit it was pretty creepy. Mako and the rest of the girls also felt the same, feeling quite creepy about this possibility. Still, even if this possibility was slight since they had heard the relationship between Rui and Natsuo wasn't so close, they felt there was such a possibility since they knew what kind of beast a man was. What? Shishio felt everyone's gaze on him, which made him speechless. Rui frowned, hesitated for a while, then looked at Shishio. Shishio, what do you think? Everyone also looked at Shishio, wondering what he thought when they heard Natsuo might have a crush on Rui. After all, unlike other guys in the school, which was impossible to get close to Rui, Natsuo was practically living with Rui. It was only when she fought with her mother that she moved with Shishio, but before? Even though Rui's mother and new father were there, she was practically living with other men. Step-sibling was, after all, just a stranger who was forced to be together because of a certain situation. Everyone waited for Shishio's answer, but who would have thought he didn't answer them with a word? It was right in the morning, and most of the people were in their class. There weren't people in the corridor, and Shishio and Rui were in the middle of the group, so he just pulled her closer and kissed her lips. Everyone. Rui. Shishio didn't care about the reactions of the people around him since they were his lovers. As for the other students, he made sure to kiss Rui when the time came when no one was looking in their direction. Their kiss wasn't long, and it was only a moment, but it brought a shock to all of them. Is it clear? Shishio asked. Rui nodded with a blush shyly. You're mine. Shishio put Rui on his chest and said those words in a husky and deep voice. Rui smiled and hugged him tightly. However, Mako felt regret. She felt regret for saying such a thing since she was so jelly. Shishio, can I ask the same thing? Rio asked. It can't be helped. I'll let you hug me. Nana coughed shyly. Let's go to the club room now, Miu said. As for Sheena, she just hugged him tightly. Hikigaya, who happened to see all of this, had only one word on his mind. Go explode. In the afternoon, on the break, Shishio decided to spend his time with Futaba. He knew it was quite unfair, but he wanted to stay in a quiet place somehow, especially when he thought about what had happened in the morning. However, he had heard from Hina that she had taken care of Natsuo, so he didn't need to worry about something strange happening. Still, from her tone, Hina felt she might want to move out. Do you want to move? Shishio asked with a phone near his ear. He leaned on the window, watching a group of students that played football during the break. Their sound was quite loud, and they seemed to have fun together. He could see that Takumi and USA were there. Watching USA smile there, he felt a sport might be a good way for him to cure his heartbreak. Is that not okay? Hina asked timidly. After all, she felt her request might be quite too much, especially when she thought of living in his apartment. However, his answer was unexpectedly calm. Well, why not? My apartment is empty. If you want, you can live there, Shishio said. Really? Hina was happy when she heard his answer. Yet. You can move out anytime if you want. Anyway, it didn't really matter if Hina decided to move. Instead, Shishio felt she should move. After all, he didn't lack property, and he also felt safer moving Hina to his apartment. Hina also wasn't young, so it might be good for her to live alone. Still, Shishio showed his concern since he couldn't accompany her all the time. Hina pouted and said, Shishio-kun, do you think I am a child? You're like a child, though. Shishio was speechless. Well, her apartment wasn't that far from her house, so if she missed her family, she could go back naturally. However, Shishio felt it was better to do it when Rui's matter was solved. Hina also agreed since she was worried about her mother's condition, and it wouldn't be too late to move after everything was solved. But why so sudden? Shishio wondered why Hina called him so suddenly and told him about her plan to move during the break. Well, I thought that it was a time for me to live alone, and if I live alone, isn't it easier for us to meet each other? Living with her parents was nice since Hina didn't need to worry about a lot of things, but it was also hard for her to meet Shishio. After all, she wanted to stay with him without being worried about the opinion of her parents. Still, Shishio knew Hina's intention to move wasn't so simple, but this wasn't a place to talk about this matter, so they ended their conversation after she had said what she wanted to say. When he hung up the phone, the smell of coffee invaded his nostrils. Your coffee, Futaba said while holding a cup of hot coffee. Shishio could see the steam from the coffee and thanked Futaba. Thanks, Futaba. No problem, scumbag. Shishio looked at Futaba and thought this girl needed some spanking. However, Shishio didn't know that it was all Futaba's plan since she wanted him to be rough with her tonight. Anyway, the two were together, enjoying their moment of youth. 527, Shishio is a bastard. Shishio must admit it was luxurious for him to drink a warm coffee in the clubroom of the science club. On the other hand, Futaba was more than happy to have Shishio right next to her. The two enjoyed their lunches together while talking about many things. You want to make a gadget? Futaba asked in surprise. People with talent always had a privilege. It was unfair, but the world was an unfair place, right? Even though Futaba was just in her first grade, she was the leader of the science club. It wasn't that she liked science, but she felt this was the place where she could show her advantage the most. Nana also thought of joining this club with the intention of robbing the leader position from Futaba. However, it wouldn't be easy since this was Futaba's castle, and this was her home ground, so she didn't think Nana would be able to defeat her. Anyway, Futaba could do whatever she wanted in this clubroom as long as it was related to science. Shishio told her that he wanted to make a gadget, and she didn't think it was a problem. What kind of gadget? Futaba asked curiously. Well, I thought about making a turbo engine skateboard, stun gun wristwatch, transmitter badge. Shishio told Futaba what he wanted to make. Listening to the list of the gadgets that Shishio wanted to make, Futaba wasn't sure why, but she felt Shishio was wearing glasses, a red bow tie, a blue suit, and somehow a unique BGM played, which made her in a daze. Anyway, Shishio felt anything could happen in this world, especially when he knew how abnormal martial arts were in this world. The people in this world might have normal physical abilities, but if they trained harder, they could reach a supernatural level, which was unbelievable. While Shishio didn't think he would lose against them, he felt it was quite wasteful if he didn't use his brain. He had money, so no one could stop him from creating something that he had always wanted to create in his previous life. Frankly, Shishio wondered whether there was someone who could defeat him at this moment. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but his body was 6 times stronger than ordinary people. It might not seem like much, but when he fought with all of his might and added all of his other abilities, such as martial arts, breathing techniques and also a fighting spirit, he felt he was quite invincible in this world. However, Shishio knew there was still someone who could threaten him in this world. Frankly, if this person wasn't so random or acted based on his whim, Shishio was too lazy to act. However, it might be his instinct that told him he would meet this person sooner or later. He also didn't doubt they would fight each other. Shishio hadn't seen how strong this person was, but being labeled as the strongest man on earth, he knew this person's power definitely wasn't something that could be scoffed off. While these gadgets might seem useless, they had many advantages if he used them in battle. Some people might say he was despicable or even unfair for doing such a trick, but he was also a ninja after all, so wasn't it normal for him to play with a trick? For an enemy, Shishio had never shown mercy. He had killed a father and a son before and even exterminated the largest karate organization in the country. Even if his opponent was the strongest human on the earth, he would use all of his power to erase this person from the earth. Still, this side of him definitely couldn't be shown to his women. Well, as long as he doesn't appear in front of me, then everything is okay. However, instead of preparing a solution, it was better to do prevention, so while they hadn't met each other, Shishio should prepare everything since if that day came when he knew he had to fight, he would erase this person from this world. While they talked about the gadgets, Futaba suddenly asked about their trip to Izu. We're going to Izu later, right? Is it alright for me to join? After all, she heard this was part of the literature club activity, and she wasn't part of the literature club, which made her hesitant to join them. Then, you don't want to? Shishio asked. Instead of giving the nod and confirming it was alright for her to join, he decided to ask her back. After all, if she didn't want to, he wouldn't force her, and frankly, he wanted to tease her. Futaba was lost for words since she didn't expect this situation. If you don't want to, then I'll tell everyone, Shishio said flatly, but suddenly the hem of his shirt was held. I want to join. Futaba said with teary eyes. After all, who wanted to be left behind? She had tasted the feeling of being with someone. How could she bear the loneliness again? Hee. Shishio chuckled and rubbed Futaba's bushy hair. Futaba stared at Shishio in silence since she realized she was teased. Futaba was furious, and she bit his hand without hesitation. Hey, stop! Don't bite me! However, Futaba didn't care and just bit him while hugging him tightly since she was still annoyed. Futaba thought she should show him the skill she had learned from the biology books she borrowed from her parents. She was smart, and she was fast learning, so she believed she would be able to defeat him. Right? While they were flirting with each other, suddenly, the door of the clubroom was knocked on. Instantly Futaba and Shishio turned and saw an unremarkable young man standing at the entrance of the clubroom. Did I bother you, Futaba? The young man blankly stared at them, feeling slightly in grief since he must admit watching Futaba flirt with another guy was quite uncomfortable. It wasn't that he fell for her, but he felt his friend had moved far away at that moment. Futaba was embarrassed, but she quickly calmed down, then asked, "What's wrong, Azuzagawa? Do you need anything?" Frankly, she felt this guy came at the worst time, but she still maintained her composure since she didn't want to be teased. She also pinched Shishio's waist since she was afraid if she didn't do so, his hand would still be on her buttocks right now. Futaba glared at Shishio and said in a whisper, "Be quiet. We can do it at home." Shishio realized he had changed Futaba into a pervert. "No, it's all right. I'm afraid that I have bothered you, right?" Azuzagawa glanced in Shishio's direction. "Yes." Futaba nodded generously since she must admit this guy had bothered her. Azuzagawa. Frankly, Shishio had seen Azuzagawa during the gym class since their class often gathered together. However, unlike him, who was the center of attention, Azuzagawa was like a shadow on the side. "You're Azuzagawa, right? I heard from you in Rio. Thank you for being her friend." Shishio thanked Azuzagawa first since he knew without this guy, Futaba might stay a loner, but right now, she didn't need him anymore since she didn't lack a friend. "Yes." Azuzagawa must admit Shishio's aura was quite overwhelming, but he was still able to answer flatly. Futaba looked at Shishio and Azuzagawa, but she didn't think too much since she knew Shishio wouldn't do anything weird to Azuzagawa. Still, even if he did something weird, she didn't think too much either since right now, Azuzagawa was at his lower point. Even if Shishio did something, it was impossible for Azuzagawa to be even in the lower position. "I have heard about you. There's a rumor that you have put 3 seniors in hospital, right?" Shishio said frankly. Futaba. Azuzagawa didn't care about the rumor and knew it was impossible to fight, so he just nodded with a sarcastic tone. "That's right. Don't you feel afraid?" "No, if I want to, I can put the entire students in this school in the hospital," Shishio said frankly. Futaba and Azuzagawa. "Anyway, I know it is a rumor since there's no way a scrawny guy like you can beat 3 people to the hospital. I am sure that you haven't fought either, right?" "No, but I want to fight you now." Azuzagawa must admit he wanted to beat Shishio up now. Shishio chuckled then asked, "It's okay if you want to fight, but let me ask you a question." "What?" Azuzagawa asked since he wondered what kind of question this king of the harem had for the unnoticeable him. "Do you want me to erase the rumor about you?" Shishio asked. Azuzagawa was in a daze. "Can you do that, Shishio?" Futaba asked in surprise. "If I want to, it's easy for me." Shishio nodded, then looked at Azuzagawa and asked, "So do you want me to? Or do you still want to maintain this grey-colored school life?" Grey-colored life. It was Azuskawa's first time hearing such a term. "Well, all I can say is you're neither seriously studying, doing a sport, having any type of love relationship, nor you're chasing after them. In my eyes, all I can do is that you just go to school because it is your duty to do so." If Azuzagawa was focused on studying or other things, Shishio might not say much. However, all he could see were just dead eyes that just gave up on everything. The only reason that Azugawa might stay alive was that he didn't want to cause trouble for his family, and there was still someone who needed his help. If there was no such thing, Azuzagawa might try to commit suicide. Shishio knew that it might sound exaggerated, but the people in this country would try their best not to bother anyone, even if they were troubled. They would keep their problems deep inside without releasing them. What was even worse, they were alone, without anyone supporting them. Their lives were empty, and they didn't have any reason to continue their lives. It might sound stupid to some people, but only people who have this problem understand the feeling. Even Momo Kashiwabara had this type of problem and even tried to commit suicide. Fortunately, she didn't do it since if she had done it, she wouldn't be able to meet him, and she was glad that she didn't commit suicide now. People are social animals. Having a companion is the best treasure that one can have. Shishio had offered to help, and he wondered what Azuzagawa was going to answer. 528, another protagonist? Azuzagawa had always thought that fighting against an atmosphere was useless, so when everyone gave him a label as a delinquent who put 3 seniors in the hospital, he felt it was just too stupid to fight, and he just let them say whatever they wanted. Azuzagawa was alright with it, and he didn't care about it. However, it would be a lie if he wasn't hurt by it. When someone made a rumor about him, they would think it was just a prank and nothing harmful since they didn't punch or even kick him. However, his heart was just dead tired. Azuzagawa didn't see hope, and he just saw everything as something meaningless. Fortunately, he was luckier than most people since he met people who supported him. He also wasn't alone since even if he didn't have 100 friends, he still had 2 friends who could support him. However, he would have never thought one of his friends would become the girlfriend of a scumbag. Azuzagawa knew this scumbag well since even if he didn't want to hear, the girls in his class would talk about him. Sometimes he wondered why girls loved to get the attention of Shishio. They knew he was bad, and being with him wouldn't give him a future since they could be dumped by him anytime. However, Those girls were like moths. They knew they were right in front of the fire, but the brightness of the fire attracted them before they flew into it and died from being burnt. His friend was one of them, but he couldn't stop her. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about her, but it was just that he didn't have any experience in this matter. Even though he wasn't proud of it, he wasn't the type who was good at talking, and he was quite a loner. It was also the reason why no one could help him when he was being slandered. If someone had a friend and stayed in a group, they could use the power of the group to fight this rumor. However, sometimes a human is a cowardly creature since they often avoid danger, so they might abandon you when you were hit with similar trouble like Azuzagawa. It was also the reason why Azuzagawa had never expected anything, but if someone expected him, he would do it without hesitation since it made him have meaning in life. In his shitty life, being needed by someone was the best thing he had found in his life. It might seem strange for some people since people were usually selfish and put their needs in front of the rest. However, sometimes, someone was just so empty that they felt their lives were nothing. Having someone who needed them cheered them up and made them feel that they were alive since they were needed. Anyway, this was how Azuzagawa had been living. His little sister was in a special situation, and he was also being slandered by a rumor. His life might be hard, but as long as there were people who could support him, and they also needed his support, he felt everything was okay. He also had two friends such as Kunimai and Futaba, to whom he could talk. However, Futaba was gone since she chose Shishio over him. It was a sad fact, but there was nothing he could do. While Azuzagawa had never been in love, watching someone in love, he knew they would prefer to be with someone they loved instead of the friend they happened to make because of a certain situation and occasion. Azuzagawa thought Futaba had changed, especially when she often went out with Shishio's group. However, he also felt it was normal since it was better to be on Shishio's side instead of his side. Still, Azuzagawa let out a sigh inwardly, but he thought to meet Shishio, so he could tell what kind of person Shishio was. After all, he was afraid of Futaba being played by him. However, even if Futaba was played by Shishio, she might not care much. It might seem weird, but one's physiology had always worked in a place one had never expected. Azuzagawa wanted to say something, even though he wasn't good at talking, but who would have thought he was beaten first? Clearing up all the rumors about me. Many emotions were brewing in his heart at the moment when he heard Shishio's offer. After all, it was his first time for someone to say something like that to him. Whether it was Futaba or his other friend, Kunimai, even though they were by his side, they couldn't help him with his situation. Azuzagawa was alright with it since he knew that people's ability was limited, and he even had given up trying to solve the rumor about him since the rumor was like an atmosphere. It couldn't be seen and couldn't be grasped, so wasn't it stupid to fight it? Azuzagawa had given up, but Shishio told him that he could solve it for him. He should be in disbelief and didn't think that it was possible, but somehow there was this certain aura that made him believe that Shishio could really solve this rumor for him. Shishio stood with his back, facing the window, causing the sunlight to hit his back, giving him an illusion as if he was a superhero who saved those helpless victims from villains or a catastrophe. However, if someone saw him from the side, they would see his face was blurry, almost ghost-like. As for which side of him Azuzagawa saw at that moment, no one was sure, but he asked, "You don't doubt me? It's stupid to believe rumors." Shishio showed a helpless expression while shaking his head. "I believe what I see, and from what I see, you don't even have the power to knock 3 upperclassmen to the hospital." Just by standing in front of Azuzagawa, he could see how weak this guy was. It was simply impossible for him to send 3 upperclassmen to the hospital with his body. It might be a different case if Azuzagawa knew a martial art, but Shishio couldn't see it from this guy, so it could be easily seen that the rumor about him was just a false charge. It was done by a malicious person who hated or envied him. This was something he didn't like about this country since everyone loved creating rumors so much, and they started to label that person a bad guy before they began to avoid and ignore the victim. No one questioned it, and everyone acted as usual. Then, if they were asked whether it was okay or not, they would say it was or it happened to everyone, so bear with it. It was just like that, and no one questioned it again as long as the reason was because of everyone. Still, while Azuzagawa was happy that Shishio didn't believe in the rumor, he was speechless by his reasoning since Shishio indirectly told him that he was weak. However, he must admit that compared to Shishio, he was a weakling. "So, in case I agree with this offer, what will you do?" Azuzagawa asked since he wanted to ask what Shishio wanted to do to clear up the rumor about him. Futaba also looked at Shishio curiously, wondering what he was about to do. "Well, I just have to find the culprit, then make a rumor about him," Shishio said simply. Futaba and Azuzagawa. "A rumor? You mean this person will taste what it feels like in my situation?" Azuzagawa asked with a gulp. While the words that came from Shishio's mouth might sound simple, when one received such a slandering rumor, it wouldn't be easy for anyone. People might say it was easy and say everyone had felt it, but they could say that easily because they hadn't tasted the feeling of being isolated, hated, or bullied because of a rumor. Azuzagawa had tasted this feeling, and it wouldn't be weird for someone to quit school or even commit suicide based on the mentality of that person. Yes. However, Shishio nodded, then asked, do you think it is wrong? Azuzagawa opened his mouth before he closed it again. It might be because he had this useless sense of justice where he couldn't see someone in misery and wanted to help them, so when he thought that the person who caused him trouble would have similar suffering to him, it made him feel complex. He should feel happy and exhilarated, but somehow he also felt guilty when he thought about what would happen to this person. What are you hesitating about, Azuzagawa? Futaba asked, wondering what this guy was hesitating about since if she was in Azuzagawa's place, she would ask for revenge without hesitation. After all, when someone decides to stain their hearts with malice, they also have to prepare the malice from others. Shishio was like that, so he had never shown mercy to his enemies. Azuzagawa looked at Futaba and asked, do you think this is right, Futaba? So, do you think slandering you with a false rumor is right, Azuzagawa? Futaba didn't answer Azuzagawa's question. Instead, she asked him back. Azuzagawa couldn't answer Futaba's question. Calm down, Futaba. Everything is his choice. There's no need for you to work up. Shishio didn't feel surprised by Azuzagawa's answer since he knew the main point of every protagonist was Yasashi, in other words, kindness. It would be amazing if they could say they wanted revenge on someone without batting their eyes. Futaba was quite dissatisfied, but she let out a long sigh before she shrugged, causing her breasts to bounce around. Shishio glanced at them for a while before he said, Azuzagawa, you're kind. Is that sarcasm? Not really, but you must be thinking about what will happen to the person who spread the rumor about you, right? You're hesitant since what will happen to that person once this person is in the same situation as you, right? Azuzagawa didn't deny it. Instead, he asked, you think it is wrong? There's nothing wrong or right in this situation. Everything is your choice after all. This wasn't a question where there was only one answer, like mathematics. There were many answers, and depending on the individual, it would lead to a different answer. Well, I'll try to erase your rumor without causing much trouble to this person. Thank you. It might be the second time that Azuzagawa was grateful to someone. Still, you're so unlucky to receive such a rumor right after you enter a high school, Shishio said helplessly. Well, I am popular after all, Azuzagawa answered with a sarcastic tone. Well, that's all right. Shishio had given the right to revenge to Azuzagawa, but he didn't take it, so he didn't think too much since it wasn't really his problem. The only reason why he helped Azuzagawa was that this guy was his girlfriend's friend, so he decided to help. Shishio thought it might be possible to get to know the girls around Azuzagawa, too, like his little sister. Right? Still, if your rumor is cleared up, and this person tries to harm you again, what will you do? Shishio suddenly asked. Azuzagawa was stunned, then he thought for a moment and said firmly, tell me who this bastard is and let me handle myself. Okay. There was no need to make it complicated, and everything was just as simple as that. Still, somehow Azuzagawa could understand why Futaba could fall for this scumbag. 529, now, what to do? His meeting with Azuzagawa was totally unexpected, but as he had promised previously, he quickly helped him clear up the rumor about him throughout his forum. Frankly, it was quite easy for him to do this, and very quickly, the bad rumor about Azuzagawa cleared up. He also found out who had slandered Azuzagawa, but he didn't understand why this guy would slander Azuzagawa. However, if there was one reason he might pick, it would probably be, it's just a game, so you don't need to get serious, right? Everyone is doing it, after all. He could somehow tell this person would say something like that in front of Azuzagawa, which was also why he was confused about why Azuzagawa could be so kind. Even Buddha could get angry, so why shouldn't a harem protagonist get angry too? Or were they too chicken? Or was it similar to what most readers usually say? Was it because they were too beta? Shishio wasn't sure, but he decided to give this person a little prank that he would remember for life. After all, wasn't it too cheap for that person to get unscathed from all the trouble he had done to Azuzagawa? Shishio might not be a superhero, but he just felt this person wasn't pleasing to his eyes, so he just made his life uncomfortable. Was he so overbearing? Probably. However, Shishio didn't regret it, and when someone asked why he did this, he would say, it's just a game, so you don't need to get serious, right? Everyone is doing it, after all. He wondered how that person would react when he said all of that. Anyway, the problem of Azuzagawa was easy to solve, but the issue of Natsuo was quite troublesome. His relationship with Natsuo's parents and his stepsisters was one thing, and Shishio also didn't want Natsuo to do something stupid such as commit suicide. If Natsuo did that, then the guilt that might be felt by Hina and Rui was so heavy that they might part away. Shishio must admit this case was so troublesome, and the easiest way to solve this problem was to make Rui and Hina live away from the house where Natsuo stayed. Rui had moved away, and it was a great thing. Hina also decided to move away too since she felt it was better for her to move. Shishio was happy with their decision, so there was no need to make it complicated. It was better for them to be parted by distance and time before they slowly forgot each other, making the relationship between them become a mere closer stranger. Frankly, all of these problems made him realize what kind of evil person he was. Yet he couldn't stop it since the love he felt toward his women made him want to monopolize them. He knew he was being selfish since while he could monopolize them, they couldn't monopolize him. Shishio knew he was guilty, and it wouldn't be wrong for Natsuo to want him to break up with his stepsisters. However, should he just back away because Natsuo said so? No way, right? If Shishio could back away just because someone said so, that meant his feelings toward Hina and Rui weren't so deep, and if he could back away from those two women, he could also do the same with the other girls. Naturally, it was something impossible, and there was no way he would leave them. Shishio thought for a moment and felt that even if he was quite despicable, he should treat the relationship between Rui and Hina in an upright manner, in a manner where their families could see and acknowledge them. Shishio didn't want Hina and Rui to lie to each other or lie to their families. Instead, he wanted them to uprightly tell their family that the three of them dated each other. However, Shishio had to tell Rui about her relationship with Hina first. Yet as he was about to explain, there was this certain force that compelled him to close his mouth. He was, without a doubt, often by Rui's side. After all, when Rui trained with her father in the new restaurant, he was also there by her side. He helped her to make the recipe for becoming better, which made Ju even more excited about the prospect of becoming his son-in-law. It might be good news that he was being accepted by Ju, who would become his father-in-law in the future, but he couldn't be happy since he was unable to say what he wanted to say to Rui. However, when he saw her smile and imagined how she would be disappointed in him, it made him hesitant to tell all of this to her. Someone could say he was being chicken, and there were even many hints that Rui might accept his relationship with Hina, but could everything go well? What if she just teased him? There was nothing he could do besides searching for a good opportunity for him to tell. Yet when? After all, while Shishio knew there was a certain and perfect day for someone to sail to the sea, there was not a perfect day to tell Rui about the fact he also had done it with Hina. Shishio was filled with anxiety, but he had always been good at acting, so he hid it well. However, girls always had this sixth sense that was hard to explain. They might have noticed his worry, but they didn't say anything, waiting for him to say. How complicated. Shishio knew that being in love was troublesome, and he must admit it was taxing. However, he was really wondering how to explain this problem to Rui without hurting her. Should he just shut his mouth, waiting for her to ask? If possible, Shishio wanted Rui to take the initiative to ask him. Unfortunately, Rui had been focused on her dish, so her dream could be accepted by her mother. Still, when Shishio thought about Rui's mother, he knew that being betrayed was the most painful thing. If he was unable to talk about his relationship and Rui happened to see them, without a doubt, it would be seen as a betrayal by Rui, so even if he knew it might cause trouble at the beginning and might make her hate him, he knew he had to say this. Shishio had to tell this painful truth to Rui. As for when? Shishio had decided to say this when Rui had finished, showing her dish to her mother. Then, when everything was cleared up, and Rui could show her mother her determination to become a chef wasn't because of wanting to spit or just to haze, he would tell everything to her. Frankly, Shishio thought to tell this when they were going home together from the restaurant when Rui had just finished her training. However, when they went home together on his motorcycle, Shishio glanced at her tired face from behind and how she hugged his waist and laid her face on his shoulder tiredly, showing her trust in him. It made him hesitant to convey everything which he hid from her. You okay? What? It might be the thing that Rui loved the most after her training. She loved to take a bath with Shishio, sitting between his legs and leaning back on his chest. The only thing she wanted to complain about was she could feel his hardened third leg which made it hard for her to sit in a comfortable position, considering its size and all. However, Shishio couldn't be blamed for this situation. After all, who made Rui so tempting? Rui's short hair had become long enough that she could tie it into a short ponytail, showing off her slender and pale white nape. A combination of her ample breasts and pink nipples showed what kind of alluring woman she was. The warm water made her skin rosy, making her figure even more bewitching. Shishio was glad to have her as his woman. Rui pulled his arms around her graceful waist and said, "You know, I am glad to have you beside me." Really? Rui smiled and nodded. If you're not there, I might not be sure what I should do. I might be blind, and I might clash off with my mother without knowing what kind of pain she has endured because of my selfishness. Shishio rubbed her hair gently. You don't need to be so exaggerated. I am your lover. Isn't it normal that I want you to be happy? Yes, it's normal, so tell me, what has made you worried all this time? Rui turned and stared deeply into his eyes. Her magenta-colored eyes stared into his as if trying to see the worry that he hid deep inside. If you don't tell me anything, it'll be unfair. I want to help you too. Shishio had been by her side on her toughest time, so she wanted to do the same and be by his side on his toughest time. Shishio stared at Rui for a moment before he gave a butterfly kiss on her shoulder. It made her feel slightly itchy but also made her body slightly hot since she could read his intent. However, she wouldn't let him run away and quickly pushed his head away from her shoulder. After all, she was afraid if this continued, she might be under his spell again, succumbing to the pleasure. While Rui wanted to do it, she wanted to have a serious conversation with Shishio first. Watching her stubborn face as if the rationality and instinct on her mind fought each other, Shishio must admit this girl was hot, but he wondered whether he could tell the problem he had hidden from her. Tell me, Rui asked again with a blushing face. Shishio couldn't run away. No, he didn't want to run away since he didn't want to lie anymore, so he decided to tell her. I date your sister too. Suddenly the bathroom was devoid of noise. Only the sound of the water droplets from the corner of the faucet could be heard between them. Rui. Shishio asked. Call Hina-ne to come. Unlike her previous blushing succubus-like demeanor, Rui was expressionless and showed the demeanor of a female yaksha. 530, Determination. Now, what to do? Shishio could agree with Rui's request and just brought Hina here, but he didn't want to do that. He knew it was wrong, but he didn't like being ordered after all, even though Rui was his woman. A relationship he wanted to have wasn't something where one person would follow what the others would say. Whatever Rui asked, he would agree. Shishio didn't want that, so at this moment, even though it was wrong, he had to stand firm and say, no. If he admitted he was wrong and succumbed to Rui's will, this type of relationship would last until they were together. He couldn't stand up against her, and if he fought back, she would remind him of this problem. In the end, they would be parted because they had too many fights. Shishio had told Rui before that he couldn't be fair in this relationship, and she had accepted it. However, he also knew he had made a mistake, so he had to apologize. He had to apologize, but he couldn't succumb to her request. Why? Rui was furious and wanted to call her sister, but she knew that it was impossible to get yes from him since she knew his personality well. She had to take action by herself and decided to walk out of the bathroom. However, when she stood up, she was pushed to the edge, causing her hands to subconsciously lean to the bathroom wall and her body bent. Hey! Rui saw Shishio's mouth was right in front of her dirty place. Her face flushed red, and she asked in anger, what are you doing? I'll do this, so forgive me. Shishio didn't let Rui fight and started to eat her out. Anne. Her moan echoed through the bathroom, and her entire body was hit by pleasure. She could feel his tongue hit all of her weak points, which made her legs weak, and she couldn't exert any powers to fight back. Her only fate was to succumb to the pleasure, but could she accept it? Do you think I'll forgive you if you do this? Even if her voice was seductive, it was filled with coldness and anger, making anyone shudder when they heard her voice. However, Shishio didn't say anything and just focused on giving her pleasure. Rui couldn't handle it anymore, and she fell into his arms. Her legs were too weak, and she couldn't stand up. She was under his mercy. The anger and pleasure on her body clashed against each other, making her mind numb and white. Rui couldn't think straight, and the only thing she could hear was his apology. I am sorry, Rui. Rui couldn't care about his apology now, and in the end, she asked him to mess her up. The two changed their battlefield from the bathroom to the bedroom. Even if their bodies were slightly wet, it didn't diminish their excitement, and they just let themselves become an animal. It wasn't moments after Rui was released that they lay in bed together. Shishio was by her back, holding her from behind, holding her hands. The calm had returned, and only the sound of their breathing was heard. Are you still angry? Shishio asked. Rui's lips squirmed several times, and she wasn't sure what to say. Should I show you more of my apology? If you do that, I'll die, Rui said with a long sigh. The delight of the carnal was too much for her. She had passed out several times before, but he didn't stop and kept pounding her until her inside was in his shape. She wasn't sure, but she knew she might not be satisfied with others except for him in the future. So you'll forgive me? Shishio hugged her tighter. What can I do? Rui didn't want to part from him, and she still wanted to be with him. If only you could control this thing. She grabbed the long and massive thing between her legs. Ouch! Ouch! Be careful! Don't be so rough! While Rui was angry with Shishio's thing, she didn't intend to cut it since she loved it. After holding it tightly, she started to caress it gently, trying to pamper it. His thing also reacted by moving up and down and standing docilely, letting her rub its head. Since when? Rui asked. Even though she had often told how she might not mind him having a relationship with Hina, it was just a part of her teasing. However, who would have thought it would really happen? It tightened her heart, and it was hard to describe her emotion at this moment. Still, her emotions, like a storm, had calmed slightly since she wanted to hear how their relationship began. Shishio looked at Rui, who looked into his eyes. He nodded and didn't hide anything, explaining to her how his relationship with Hina began. Frankly, the relationship between the two began without a doubt because of Hina. However, Shishio also wouldn't say he couldn't be blamed since he kept indirectly seducing her. He also gave her a chance to make a move on him, and he also didn't reject her advance. In the end, they fell to each other. They knew this relationship would hurt Rui, yet they couldn't control their emotion, and they ended up together. Shishio also had promised Hina that he would take care of everything, but he must admit this was tough. Watching Rui show such a sad expression, he was crushed by the guilt. If it was other girls, Rui might not think too much, but Hina was different. Hina was her older sister, and even though her older sister had already known the relationship between her and Shishio, they were still together, playing with fire and burning everything crisp. However, Rui also knew that she was partly to blame since she knew she was pushing Shishio to make such a mistake. After all, she often asked him about his relationship with Sunoera Ayaka and Sunoera Nana and how they took this relationship. Still, what made Rui angry wasn't the fact they were together. Instead, the fact that they were together yet they didn't say anything to her. They kept her in the dark without telling her. It was like being betrayed, and it didn't feel good. After all, she didn't expect the two most important people in her life to do this. However, when Rui thought about it calmly, she also wasn't sure when was the right time for them to tell her about their relationship. Rui stared at Shishio again before she pulled his cheek. "What are you doing?" His voice was slightly weird since it was hard to talk with his cheek being pulled. Rui let out a long sigh and somehow felt tired. The rise of her emotions was one thing, but the cooking training she had previously done also exhausted her. Well, most of it was because of her intercourse with Shishio, but there was no way she could put this into her mouth. After she pulled his cheek, she tried to search for the most comfortable position and let him hug her body. She also used his arm as a pillow and rolled her head around, so it would cause his arm to feel numb. Shishio felt Rui was pretty energetic even after all of that. "You know." Rui was in silence for a moment before she opened her mouth again. "I understand how mom feels now." "Rui." Shishio was dumbfounded, but he couldn't deny that what he was doing was similar, if not worse, than what you had done. It was just a fantasy that a woman could accept her man to be together with other women, especially her own sister. There might be some that would accept this, but it was definitely a rare case. Still, this wasn't the time for him to mention this matter. "Sorry." What could he say besides this word? Nothing. Shishio was guilty, but he didn't want to lose Rui. If possible, he wanted her to go berserk and slap him or even punch him, but strangely enough, she was calm. However, it made him even more uncomfortable. "Don't be." Rui caressed his cheek gently and said, "The moment I decided to be with you, I have prepared for this. Do you think I will accept this relationship without a second thought and so lightly? I have thought about it over and over again before I can truthfully say that I want to be with you." It was hard, but what could she do? Rui knew it was quite messed up, but she still wanted to be with him. The thought of leaving him had never crossed her head since she was in love with him. She only wanted him in this life, not someone else. Shishio opened and closed his mouth several times, but no words came out. He would be lying if he wasn't moved, but he realized that he might have taken the feelings of the girls around him so lightly. In the end, he could hug her into his chest and say, "I love you, Rui." Rui showed a light smile on her face and also gave him a reply, "I hate you, Shishio." Rui chuckled and said, "I was joking. I love you." She kissed his lips without hesitation before she parted with them again since she was afraid she might enter his flow again, be led, and succumb under his mercy. "But I want to talk with Hina." Her eyes appeared strong, and she showed a determination that couldn't be shaken by anything. The one-side story from Shishio couldn't satisfy her. Rui wanted to know everything, and this time it was from Hina's mouth. Rui might have accepted this relationship, but if they wanted to go further, to be together, from now on till the future, she hoped there wouldn't be any lies between them. "Okay." This time Shishio agreed. Neither of them said any words again, and they closed their eyes before they slept together, inseparable. After they had made up their minds, the three decided to meet each other tonight. However, Rui and Shishio had to go to the restaurant first since she still had to continue her training. The day her mother was going to taste her dish was close, and she had to put 120% of her attention on her training. "There's someone in front of the store," Rui said. "Maybe she's a customer." Shishio wasn't sure. When they were about to arrive at the restaurant, they saw a single girl standing in front of the entrance of the restaurant. After he parked his motorcycle, Rui approached the girl and said, "Excuse me, this restaurant isn't open for business yet." Shishio looked at the girl, and he must admit she was quite cute, especially when she partly tied her hair in a braid. She also dressed in unique clothing, which showed that she was from a private all-girls school. Shishio. Are you Rui-san? The girl asked while looking at Rui. Yes. Rui was confused, wondering how this girl knew her. The girl's expression quickly changed and showed a determined yet cold expression. I am sorry, but could you stop seeing my father? 531, my little me. It was hard to describe their feelings at that moment. However, if Shishio had to say, it felt like when the intense storm had stopped, but only found out a tsunami came from behind. How did you feel? Shishio wasn't sure since he had never encountered such an experience, but that might not be much different from what he felt at this moment. Just one problem after another. He had just finished his problem and wanted to solve Hina's problem, but there was again another problem. Still, he observed the girl for a while and felt this girl was quite easy prey. Well, she's a cutie. Her petite body didn't make her appear thin. Instead, it made her appear cuter than most girls. Shishio must admit among all of his women, there weren't any cute types, and most of them were unique ones with adult bodies. Wait, is she a middle school student? If so, Shishio decided to put this matter on hold first. Can you not see my father again? The girl said and caused the two to be in a daze for a while since no one would expect such words from a stranger they had never seen. I am Mikimoto Hibiki. However, she didn't seem to care about their reactions and continued with what she wanted to say. I think you can already guess from my family name, but I am the current daughter of your biological father, Mikimoto-ju. Hey! Shishio didn't say anything and just stood by their sides. Still, he must admit Rui's mental strength was as strong as steel. This girl wasn't even fazed and just stood still even after all of that. As expected of my girlfriend. Shishio was slightly proud. Still, he wondered whether Rui just didn't know what to say at this moment. Anyway, he wasn't going to join unless the situation was out of control. However, the girl, whose name was Hibiki, started to get annoyed by Rui's lack of response. Like I said, I am the current daughter of his remarriage. I want you to stop seeing my fat. Hey! However, Rui was full of annoyance toward Hibiki. Who do you think you are for saying something like that? When Shishio saw the sign that it was about to get out of control, he quickly joined and calmed them down. Okay, calm down. How about you two talk to each other first? Hibiki was quickly attracted by Shishio, and she was stunned for a while before she blushed. Rui. Who are you? Her voice sounded quite nervous since she was afraid to make a bad impression on him. After all, she must admit Shishio was her type. However, the one who answered wasn't Shishio. Instead, it was Rui. Rui hugged his arm intimately and said, "This is my boyfriend. Hibiki. I've won." Hibiki caught such an expression on Rui's face, and she became even more annoyed. She didn't even care anymore and said, "Anyway, her father is mine now. From now on, don't." She hadn't finished her words and caught sight of her father. Father. Ju was on his scooter, watching this charade in a dumbfounded manner. Wait, father. Like I thought, you were meeting your ex-family. Why? Didn't I say you can't? Hibiki shouted. Well, it's... Ju was stunned, unable to say or comprehend anything, before he changed the direction of his scooter and escaped. See? He's running away. Damn, Rui muttered with a unique expression. Rui. Shishio was stunned when Rui started to chase after her father. My dad always runs away when faced with a serious conversation. I'm going to catch him and make him explain everything. Rui then turned and chased after Ju with all of her might. Wait. The two left them behind. Shishio and Hibiki looked at each other for a moment. Should we enter first? Shishio asked since, as a man, he still had a duty to break this awkwardness. Okay. Hibiki nodded with a low and shy voice. Shishio. Why are you all here? This restaurant hasn't been opened yet, right? When they entered, Hibiki couldn't wait anymore, looked at him, and asked the question she had always wanted to ask. The interior of the restaurant and how the kitchen seemed ready to be used might distract him. Yet, she didn't forget her purpose in coming here. Ju might have planned to open the second restaurant, but it wouldn't start until next year. However, he opened it. Even if some of the furniture was still unfinished, there was this single small table near the counter with 4 chairs. The table might seem lonely, yet somehow it gave elegance and a warm feeling to the people who saw it. However, it couldn't be helped since there were many things that hadn't been finished in this restaurant. Rui's situation happened so suddenly, and it was impossible for Ju to let her use her first restaurant since it had to open every day, so even though this second restaurant was unfinished, they decided to use it. It was also the reason why the chairs were located at the table counter since if it was located in the middle, or even the side of the room, it would make people feel uncomfortable since they would feel they had attracted everyone's attention. The reason why people wanted to visit a restaurant was to eat delicious food. Shishio wanted to empathize with that point by placing the chairs on the counter table. He also hoped Tsukiko Tachibana, Rui's mother, could see how hard her daughter worked from the place where she ate. While helping with the decoration, Shishio also helped with the dishes, giving Rui and Ju pointers on where they could improve the dish. Still, he answered Hibiki's questions and why Rui was here. After all, it wasn't like Rui hid this fact, and he also felt Hibiki had the right to know. While he wasn't sure why this girl seemed reluctant to let Rui and Ju meet each other, he could ask this question later. It might be because he was handsome, and his explanation was well-founded that Hibiki couldn't find an answer to refute him. After all, unlike in the original story, where the protagonist did something perverted from time to time with this girl. However, it was a normal thing since manga also needed fan service. Still, in reality, would fan service work? Shishio felt it might work for him, but he liked to get permission to do it instead of doing something perverted by accident. However, after a while, Hibiki seemed to harden her heart and persistently said, no, she must have an ulterior motive. Even though she must admit Shishio was handsome and he was also her type, this and that was a different matter. Just why don't you want Rui to meet your father so much? This was something he didn't understand. Shishio felt there must be a reason behind it. After all, it was quite abnormal for the stepdaughter to react so strongly like this. Hibiki didn't hide anything and told Shishio why she didn't want Rui to meet Ju. I don't want her to meet his previous family because of my sake. Your sake? Shishio was confused. Hibiki hesitated, but she said, my papa. I mean, my biological father, he had a daughter with someone else and left us. It seems that the mother was a hostess at a club he frequented. My mum blamed herself endlessly after that. He'd have found me prettier if I were younger, she'd say. Shishio shook his head at Hibiki's father since he felt older women had their own charm, and their charm was impossible to seek in younger women. When my current father married her, everything started to heal, but whenever father brought up stories about his previous family, she would start shaking in fear. She'd constantly think, what if his ex-wife was better? What should I do? That's why, as much as possible, I don't want him to mention anything about his previous family. Hibiki thought Shishio would understand, but unexpectedly. You're selfish, Shishio said plainly. Hey! Hibiki thought she had misheard something. I am sorry if my words are quite rude, but let's say you meet your papa after a long time, and his child says, you're not papa's child anymore. You're not related to him, so don't come to us anymore. Shishio looked at Hibiki and asked, how would you feel? Hibiki couldn't say words, and her eyes brimmed with tears. I assure you that Rui doesn't plan to do something you have imagined. After all, Rui was going to stay with him. It was impossible for Rui to want to live with her father again. While they were in silence, they heard the sound of the door opening. They saw Rui had entered the restaurant, then said, I have heard the whole story. She stood next to Shishio and then bowed her head slightly. You're right. Your fear that my appearance might disrupt your peaceful family life is understandable. I am sorry. She then looked Hibiki in the eyes and said, but I don't have the slightest intention of doing anything to your family. I didn't intend to come here to be with my father. I'm here simply to learn from a chef. Please believe in me. When the two were about to talk to each other, Shishio decided to leave the restaurant. Then he saw Ju was there, smoking while staring in the distance. You're not going to enter. Ju could only laugh while ruffling his messy hair. Haha, let them talk to each other. Just say that you don't want to get involved. Shishio sighed. Ju was speechless, but he didn't deny Shishio. Instead, he looked at him and asked, say, what do you think should I do? Make a child, Shishio said without hesitation. Hey! Ju was dumbfounded. If you have a child with your new wife, she won't have to worry about anything, Shishio said. I am already at this age. Ju was in his 40s. His new wife also wasn't much different from him. He also felt he had enough children. Well, just have sex then, Shishio said. Ju. Tell her that you love her every night. After all, this was the only method for one to make your woman not worry. Ju was even more speechless and sighed. Shishio-kun, you're still young. I am already at this age. My little me can't work so hard anymore. He was already in his 40s. His thing couldn't work so well anymore. Then let me tell you a secret. Shishio sat next to Ju and whispered a lot of things to him, so Ju could become a mighty man on the bed. Oh ho! Ju was dumbfounded, and his face was full of excitement when he heard Shishio's words. He must admit he had accepted Shishio as his son-in-law. However, those two didn't know whether it was Rui or Hibiki. The two looked at them as if they were trash. It wasn't a moment later that Shishio and Ju realized Rui and Hibiki were staring at them silently. Die. 2x. 2x. 532, Mikimoto Hibiki is curious. After the matter with Hibiki was solved, Rui and Hibiki scolded Shishio and Ju for a while before Rui and Ju continued with their training. Still, whether it was Rui or Hibiki, they thought Shishio and Ju were quite similar to each other, which made them helpless. Dad! Rui shouted, causing Ju to be startled since he didn't focus on the dish. Instead, he was more focused on the sacred text preached by Shishio. He already felt these texts could become part of his family heirloom. Frankly, he didn't really care about the dishes and wanted to test whether these things could really work in reality. Ju had a wife after all, and she waited for him at home. She was constantly worried about his love, so tonight, he would show his love. Rui was so annoyed at her father's current state since she could see how he couldn't focus no matter what. However, what could she do? Rui heard their conversation slightly and could only sigh. Sorry, Rui. How about we end your training shortly? I have something to do after all, Ju said with an embarrassed laugh. There was tic-tac-toe on Rui's forehead before she exploded. Dad! While Rui and her father were in the middle of their fights, Shishio was sitting on the counter seat while writing something on his laptop. On his side, there was Hibiki. Hibiki didn't plan to go back and stayed until they ended their training. According to what she said, even if you don't plan to get back my father, I have to watch over you until the end. Hearing those words, neither Rui, Shishio, or Ju said anything and just continued whatever they did, considering this girl was harmless now. Even if Hibiki was his stepdaughter, she was his daughter, so Ju knew he had to be fair. However, he must admit that he only wanted to go home and test the things which were told by Shishio. On the other hand, Shishio stopped typing and looked at Hibiki. Is there something you want to ask? Hibiki blushed and felt embarrassed since she wondered whether Shishio had realized she had been staring at him. She came from an all-girls school, and her contact with the opposite gender was quite minimal. Usually, there would be many Yuri couples in such a school, but she was normal. Hibiki must admit she was quite she was jealous of Rui since Rui had Shishio as her boyfriend. Shishio looked at Hibiki patiently. He didn't show much impatientness, only gentleness and warmth, causing her to blush. Shishio rubbed his face and realized it was so easy to get a girl, especially those in the schools, since they didn't have much experience with many routines in life. Compared to adults, they hadn't experienced many things, whether it was bitter, sweet, sour, or many others. Still, no matter how old someone was, love was something one couldn't control. If the love was wonderful, it would make one's days become so wonderful. On the other hand, if the love was awful, it would make one's day full of misery. How long have you been dating her? Hibiki asked after a moment of hesitation. Shishio stopped, then looked at Hibiki. Are you curious? What? Am I not allowed to ask? Hibiki pouted and showed a strong reaction, feeling slightly embarrassed since the question she wanted to ask was answered by his teasing. Well, we met each other when I came to Tokyo, Shishio said. Hey? You're not from Tokyo? Hibiki asked curiously. I am from Kyoto. Really? The two talked to each other, and they quickly became closer. On the other hand, Ju watched Shishio, who got so close to his stepdaughter easily, which made him quite worried since even though Shishio seemed a quiet type, he could tell this guy was a predator. He moved closer to Rui and whispered, Rui, is it all right? He was worried that Shishio might seduce Hibiki after all. Rui glanced behind, looking at Hibiki and Shishio, who talked to each other. It's okay. It's something normal for him. Really? Ju was dumbfounded and rubbed his stubble. He then looked at Rui thoughtfully, then asked, so your type of man is similar to me? As expected, you still love your dad. Rui had dead eyes and said, look into the mirror before you say that. Ju. Small talk was a necessary skill for one in society. Shishio knew that, and it was easy for him to make this small talk into something exciting for Hibiki. If he wanted to, he could talk with her for an entire night. Still, he was surprised and asked, you're a freshman in high school. What? Do you think I am a middle school student or something? Hibiki showed a fierce expression on her face. No, of course not. Shishio denied it without hesitation. Really? Hibiki looked at Shishio suspiciously. Well, I thought you were one before. Shishio sighed. As expected. Hibiki had this expression on her face. But well, you know, I can't help it, alright? It's hard to tell that you're in high school. Shishio showed his defense. But I'm already in high school. Hibiki refuted his words. Well, if I look at you carefully, then you're like one, Shishio observed Hibiki from up and down. She smells nice. They sat next to each other, and he could smell her sweet scent clearly. If he had to give an example, her smell was like jasmine, which was nice. Don't look at me like that. Hibiki felt embarrassed when she felt his eyes on him, but she must admit her body felt so hot. Sorry. Shishio looked away, then asked, you're from an all-girls school, right? Do you feel uncomfortable with the opposite gender? Being asked this, there was no way Hibiki would say that she didn't have an experience with a guy. No way, I am 120% comfortable with the opposite gender. Really? Really? Hibiki felt Shishio didn't believe her, so she said, if you don't believe me, I'll give you proof. What kind of proof? Shishio asked curiously. Hibiki didn't say anything for a while. She lowered her head slightly before she made up an expression as if she had made her decision. She then looked up, looking at Rui and Ju, who focused on cooking. Shishio wondered what Hibiki was doing, but then he heard her voice. Come closer. Her voice was so low that it was almost like a whisper. Shishio looked at Hibiki suspiciously, but he moved closer, wondering whether she wanted to talk about her secret or something, but suddenly he felt something wet and warm on his cheek. Hibiki kissed Shishio's cheek before pulling out, then said smugly, how was that? However, she must admit that she was so embarrassed that she wanted to die now. Her delicate legs squeezed together, showing how nervous she was. However, Shishio didn't say anything and only stared at Hibiki calmly. Being stared at by him, Hibiki couldn't say anything and could only lower her head while blushing. I see. I see. I guess you have a lot of experiences, hey. Shishio smiled gently. I am not that kind of girl. Hibiki quickly refuted with a low voice since she was afraid that she would be heard by Rui and Ju. Still, she was quite unsatisfied by Shishio's reaction since he didn't even lose his calm after she kissed her cheek. How about you? How far are you with your girlfriend? You mean with Rui? Yet. Hibiki nodded, then said, I guess you must have been kissing each other, right? She thought they should have kissed each other since they were high school students. Well, we have sex. Hibiki was silent and couldn't say anything. Shishio also didn't say anything and continued to type his novel on his laptop. Hibiki lowered her head shyly, and her face turned crimson to her neck and ears. She couldn't believe what she had heard. Did you have sex? Yes. I see. Hibiki twirled the tip of her hair while glancing at Shishio embarrassedly. So, was it good? As a girl, she couldn't deny her curiosity about sex. After all, she had always been in the all-girls school and had never had a close male friend before, so she was quite curious about Shishio. What do you mean? Shishio asked, but he didn't turn his head. I mean, sex, was it good? Hibiki asked while glancing at Shishio from time to time. Shishio stopped, then looked at Hibiki. You're curious. Hibiki somehow couldn't look away when Shishio looked at her, so she shyly nodded. However, suddenly her nose flicked, which stunned her. She then looked up and saw him smiling at her. Hibiki realized she was being teased. Mikimoto, you're too easy. I am afraid if you meet a playboy, you'll be fooled by him. Shishio felt Hibiki was too easy. He didn't even say much, and he felt this girl might even give her body to him. Hibiki rubbed her nose and felt annoyed, but then she said, then teach me. Teach you. Shishio looked at Hibiki in confusion. I mean, so I am not going to be fooled. Hibiki was slightly embarrassed, but she said, so teach me. Shishio stared at Hibiki for a while, then nodded. Okay. Should he reject it? He was a scumbag. What's the point of acting all holy now? Also. Call me Hibiki. Hibiki stared at Shishio with an expression of 5 embarrassments and 5 annoyances. Okay, Hibiki. Shishio nodded calmly. You can also call me Shishio. Oh okay, Shishio. Hibiki nodded nervously since it was her first time to a boy with his first name. Still, even if she wanted to talk more with Shishio since she didn't expect it to be so fun, the time for them to go home quickly arrived. Ju locked the door of the restaurant before he went home with Hibiki in his back seat. Okay, see you tomorrow, Shishio, Rui. Hibiki didn't say anything and looked at Rui and Shishio, who were riding on the same motorcycle. See you, uncle, Hibiki, Shishio said. See you tomorrow. Rui nodded, then said, come on, Shishio. We have something to do, right? Shishio sighed and nodded since he knew the climax between the Tachibana sisters was about to be held soon. Then when the two left, Ju also didn't wait for them and said, by the way, Hibiki, we're going to stop somewhere. This is for your mother's happiness, so bear with me. He couldn't wait anymore, and he was going to try what Shishio told him, so he could show his manliness to his wife. Hibiki stared at her stepfather, and somehow she wanted to slap him. However, when she turned her head slightly and looked at the figure of Shishio and Rui that slowly dissipated into the night, and wondered how it felt. Is it good? Hibiki was curious. 533, it's just happened. Ouch! Ouch, Rui! If you want to bite me, we can do it later. We're in the middle of the road. Humph! Rui let go of Shishio's neck and pouted. What made you so angry? Shishio sighed. Ask that to your own heart. Rui bumped her helmet against his. Were you jealous? Rui. Sorry. Rui didn't expect Shishio to apologize quickly, so she quickly said, no, it's all right, but I don't expect you can get close to such a difficult girl so easily. She felt Hibiki was hard to approach, but she didn't expect Shishio could get close to her so easily. She isn't that difficult. Instead, I think she's quite easy to talk to, but your situation makes it hard for you two to talk to each other. Rui couldn't say any refutations since she knew Shishio was right. The situation between them was complicated, making it hard for them to talk or even get close to each other, especially when Hibiki didn't want her to get close to Ju. So, where are we going now? Rui shook her head since the matter of Hibiki was something that didn't really matter to her. Whether they could get closer or not, she didn't really care since the reason why she came to her father was that she wanted to learn as a chef. She definitely didn't come because she wanted to take her father back. We're going to a different apartment. It's an apartment where I usually stay with Hina, Shishio said. How many apartments do you have? Rui asked speechlessly. Whether it was a house or an apartment, the price of the property in this country wasn't cheap. It was definitely expensive, especially in a large city such as Tokyo. However, Shishio had a lot of apartments and property, which made her speechless. Do you want one? Shishio just said. Rui. I was joking. Don't take it seriously. Rui couldn't take this joke well. They didn't go to his usual apartment. Instead, they went to his apartment, which was located in Ebisu, where he usually spent his immoral activity with Hina, without Rui knowing it. While Shishio knew he could keep lying without telling anything to Rui about his relationship with Hina, he knew he couldn't keep lying. The reason why Hina broke up with her previous boyfriend was that he couldn't give her peace of mind, the responsibility that she wanted to have. If he couldn't even tell the truth, then what's the difference between him and that ex-boyfriend? Shishio knew he had hurt Rui, but what could he do? He knew that he just couldn't say no to Hina's charm. No, he was drawn to her. They were like magnets on opposite poles. They were attracted to each other. When everything happened, it was too late. Shishio and Hina knew they had made a mistake and hurt Rui, but could they give up? In the end, Shishio bit the bullet and exposed his crime to Rui in his own way. Frankly, he must admit, it was already a miracle that Rui didn't snap and kick him out, telling him they should break up. However, maybe, Rui might have prepared for such a day since she knew well what kind of man she was dating. The two quickly arrived at the apartment. While Shishio talked along the way so they wouldn't enter an uncomfortable silence, Rui didn't say anything and just listened to him quietly. Shishio sighed inwardly. They might have talked last night about what they would do with their relationship. While Rui might have accepted it last night, a woman's heart was as unpredictable as the weather. Even though the news told you that the weather might be sunny today, it would suddenly turn into rain, which made people sigh since they couldn't control the force of nature. Anyway, Shishio didn't enter the apartment by knocking on the door. Instead, he went to the next room, which caused Rui to feel confused. Is this the place? No, it's in the right room. Then, what about this one? It's so that no one will see us come out together from the same room since we're a student and a teacher. Rui thought Shishio really invested a lot in this relationship. The two entered the apartment and then opened the door connected to the next apartment. Unlike the apartment which they entered, this apartment was bright from the light, yet somehow they could feel the tension from the person who was living in this place. Shishio-kun. Hina smiled, but then her expression turned awkward when she saw Rui. Rui. Hina nay. The two fell silent since neither of them was sure what to say about this situation. However, Hina quickly broke the silence by telling them she was cooking dinner. Have you eaten dinner? I have cooked dinner. Hina nay, you can't cook, Rui said with a frown. How rude. Hina pouted. However, Shishio suddenly said, by the way, what smell is this? His nose twitched from time to time, and he frowned. The two also quickly noticed the strange smell before they saw Hina panicking. Dinner is burnt. Shishio and Rui looked at each other and let out a sigh. However, the tension between them also vanished because of Hina's clumsiness, which everyone felt glad for. Yet they knew that even though the tension was gone, the main problem was still in front of them. Therefore, they had to talk to each other, since if they didn't, then they would continue to live with this uneasy relationship. Still, they helped Hina clean up the burnt dinner she had cooked, and then the three of them cooked dinner together. Frankly, whether it was Shishio or Rui, they had eaten since they ate all the foods which Rui cooked for her training. However, they knew Hina hadn't eaten, and it would be lonely if she ate by herself, so even if they were quite full, they also ate dinner together. However, in the end, Rui gave a portion of her dinner to Shishio since she didn't want to get fat. Shishio. The three ended their dinner and cleaned up the dishes before they sat down on the sofa. Shishio was in the middle, between Rui and Hina. Neither of them said anything, showing how awkward their situation was. While previously, they could talk about dinner, food and many others, they had finished the dinner, so they couldn't use that topic again. Shishio looked at the two, then said, "Let's have sex." Rui and Hina stared at Shishin in disbelief. "Are you serious?" 2x. This time the two sisters were in sync up. After all, what this guy was saying was so outrageous. The two stared at Shishio with their jaws dropped and their mouths half opened. Still, Shishio was calm as ever, saying some nonsense that sounded quite logical. "I am sure the two of you have many emotions brewing in your hearts. However, you don't know what kind of words you want to say, right? So, instead of talking, how about we just enter the bed together to see how it goes?" They were silent, and their answers were obvious. "Then, how about a kiss?" Shishio changed the request. "Well, if it's that much. I don't really mind." Compared to sex, they felt a kiss was more acceptable. Then, Shishio lifted the two and let them sit on his thighs. Rui and Hina were dumbfounded by his strength since they could see how easy it was for him to lift them up. Still, this position embarrassed them since they were forced to stare at each other. Then, "Rui, let's start with you." Rui hadn't been given time to prepare, but her lips were kissed directly. "HMNN." Rui subconsciously responded and put her hands on his chest. She wanted to push him, but she was too weak to do so, and in the end, she just enjoyed the kiss. Hina could only blink her eyes and stared at this scene in disbelief. Puh! When their lips parted, the heat from their kiss created vapor between their mouths. Rui took a mouthful of air into her lungs and gasped as she lost her breath. Her pinkish face seemed so cute yet also erotic at the same time. Hina was in a daze since it was her first time seeing her little sister have such an appearance. Somehow, she felt something strange inside her body, and it might be her imagination, but she started to feel hot. Then, "Hina, it's your turn." Wait. I am not ready yet." However, Shishio didn't give her a chance and kissed her lips. Their kiss was just natural, but their chaste, pure kiss slowly turned into something feral, uncontrollable, as if the force of nature forced them to embrace their inner desire. Rui was in a daze since it was also her first time seeing Hina become so lewd. She kept staring at them in silence and even stopped her breathing since this spectacle drained all the power in her body. She just couldn't describe her emotions at that moment, but somehow she was just attracted. She didn't blink, nor did she look away. She just stared in silence. However, Rui suddenly noticed his gaze on her. She felt his hand on her waist, which slowly pushed her forward, yet like she was thrown into the raging river, she was unable to swim away or escape. Instead, she just swayed around the current and interlocked her lips against them. The three of them had lost their reasons, they were almost savage, ignoring the morals, rules, society and any others, only entrusting their body to their instinct and pleasure. Shishio slowly parted his lips and saw two sisters kissing each other lewdly, the sound of their kisses echoing throughout the room. He gulped, and blood rushed into his nether region and hardened his phallus. Obviously, the two women noticed this change, and they stopped their kiss, staring at him. The gazes between them had changed. The awkwardness, worry, and many other emotions vanished. All that was left was just the joy of learning something new before they fell into immoral delight. They didn't even go to the room and just did it in the living room. However, when they were in the middle of their acts, his phone vibrated, showing someone had called him. 534, the confrontation between men. After the intense fight, Shishio entered sage mode. While he could move on, he didn't have any opponents anymore, so at this moment, he was just in silence after he had woken up. However, he didn't move since two women were using his chest as a pillow. While they made it hard for him to breathe, he knew he had made them want to beat him, so he didn't do anything and just stared into the ceiling absent-mindedly. Still, Shishio was peaceful. He didn't feel any emotions as if he was in an enlightened state. However, as he had woken up, his little Shishio also had woken up. However, it was something inevitable since this was proof of how healthy he was. Shishio then observed Rui and Hina in silence and thought they were really beautiful. They were like blooming flowers at their peak. Their leaves were drenched with moisture, which made them even more seductive. Yet last night, they didn't have this graceful beauty of the flower. Instead, they had become dirty little animals. They let go of their reasons and just enjoyed the pleasure which was given by him. They lost their minds and became mindless animals that sought after the delight of carnality. On the other hand, Shishio wasn't much different. While he was in sage mode now, he was like a wild beast last night. Their scent, touch and beauty turned him into a bloodthirsty beast that moved by instinct. He hunted, marked and ate them thoroughly until they succumbed under him. Their voices were hoarse, almost unruly, and they kept doing it until their sanity returned. It was a thrilling experience, and frankly, Shishio wanted to do it again. However, he was afraid Hina might hurt her back since she wasn't exactly fit, and years of her job as a teacher made her spend most of her days drinking or sleeping. On the other hand, Rui was also tired since she had to go to school and spent her days training at the restaurant. In other words, those two didn't really have much stamina to fight against him. However, the heat was so intense last night that they let go of all of their brakes and let loose, becoming mindless animals. While Shishio didn't wake them up, he moved away from the silence so they wouldn't wake up. Last night, he recalled that his phone vibrated, but he ignored it. However, he had checked, and it wasn't important, considering the person who called him was an unknown number. A number that wasn't registered on his phone, which made him confused since lately, there were many unknown numbers that had called him. Well, there were only two, but he didn't like to answer an unknown number. However, this morning this unknown number called him again, and he walked to the veranda to answer the call. The day was quite early, but the sun had fully risen. He then looked at his phone and answered the call. Hello. Ah, is it Oga-kun? It's me, Akihito Fujii-san. Akihito quickly said politely when Shishio answered his call. Oh. Shishio was surprised and asked, is there something wrong, uncle? Sorry for calling you this morning. Did you just wake up? Haha. Shishio only laughed awkwardly, then said, so, you must have a reason to call me twice, right? That's right. Shishio might not be able to see what Akihito was doing, but he could somehow tell that Akihito took a deep breath before bowing his head. Oga-kun, please take me to meet her father. What? Ah, I am sorry. I know that it is quite abrupt, but let me meet Rui's father. Please. Shishio was silent for a while since Akihito's request was so sudden, but he must admit he didn't feel surprised by his request. Instead, he felt it was normal for Akihito to want to meet Rui's father. If Rui didn't go to meet her father, Ju, and learned under him, then Akihito might not say much and might even ignore Ju. However, it is different now. He had seen how Tsukiko Tachibana was sad, and as her husband, it was impossible for him to see his wife feel sad like this. However, he also knew this was something that had to be settled between a mother and a daughter. It might be sad, but he knew he shouldn't join their family issue. However, Rui had become his daughter now. In other words, he was her guardian, and wasn't it normal for him to feel worried about her? He also wanted to see Ju, the man who was the father of Hina and Rui and also the ex-husband of Tsukiko Fujii, since as a man, he felt this was something that he had to do. This is why. I understand. Shishio agreed without hesitation and asked, are you okay with today? They'll be training tonight, so you can come and talk. Hey? Today? Akihito was surprised, but he quickly agreed. Okay. Let's do it. Frankly, unlike Natsuo, Shishio had a good impression of Akihito since he could see Akihito was a responsible man and he was also a lovely husband who loved his wife. There was also no conflict between them since he wasn't going to do anything to Tsukiko. He was already satisfied with her two daughters, and he wouldn't do anything to their mother. Anyway, the two had made up their minds and decided to meet Ju later at night, considering how Akihito had to go to work today. Their talk was quite brief before Shishio looked at the screen of his phone. He sighed and wondered where Akihito got his number. Is it Hina? Or Tsukiko Abasan? Shishio wasn't sure, but he talked about this matter when Rui and Hina had woken up. While Hina stuck out her tongue cutely since she was the one who gave Shishio's number to Akihito, Rui agreed without hesitation. After all, unlike her relationship with Natsuo, her relationship with Akihito was quite good. Akihito treated her mother well, and he also did his best to treat her as his real daughter. While Rui must admit she was quite nervous, Shishio was right next to her, so she knew she would be okay. The only thing that she was worried about was Ju since she knew how her father loved to run away when they had to talk about something serious. You don't need to worry. You can pick up Fujii-san, and I'll tie my father on the chair, so he won't be able to run away. Rui made up her mind. Okay. While Shishio was speechless, he agreed and decided to let them have a swift meeting since the longer they met, the more troublesome it was. Hina then looked at the two for a while, and when their conversation ended, she asked, should we sleep together again tonight? She might feel reluctant to do it together last time, but when they had done it last night, she must admit it felt good. She also didn't expect her little sister would be so lewd. She wondered whether Rui's cold expression was just a mask to hide her lewd nature. However, she also knew that Rui was quite restrained in this area. Still, this was what made it more interesting since she loved seeing Rui's face when she was teased. Okay. Rui nodded since she must admit last night was really a unique experience for her. However, she also had to admit that her older sister was just too lewd. Still, if Shishio knew what they were thinking, he could only say that the two sisters were quite similar to each other since they were all lewd. Frankly, even if Shishio often spent his night with Rui or Hina, it didn't mean he ignored the rest of his women. However, he must admit the feelings of the two sisters together was amazing. He then looked at Hina and wondered how good it was to combine two other mature women together. Hina looked at Shishio and wasn't sure why, but she knew this guy was thinking something lewd. She thought for a while and asked, "Do you want to try on a costume tonight?" While Shishio knew Hina was thinking something rude since his head wasn't filled with dirty things all the time, he nodded without hesitation. "Just wear your teacher's suit." "Okay." Hina nodded. Rui thought that her sister was really a lewd woman. Akihito was just right returned from his work. However, he didn't immediately go back to his lovely family. Instead, he bought a popular snack at the shop near his office before he waited for someone. While it was night, the temperature was quite nice. It was quite cool since the summer was near. If possible, Akihito wanted to drink a cold beer and spend his night with his wife. However, as a man, there was something that he had to do. Then, after a while, a familiar motorcycle stopped right in front of him, and the young man that rode on it opened his helmet. "Uncle." "Oga-kun." Akihito greeted Shishio with a smile. While he was speechless by Rui's decision to live with Shishio, Tsukiko had given consent to the two of them, so there was nothing he could do. The only thing he was worried about was the fact they were a woman and a man, and they were a couple in love. If they stayed under the same roof for so long, anything could happen between the two, right? Well, as long as he gives Rui a responsibility, everything is all right, right? Akihito thought in his mind, but he wasn't really sure at this moment since he must admit it was so awkward. "Should we go, uncle?" Shishio asked. "Okay." Akihito wore the helmet Shishio gave and sat naturally on the back seat. "Are you ready?" "Yes." Shishio glanced at Akihito and wondered whether he was about to face World War III. Well, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? Anyway, if anything was out of control, Shishio was ready to stop them anytime. With that determination, he started his motorcycle and went to their destination, and that was to meet Rui's father, Ju. 535, the appointment time. "We have arrived, uncle." "Yes." Akihito nodded and stepped down while observing the restaurant in front of him. "Thank you, Shishio-kun." He took off the helmet resolutely while showing the valiant air like a warrior about to welcome another war. He tightened his tie and had a solemn expression on his face. "So this is the restaurant of Tsukiko-san's ex-husband. It's his second restaurant, but it isn't ready yet," Shishio explained. "I see." While there were many things that Akihito wanted to ask, he decided to swallow his questions. Instead, he took a deep breath, then opened the door without hesitation. Inside, Rui stood at the entrance with a nervous expression on her face. She wasn't sure how to face Akihito. Her fingers moved from time to time, trying to find words to say to him. "Fuji-san, it's been a while." "Rui-chan." Akihito nodded, then said, "I am sorry for cutting the chase, but is your father around?" "Yes." Rui nodded, then pointed at her father, whom she tied to the chair. "I have tied him to a chair." "Tied?" Akihito was slightly taken aback when he saw Ju's situation. Shishio could only watch this situation speechlessly since he knew Ju was about to run away before. Rui approached Ju and took off the cloth that covered his mouth. "Bah!" He took a gulp of air, then complained. "Hold on, this is a bit too much, isn't it? If we don't do this, then when? But it's so sudden. You just tie me so suddenly." Even Ju was flabbergasted when he heard Akihito was going to come. He didn't really want to meet Akihito by saying that he had a stomachache, but Rui had tied him first, which made him unable to make an excuse or run away. "It's too late." Rui patted Ju's back, then said, "Introduce yourself." Ju let out a long sigh before he stood up. He was slightly nervous, but he stood before Akihito and introduced himself. "Nick, nice to meet you." He touched the back of his head, feeling slightly overwhelmed by Akihito's aura. However, Ju couldn't be blamed since Shishio could feel Akihito's life force was so intense. The amount of his life force is outrageous. Is he a pillar man? Jokes aside, Akihito introduced himself with great intensity. "Good night. I'm Tsukiko-san's current husband. My name is Akihito Fujii." Then suddenly, a silence brewed between them. Rui subconsciously held Shishio's hand since she was so nervous. Ju gulped and opened his eyes wide, wondering whether Akihito was going to do something, but... "Thank you for looking after Rui-chan." Akihito bowed his head and presented a souvenir to Ju. Ju could only stare blankly at Akihito. It might not be convenient for you, but I ask you to continue to guide her in the ways of the chef. Please." Yes." Ju nodded dumbly. When Akihito ended his conversation with Ju, he turned toward Rui. Fuji-san. Rui was nervous and lowered her head. However, Akihito approached her and raised his arm. Shishio. Still, unlike what everyone imagined, Akihito didn't slap Rui's cheek. Instead, he caressed her cheek gently, showing worry and gentleness. Have you been eating well? Sleeping well? Rui wanted to say her life was so good when she lived with Shishio, but the shock brought by Akihito's words was too much since she didn't expect him to worry her so much. She raised her head and looked at Akihito in shock. Don't ever make me worry like that again. Akihito cried since he was really worried about Rui. Since the day you left, even at work or during meals, I have constantly been wondering if you were okay. Rui couldn't control her tears and cry. I am so sorry. I have been thinking about myself. I am sorry, Fuji. No, father. Shishio and Ju let out a sigh of relief and smiled warmly at this scene. After talking for a while, Rui showed Akihito the fruit of her training. Delicious. Akihito was shocked when he tried the taste of the pasta cooked by Rui. While he had eaten the food cooked by Rui many times, he felt the improvement in this dish was so much that it was almost scary. However, Akihito must admit it was so delicious that he didn't want to talk and ate all the dishes first. Watching Akihito, who ate without talking until the end, whether it was Rui, Ju, or Shishio, only smiled since this was the result of their teamwork. They were able to create such a miracle dish, and it was so amazingly delicious. When Akihito finished the dish, he looked at Rui and asked, "Did you really make this, Rui-chan?" "Yes." Rui nodded with a smile. "Dad and Shishio have been helping me. The three of us have been training together." "I see." Akihito looked at Shishio with a complicated expression. After all, when Rui had just acknowledged him as a father, his daughter was already taken by a random boy. Fortunately, this boy was so responsible for Rui, and even if she was pregnant, he believed they would be okay. Right? I wonder what Tsukiko-san would say if she tasted this. Akihito looked at Rui and said with a sad expression. You might have the wrong idea about her, but she and I want to support you, Rui-chan. It's natural for parents to be happy that their daughter has her eyes set on the future. We shouldn't hinder you because of how we feel. Tsukiko-san knows this as well. She's a smart woman, after all. Akihito let out a sigh and said, but her mind isn't following what she feels in her heart, and she's heartbroken. Why did Rui go to the man who betrayed us? She'd say. Shishio glanced at Ju, who eavesdropped on their conversation silently. She's been drinking and crying every night. Well, Tsukiko also called him every night to ask about Rui's situation and condition, but Shishio felt it was better to shut his mouth. During those times, she always talked about what her daughters were like when they were small. Like how she worried about Hina, who was such an innocent child. Or how Rui would always run away in fear before uttering a single word. Akihito told what Tsukiko's situation was and many other things together before he decided to excuse himself. After all, he came to visit and to see how Rui was. Watching her all right, and even spirited, he was happy and didn't feel worried anymore. He could also taste how delicious her dish was. Akihito was sure that if Tsukiko knew how delicious the dish cooked by Rui was, he believed she would let her become a chef. Still, they decided to keep it a secret until the day of the appointment since they wanted to give Tsukiko a surprise. After they talked for a while, Akihito excused himself and walked home by himself by walking. Shishio offered to send Akihito, but Akihito rejected since he wanted to cool his body up. He didn't force himself and then watched over Akihito's figure that slowly walked away with Rui. It's quite an anticlimax somehow. Still, this was based on his calculation since Shishio knew Akihito's personality well. It was also the reason why he agreed to let Akihito come. If it was Natsuo, he wouldn't agree to let him come, no matter what, since he knew what kind of person Natsuo was. In a good way. Rui didn't say anything and just stared at Akihito's back. You're ready? Shishio asked. Hearing this question, Rui clenched her fist and nodded. Even if I run away, it'll solve nothing, so I'll do it. I will win my mom's heart through my cooking. That's my girl. Shishio smiled and rubbed Rui's hair happily. Rui pouted before she smiled. She rubbed her face against him and felt glad she could meet him. Shishio. I love you. Rui waited for his answer, but Shishio didn't say anything, which made her dumbfounded. Why didn't you say anything? Well, you teased me before, so I thought to tease you, Shishio said with a teasing smile. Rui pouted and hit Shishio's chest, annoyed. Sorry. Shishio apologized and hugged Rui into his arms, so she would stop hitting him. He caressed her back gently and said, I love you too. Rui smiled happily, but then she said, don't seduce Hibiki, alright. Shishio wasn't sure whether he could uphold this promise. He then glanced inside the restaurant, but he didn't say anything since he knew that Ju also needed time to be alone. After the meeting with Akihito, Rui became even more spirited and determined to make her mother acknowledge her dream. While Rui trained, Shishio also took care of his relationship with other women, especially with Mai, since they could only talk through the phone. Mai was busy on the movie shoot, especially as the main character. However, the literature club would take a trip to Izu later, and by that time, they could meet each other again. Mai was spirited and told him to go as soon as possible if possible. If possible, Shishio wanted to have magic, so he could teleport easily from one place to another. Still, is it possible to create a teleportation device? Or an anywhere door? If Doraemon, which came from the future, could bring a door that could lead them anywhere on Earth and even multiverse, then it should be possible for Shishio to make such a door, too, right? If he had physics mastery, it would be great. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. Anyway, it was enough for him to think about this kind of random matter since the appointment time when Rui was going to present her food to her mother was coming. Whether it was the Tachibana family or the Fujiai family, they gathered together. Tsukiko and Akihito dressed in formal clothes. Hina and Natsuo were also the same. Still, Natsuo wore his uniform since it was easier and he didn't have to wear uncomfortable clothes. While there were many things that he wanted to say, he shut his mouth at this moment since even he could read the mood. Tsukiko is the main protagonist now. Tsukiko took a deep breath and entered the restaurant. By then, Shishio, who was dressed in the waiter uniform, welcomed them with a gentle and warm smile. Welcome. Tsukiko must admit her first impression was good. 536, The Fateful Day 1. When Tsukiko entered this restaurant, she had a good impression instantly, especially when she saw the server. After all, they often talked to each other on the phone after Rui decided to move with him. Even if he didn't want their relationship to become even closer, it was inevitable, especially when they talked to each other every day. The duration of their talk might not be long, but the essence of the conversation wasn't the length. Instead, it was the quality of the conversation itself. If Tsukiko was single and she wasn't the mother of Rui or Hina, their relationship might lead in a different direction. However, the relationship between them had forced them to lead into an inevitable relationship, which was between a son-in-law and a mother-in-law. There was no if, no else, it was just that. Yet because of their frequent communication, they were quite close to each other, and it was the reason why Tsukiko quickly gained a good impression of this restaurant, him. However, how could Tsukiko say that? Tsukiko came with the intention to test Rui's determination, so she couldn't appear so easy to please. After looking at Shishio, she observed the interior of the restaurant. She had heard the restaurant hadn't been fully furnished since it wasn't ready and it would only open next year. Yet, she couldn't see that, and all she could see was just a restaurant used to serve dining for four. It gave a comfy yet elegant feeling as if this restaurant was made to welcome a family. The seats were located at the counter where they could see Rui's kitchen. Please follow me. Lead me to guide you to your seats, Shishio welcomed them gentlemanly. Thank you. Tsukiko nodded. Thank you, Shishio-kun. Akihito nodded. Hina also acted the same, feeling happy that she was served by Shishio on this special, certain occasion. After all, she was often bullied by him, so she thought to prank him slightly. Shishio only stared at Hina with dead eyes, thinking he would punish this woman later. On the other hand, Natsuo, who felt he was unrelated in this situation, didn't say much and just followed everyone. He also was led by Shishio to guide him on where to sit. Please sit here, Fujiai-senpai, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Natsuo somehow felt uncomfortable and slightly guilty, especially when he saw how Shishio treated him so gently, yet he was about to do something unforgivable in the past. Thinking back, he wondered what would have happened if he hadn't fallen and snapped at Shishio the morning before. Natsuo was silent. Still, no one realized the change in Natsuo's reaction. Instead, they focused more on Rui, which could be seen from the kitchen. Thank you for coming to our restaurant today. My name is Shishio Oga, and I will be your server tonight. Shishio let them focus on him instead of Rui since he was afraid of her getting nervous. Still, he could see Ju was too afraid to get out and just hid on the side, watching this scene nervously. The menu will be specially chosen by our chef, and I am sure that tonight, it'll be a wonderful experience for your family, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Haha. Akihito smiled and said, I can't wait for it. Yeah, bring the booze. Hina laughed happily. But I wonder about that, Tsukiko said curtly and coldly. Everyone. The warm and exciting atmosphere vanished and changed into an awkward one. However, Shishio only smiled and said, No, I am sure of it, and when you go back later, you'll be happy. Tsukiko stared at Shishio in silence, blankly without any emotions. Still, Shishio was calm as ever while thinking Tsukiko was kind of cute in her cold emotion. He had heard she was an executive in some companies, and somehow he wasn't surprised by her intimidation aura. He wondered whether her subordinates would also face her like this, yet somehow he found her charming. Was it wrong of him? Tsukiko looked away and sighed. We'll see about that. She didn't dare to look at him any longer since she was afraid if she looked at him any longer, she would be pulled into an abyss by him. Yes. Shishio nodded and said with a gentle smile, we will give you the best experience. The food had already been predetermined by Rui, and they didn't need to choose the menu. They only had to enjoy the food and choose the drink. While Hina and Akihito chose the alcohol without hesitation, Natsuo chose juice, and Tsukiko decided to choose plain water. I want to be able to judge the dishes properly, so I'll have plain water. Shishio looked at Tsukiko for a moment and nodded. Gladly. While he prepared the beverages for everyone, Rui also prepared the dishes for everyone, steadily, efficiently, and full of determination. Rui might be able to feel Tsukiko's piercing gaze on her back, yet she didn't feel fear, especially when Shishio was by her side, supporting her. She knew it was impossible for her mother to feel satisfied with the taste of a normal dish. Her mother was an executive in the company. She had visited many restaurants and attended business receptions, so she had built a discerning palate, which would only be satisfied with good food or food made at home. Something less than that wouldn't even enter her mother's eyes. However, Rui didn't feel that she would lose, and she was going to show what she was worth. And, the last ingredient is... I apologize for the wait. Here's the appetizer. Shishio served the appetizers to everyone. This dish is called caponata. It was specially made by our chef. Please enjoy. He bowed his head, then left them, so they could enjoy the dish. The first dish chosen by Rui was caponata, a Sicilian dish consisting of chopped fried aubergine and other vegetables seasoned with olive oil, tomato sauce, celery, olives, and capers, in an agrodolce sauce. Well, now. Everyone didn't hesitate and started to eat, but then... Boom! They felt as if they were at the festival with various humanoid vegetables around them. Whoa wow! Akihito was dumbfounded. This is my first time having this dish, but the sweetness of the vegetables is distinctive. The taste of the celery is also refreshing. Hina and Natsuo were also the same, but somehow when they tasted this dish longer, they could feel there was a firework in their mouths. This spiciness. Tsukiko quickly realized. It's jalapeno. Shishio nodded and said, it's the hidden ingredient. Our chef adds a small amount of it. The mix between sweetness and spiciness was amazing. The spiciness enhanced the sweetness even more. Tsukiko wanted to put on a cold face all the time, yet somehow it was hard to control her expression since her jaw was weakened, and she couldn't help but form a smile on her face. However, she quickly returned it to her cold expression and glared at Shishio, who smiled at her. Shishio smiled before he walked to the back area, letting them enjoy the food quietly. However, when he was there, he saw someone unexpected. Hibiki, what are you doing here? What? I can't be here. Hibiki answered with her curt reaction as usual. Still, her eyes darted toward his well-trained figure from up to down, causing the snow-white flesh on her cheeks to turn crimson. I have never said that, right? Shishio patted Hibiki's head gently. Hibiki was in a daze, and she must admit she hated his casualness. Here she felt her heart almost jump out all the time, but Shishio acted so nonchalantly, which somehow damaged her pride. Can you blush in front of me? Even after she kissed his cheek, he only smiled at her as if she were a child. How could she accept such a humiliation? Don't treat me like a child. Hibiki swept his hand reluctantly since even if she hated it, she must admit it felt good. Sorry, sorry. Shishio just apologized in a perfunctory manner, then asked, so why are you here? Today's an important day, you know. That's why I am here. Hibiki roared with her tiny mouth while tiptoeing, trying to make herself taller. You guys brought her mother here to get her to accept the fact Rui-chan works here, right? I'm sure Rui-chan's cooking will be fine. If that's the case. She ignored Shishio's reaction and then started her solo skit. Oh, your guidance is so valuable. First, she acted like she was in love, then she acted like a man who was about to seduce someone. Good, now we can get back together. She raised her hands high and then complained. I am sure something like that will happen. I know it. Whatever. Shishio only rolled his eyes before he continued with his job. Watching his figure slowly walk away, Hibiki opened her mouth and wanted to stop him, but a moment of hesitation made the words that she wanted to say stuck on her lips. Before, in the end, she could only stare at his figure, leaving in silence. When are you going to train me? Hibiki wanted to ask, but somehow she felt it was wrong. She knew it was wrong, yet her heart said otherwise. The feeling of Hibiki aside, Shishio didn't have time to take care of Hibiki's heart. Instead, he poured his focus on helping Rui, who was showing her determination through her dish. Watching her sweat from the heat, pressure and exhaustion in her mind and body, how could he seduce a girl in this situation? After the appetizer, it was time for the main dish, Shishio brought the main dish, which was cooked by Rui after he cleaned up the table. I apologize for the wait. Here is the pescatori. Wow, it's packed up with seafood. Looks tasty. While everyone seemed excited about the dish, Tsukiko stared at it silently. It's your favorite food, right, auntie? Tsukiko lifted her head and looked at Shishio blankly. Rui said that this was your favorite before your divorce, and her father always made it. Shishio didn't look away from Tsukiko and said, this dish isn't cooked to spit on you. Instead, it is because Rui loves you that she wants to make your favorite food for you, so please enjoy. What a cheeky boy. Tsukiko sighed and looked at her food, trying to hide her blush before she ate the pescatori with her fork slowly. The gentle taste filled with love unfurled from her tongue into her heart. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to calm herself before she continued to eat since she was afraid if this continued, she might show her disgraceful self. In the kitchen, Rui waited nervously, and it wasn't a moment later that Shishio came while showing empty plates in his hands with a smile. She let out a sigh of relief and also gave him a gentle smile. The last sprint. Go for it, Shishio said voicelessly with only the movement of his lips. Yes. Rui nodded, said that word inside her heart, and gave all of her feelings into this last dish. 537, the fateful day 2. After the appetizer and the main dish, it was time for the last, which was a dessert. It was called a dolce in Italy, yet Shishio didn't care about any of that now. This time, he didn't serve the food. Instead, it was Rui who served the food by herself since she had to face her mother now. Shishio was in the back area, the place where he could see them from a distance. Hibiki was right by his side, but she didn't seem to focus on what had happened to Rui. Her small, cute nose moved slightly as her slender neck stretched as long as it could. He smells really nice. While she was drowned by his smell, she didn't notice that Shishio had noticed her action. Shishio glanced at Hibiki silently and thought this little pervert might need some lessons later. Should I kiss her neck? Observing her slender white neck, he had this impulse to give a kiss on the back of her neck. Still, there was something that he had to ask her, but in the end, he shut his mouth. What's wrong? Hibiki tilted her head while looking at him curiously. Shishio only stared at Hibiki and rubbed her head. Be quiet. Don't make a mess. I know. You don't need to remind me. Hibiki pouted, but she didn't take his hand away from her head since she must admit it felt so comfortable. While Shishio and Hibiki watched the scene before them, Tsukiko, Akihito, Hina, and Natsuo discussed the various dishes cooked by Rui. The three didn't hesitate to praise Rui's food. Even Natsuo, who didn't have a good relationship with Rui, also said that it would be the world's loss if Rui didn't become a chef. Frankly, if possible, he wanted to have a good relationship with Rui. It would be even better if Rui decided to break up with Shishio. However, Natsuo wasn't stupid, and he knew it was impossible to say something like that. Moreover, this also wasn't the occasion to say something like that, so he just talked about the food since he must admit it was delicious. Still, the reason why Natsuo talked was that Hina and Akihito talked with him. As for Tsukiko, they decided to refrain from saying much since they must admit her aura was just too intimidating. Frankly, Shishio was probably the only one who could talk with her freely without getting nervous and even had the nerve to tease her from time to time. However, that fact was better hidden and not be said to anyone since if someone knew about it, the result wouldn't be good. While they waited for Shishio to come to serve the dessert, someone unexpectedly came out and served dessert. Sorry for the wait. Still wearing her chef uniform, Rui came out to face her mother. This is the dessert, tiramisu. A daughter and a mother faced each other for the first time after a week. Thank you for coming today, Rui said calmly yet slightly nervous since she knew what kind of ungrateful thing she had done to her mother. The feeling of being betrayed was something worse than being killed. If one had to say, being killed was better since the pain was only in the beginning, and after that, they would have a peaceful sleep. However, when one is betrayed, they feel that pain until they die. Even if they had a new partner, who could love them, they still had this suspicion that would remain until they died. Rui knew all of this, yet she still forced her mother to face this hurtful past which made her realize she was an ungrateful daughter. However, she wanted to tell her mother that the reason why she wanted to become a chef definitely had nothing to do with this matter. It was something else. It was hard to describe this bubbling emotion that jumbled together into one, but if she had to say it in one word, then it was love. Rui wanted to tell her mother that she loved her and definitely didn't choose this profession because she wanted to spit on her. Still, if possible, Rui wanted to spit on Ju, who had wrecked their happy family. I had trouble deciding on a dish to end the meal, but I settled on tiramisu. Rui put all the tiramisu on the table and lit the fire on the candle that was decorated in the middle of it. Every year, on every birthday, Dad made tiramisu for the birthday girl, didn't he? We told him that a regular cake topped with strawberries would be fine, but he insisted, saying that his tiramisu was obviously more delicious. Tsukiko only stared at the tiramisu without saying any words. Rui stared at her mother for a while before she bit her lower lip and said, "You know, Mom. In the beginning, I thought that I wanted to separate my cooking studies from my father's issues. But that changes. Yes, Dad did a lot of sadness for us, and I understand you may not want to remember those times, but, that doesn't erase the time when we were happy." She knew she shouldn't say this since this would make her ungrateful for her mother, but she knew there was no more suitable place other than her father's restaurant, so she bowed and begged. "Mom, I want you to let me work with Dad, and please taste this tiramisu. Please." Tsukiko didn't say anything and clutched the tablecloths tightly. This was the real problem between them. Frankly, if Rui wanted to become a chef, Tsukiko would support it. After all, as a parent, she was happy that her daughter had something she wanted to achieve. Her daughter also had the ability to achieve it and even made it into something that could feed her in the future. However, it was a different matter if her daughter wanted to work under her ex-husband. Whether it was a different restaurant, even if it was ramen or any others, Tsukiko didn't care much, but it was just she couldn't accept the fact that Rui chose to be with her father instead of thinking about what her father had done to their family. The damage to the past was still hurting her even now. Yet when Tsukiko watched her daughter beg like this, her heart was shaken and softened, yet the demon inside her heart couldn't be easily erased. Shishio watched this scene in silence and didn't say anything. Only he saw Hibiki dash toward them, but he didn't stop her, and he had a feeling everything would be alright even though he had no basis for it. While Rui was waiting for Tsukiko's answer, Hibiki suddenly appeared before them and said, "Enough already. You're one stubborn lady, you know. Your daughter worked so hard. Can't you give her a break?" Shishio stared at this scene in silence. "Everything will be alright, right?" Anyway, he quickly stood behind Hibiki since he was afraid this girl might jump out into Tsukiko. Who are you?" Even Akihito, Hina, and Natsuo were dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of Hibiki. "I'm Mikimoto Hibiki." This name caused Tsukiko to be shaken. "I am the daughter of the current wife of Mikimoto-ju." Hearing this, Tsukiko's body trembled slightly. "Hey? You mean the daughter who stole Tsukiko-san's husband?" Akihito was speechless. "Let me correct you on that. My mom would never steal from anyone's husband." You seem to have the idea adultery was the reason for your divorce, but that's wrong. When my mom met my father had already been divorced for 2 years. My mom's totally innocent. Then why? Tsukiko was confused and in shock. How should I know? In any case. Hibiki wanted to say something again, but she was dragged by Shishio, and her mouth was covered by his hand. HMNGH. What are you doing, Dot? She glared at Shishio. Shishio stared at Hibiki for a moment and thought to kiss this feisty girl, so she should keep her mouth shut, but he just gestured to someone with his jaw, telling her to leave everything to her father. Hibiki turned and saw her father had come. "Thank you, Shishio-kun." Ju patted Shishio's shoulder, then looked at Tsukiko. "I'll take the story from here." Tsukiko was dumbfounded when she saw Ju. "It's been a long time, Tsukiko." Ju might feel awkward, but he had to say everything. "I know my lie caused you all to suffer for a long time. I have no excuses. The real reason why I left you was debt." Debt. Ju told how his first restaurant was good, and on its opening day, it had a lot of customers, but after that great success, everything turned downhill. However, he didn't want to give up. He tried everything, gritting his teeth, bleeding, and many others, to reorganize his restaurant. However, everything was inevitable, and his restaurant closed. However, when it was closed, his debt ballooned up, and it was already out of control. The point is, I ran. I'd feel guilty if I'd forced you, so I made up a lie of having a daughter outside of our marriage and sent you a divorce paper. I thought that if I made you think I was unfaithful, you'd be able to stop loving me. Shishio stared at Ju in silence, but he didn't say anything. Tsukiko trembled, trying to hold back her tears, but no words came out from her red-colored lips. "After all this time you tell me all this. What am I supposed to think?" Akihito stared at Tsukiko for a while before he grasped her almost boneless white hand gently. "Well, for starters, let's drop the resentment. You don't have to hate the past anymore." Tsukiko looked at Akihito for a while, and tears just dropped from her eyes. Then a picture of her past which she spent with her family, appeared in her mind like a movie. It was unstoppable, like the tears that kept dripping from her eyes now. As she held the fork, Tsukiko ate the tiramisu baked by her beloved daughter. "It's good. It's really delicious." 538, The Aftermath. The matter between the Tachibana household had ended. The relationship between everyone had returned to normal. Still, knowing the truth about what had happened to Ju, Shishio also started to think. Was Ju right? Ju decided to lie to his wife since he didn't want her to be involved in his debt. However, This action caused Tsukiko to be hurt and even affected her confidence as a woman, along with her ability to trust someone again. If Tsukiko didn't meet Akihito, she would still be single and live in misery. On the other hand, if Ju was able to say what really happened, then something like this wouldn't happen. After all, it could be seen after a few years of hard work, his debt had already been paid, so there was no need to worry too much about the debt. Even if they were in debt, and their lives might be quite tough few years, it would be okay after that. After all, this was what marriage was about, right? Marriage wouldn't be all sweet, like sugar. Many problems had sourness, saltiness, spiciness, and even blandness during a marriage, but if they could persist until the end, respect, be on each other's sides during the toughest time, and love each other until death parted them up. That's what wonderful things about marriage are, right? However, everything had happened, and it was impossible to return to how it used to be. Tsukiko had agreed to let Rui work under Ju. Then she excused herself after she had a wonderful dinner prepared by her daughter. As for going back to the past, there was no such thing in her head. After all, she had a wonderful husband now, and the thought of divorcing never crossed her mind. Still, before Tsukiko went back, there was something that she had to say. Thank you for taking care of Rui. Ah, it's not a problem, Ju answered. Tsukiko then looked at Shishio and said, thank you for taking Rui too. No problem, Auntie, Shishio said with a smile. Auntie. Tsukiko frowned, but she thought for a while before she shook her head. Well, just call me that. Shishio stared at Tsukiko, but he didn't think too much. Tsukiko then looked at Rui and said, don't forget to go home. I still haven't allowed you to live together with your boyfriend. You should wait until you graduate from high school before you decide to live together. Previously, it was different since she was in an argument with Rui, but since the argument between them was solved, it was impossible to let her daughter stay with such a dangerous young man like Shishio. While Tsukiko must admit Shishio was reliable, she was just afraid that her daughter might get pregnant. As for the thought that her daughter and Shishio were having sex, she had already given up on stopping them and just told them to be careful since having a child their age was tough. Rui wanted to say something, but in the end, she sighed and nodded reluctantly. Okay. What could she do? Her mother had accepted her selfishness before, so she could only follow her to go home reluctantly. Still, she looked at Hina anticipatedly since she knew Hina was going to move out, and by then. Hina noticed Rui's gaze and only smiled while thinking about what had happened between her and her father. Frankly, unlike Rui, her relationship with Ju wasn't that good. After all, she was old enough to understand what was happening between her mother and father. She knew her father had betrayed her mother, and she also didn't really like to meet her father since it reminded her of how despicable she was. Fortunately, everything unraveled. There was no need to lie anymore. She was able to date Shishio and Rui peacefully, and what was even more fortunate was the fact the compatibility between the three was so perfect that they even did a threesome. Frankly, when Hina came to the restaurant, she would be lying if she wasn't nervous, so she often drank alcohol so she didn't have to stay sober when she happened to meet her father. As for Rui's matter, she knew Rui would be alright, especially when Shishio was there. While Hina might be an adult, she wasn't sure how to meet her father, but who would have thought she would understand what really happened to her father back then? Ju didn't cheat on her mother. Instead, he ran away because of the debt and lied to her mother that he cheated and made a daughter with someone else. Frankly, Hina should be happy to know that her father wasn't a cheater. Yet somehow, it was hard to describe her emotions since she just didn't know. She was happy that her mother and Rui were happy, yet it was hard to talk with her father. Maybe, because she was an adult? Unlike Rui, who didn't know anything back then, Hina knew what kind of remorse her mother had felt, so when everything was cleared up, should she just forget about anything? Hina knew it was for the better, but unlike Rui, who wanted to become a chef, and wanted to work with her father. She didn't have much of an interest in becoming a chef, so while it was quite cold, if possible, she didn't want to talk much with her father. It was also the reason why when Ju and Hina met each other, there was this awkwardness around them, yet Hina must admit it felt warm when Ju asked about what she was doing. The only thing that she couldn't answer was, "Do you have a lover now?" Ju asked with a cheeky smile. When this question was asked, Hina was quite stunned, and her eyes darted toward Rui and Shishio, but the two of them were being reprimanded by Tsukiko, which made it impossible for them to help her. "Ah, I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable. It's okay if you don't want to tell me." Ju might realize that he was quite rude, especially when he had parted from Hina for so many years. Unlike Rui, Hina was an adult, which made it hard for him to interact with her. No, you don't need to apologize. It just makes it awkward somehow. After all, what kind of father would talk to his daughter like this? Hina somehow felt they were like a stranger instead of a father and a daughter. Ju laughed, then joked. "Or were you seduced by Shishio?" Cough. Hina was startled, and her heart almost stopped. What the hell were you saying? We're teachers and students. Sorry. Ju smiled bitterly when he saw Hina glaring at him. I was just joking, alright. Hina sighed and said, don't say something like that again, Dad. Okay. I won't ask much, but I am glad you're okay, Ju said with a smile. Dad. Hina looked at her father, and now, she could smile. By then, the relationship between the two had become closer, and there was no awkwardness. Natsuo was also happy since everyone was also happy. He was even happier when he heard that Rui had to be parted from Shishio. Frankly, he knew there was nothing he could do about the relationship between the two, so he could only accept it. After all, he must admit Shishio was so responsible, even took care of Rui on her problem like this and even helped his stepmother. Even if Natsuo didn't want to, he had to accept it since he knew they would be together from now on, especially whether Ju, Tsukiko and even her father, Akihito, supported the relationship between Shishio and Rui. Frankly, he wanted to tell them that Shishio was a scumbag who dated many girls, but somehow those words couldn't come out of his mouth since he knew if he said that, he would fool the mood of this occasion, so he could only endure everything. The only good thing was that Hina was by his side, and she probably didn't have a boyfriend. I need to confess. Natsuo thought. With the matter settled, they cleaned up the restaurant before Rui returned along with her family, leaving Shishio, Ju, and Hibiki there. The three of them watched them leave before they looked at each other. Uncle, Hibiki, I'll go home now. Oh? Are you going back immediately? Don't you want to drink with me first? Ju asked with a smile while making a gesture to drink alcohol. Who cares about you? Just hurry up and go home. Hibiki pouted and looked away. Then, I'll go back. Shishio teased this little tsundere. Hey? You're really going back, Shishio? Hibiki asked sadly, wondering whether they could meet again. What are you sad about? Shishio just rubbed Hibiki's head. As I have said, don't treat me like a child. Hibiki raised her hands, showing her annoyance, but she didn't slap his hand away. If you want to meet, just text me, Shishio said in a whisper. Oh okay. Hibiki blushed and nodded gingerly. Ju stared at the two of them, then asked, say, is it only me, or has your relationship become so close? He wondered whether this was a normal friendship between a male and a female in the current era. Who is close with him? However, Hibiki quickly got angry at Ju. Hey, you don't need to get so angry. Ju was so helpless when his daughter hit him lightly. After coaxing his daughter, he looked at Shishio and asked, are you in a hurry? I need to prepare something since I will have to go somewhere, Shishio said while wearing his helmet. Where? It wasn't Ju who asked this question, but Hibiki. Izu. His answer was simple. Why? 2x. The two asked at the same time, wondering why Shishio went to Izu. Shishio looked at the pair of a daughter and a father, wondering why they asked him so many questions. For a trip. Then, I'll go back now. He said goodbye politely before he left them. The two stared at Shishio while saying goodbye, but inwardly, they must admit they were so jelly at this moment. Dad, how about we take a trip to Izu with Mom? Hibiki suddenly asked while looking at her father. If I go on a trip, it's better for me to go with your mother alone. If you're there, it's hard for us to be intimate, Ju said of his selfish desire. Hibiki stared at her father and realized how heartless he was, so she just threw a tantrum while rolling around. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. Ju stared at Hibiki speechlessly and sighed. Well, let's go together. Yay. I love you, Dad. Hibiki hugged Ju happily. Ju sighed helplessly, but he showed a warm smile on his face. Mikimoto also decided to take a trip to Izu, yet the probability of them meeting at Shishio's party would be near zero, but they should have a good family memory, so everything was okay, right? 539, Hina, I am going to move out. Izu. This name had been on everyone's heads for a while. After all, even if they hadn't come to such a place, they often heard the beauty of this place through the mouths of everyone. It was one of the most popular places for the people in this country to go on the trip. Beach, hot spring, and a chupacabra. Chupacabra. Sheena looked at the pamphlet of the Izu's trip with bright eyes. Shishio rubbed Sheena's head and said, it's a capybara. While there was an existence of yokai, monster, in this country, chupacabra was a monster that came from the American continent. While many Japanese immigrated to South America in the past, it didn't mean the monster from the American continent would immigrate to Japan. Right, capybara. Sheena nodded gingerly. She then looked at Shishio and asked, we're going to see it, right, Shishio? Yeah. You can even keep them if you want, Shishio said calmly. Really? Sheena was surprised, and she was also excited. Everyone. You're doting her too much. Chihiro sulked. It might seem that Shishio doted Sheena so much, yet they didn't know that when at night, he bullied her, and she also often doted him, so wasn't it normal for him to dote her too? Still, capybara is a sensitive animal, so if we're not careful, we might kill them, Shishio suddenly said. Kill. Sheena was shocked, then her eyes slightly downcast, quickly realizing the problem. Then, it's better to just see it. While she wanted to pet capybara, if it would kill the animals, she wouldn't do it. It's okay. I have an aquarium. Let's visit it during the summer break, Shishio said. Aquarium. Everyone was in doubt when they heard Shishio's words. As for Sheena, she didn't have a doubt, and somehow she anticipated seeing the aquarium which Shishio owned. Still, Chihiro-ne, are you sure that you are not going to join? Shishio asked. It's the activity of your literature club, right? It's not something that I can join. While Chihiro wanted to come to Izu, she felt reluctant, especially when the people who came were only his women. There might be Kiria, but she didn't really like this guy. Hearing that answer, Shishio didn't force Chihiro to come since she might have her own reason why she didn't come. As for Mayumi Nishikino, who wailed and wanted to come, he decided to ignore her since this was a special trip for the literature club. The only thing that Shishio was worried about was that USA didn't come even though everyone had invited him. He wasn't sure what was happening to him, yet somehow he could feel that USA might distance himself from the club or the reality itself. After the last confession, it was hard to maintain their previous relationship. Even if they wanted to return to their previous relationship, it was hard, especially when a crack appeared in USA's heart. Shishio knew USA was at an overthinking time, thinking about what he wanted to do, so he didn't do anything and just gave him space and time. As for consoling, while it was quite cold, he didn't plan to do anything. Talking with USA about a relationship was troublesome, and Shishio didn't really want to get involved again. As for what USA wanted to do from now on, Shishio left everything to his decision. Even if USA wanted to part away from them, he was okay with it since he felt it was a part of life. High school life was only 3 years, and many people lost their contacts, yet some of them still maintained good relationships even if they had become an adult. It would be great if they could maintain a good relationship, but if they couldn't, it was okay since it was a part of life. However, the girls didn't seem to think much about USA since they were preoccupied with what they would do on Izu. Shishio looked at this scene in silence and thought the world was so cold. In the Tachibana household, Rui returned and lived with her family again, yet after the matter between her and her mother was solved, this house was full of vitality again. Tsukiko looked at her 2 daughters and said, I feel jealous of the 2 of you. Here, she had to go to work, yet her 2 daughters went out for a trip. Still, she gave them permission without hesitation since this was part of the activity of the literature club. While she was surprised since they would take a trip to Izu, when she heard the initiator of this trip was Shishio, she didn't feel that surprised somehow. However, Tsukiko must admit she was so jealous, especially when she thought her 2 daughters went with him to celebrate the Tanabata together. Hina only smiled awkwardly, but Rui said, I'll bring you souvenirs, Mom. You should. Tsukiko pouted and then gave Rui money, so they could buy souvenirs for the family. As for Hina, she didn't give her any money since Hina already had her own money. You're not going to give me, Mom? Hina asked childishly. Tsukiko only snorted and gave 500 yen to Hina. How cheap. Akihito laughed at their interaction. He felt happy since everyone had become closer to each other, and he knew they had become a complete family now. He then looked at his son and asked, Are you not going to join a club or trip, Natsuo? After all, Rui and Hina had gone out for a trip to the literature club, so he wondered whether Natsuo couldn't do the same. No, I am just a ghost member of the basketball club, Natsuo said simply, cool like he was unfazed by what had happened around him. Swimei told every student to join the club, and everyone had to join the club. He was included, but in his freshman year, he didn't join the literature club, something that he loved so much. Instead, he went with the friends that he met to join the basketball club so he could become popular. Among the clubs in the school, the sports club was without a doubt the most popular one. Natsuo was a nerd before, and it wasn't until he entered high school that he started to change himself, so he decided to join the basketball club. However, the sport wasn't his passion, and his friends also didn't come to the club all the time, so in the end, they became ghost members, only by name, and didn't join any club activity, so they wouldn't be punished by the school. As for the club, knowing all of that, did they not care? Frankly, they didn't. After all, many popular clubs in the school had many ghost members who didn't participate in the activity. Instead, they welcomed them since the more members they had, the more club would get money from the school, and they could use this money for their club activity or something else. Anyway, those high school students who could stand on the top of chains like the leaders of the club activity weren't stupid. The reason why they could stand on top of everyone was that everyone had acknowledged them, and the reason for that? It definitely had to do with the fact they weren't stupid, especially on the matter of relationship. What? How can you waste your time like that? Akihito was startled when he heard Natsuo's response. He then looked at Hina and Rui then asked, Hina, Rui, is it possible for Natsuo to enter the literature club? Natsuo was surprised by Akihito's words. Frankly, he loved literature, and he also loved to talk about it, but he only dared to chase after this dream in the middle semester of his freshman year. He only learned to write, and he still kept writing since he wanted to become a novelist. He also felt it might be good for him to enter the literature club, especially when he heard it was full of beautiful women. It was hard for him to enter the club or ask to join, but it would have been different if he had been invited. For the first time, he was so grateful for his father at his moment, but he still maintained a cool expression since he didn't want anyone to see how eager he was. Hearing Akihito's request, Hina and Rui suddenly showed difficult expressions. Akihito was working as a salaryman, so it was necessary for him to see the reaction of his clients, so he quickly noticed the change in Hina and Rui. Ah, is it hard? Truth be told, I am not even a teacher for the literature club. I was just asked to monitor everyone since so many things can happen when they go on a trip. Hina quickly let go of all the responsibilities and didn't want to put her opinion regarding Akihito, who wanted Natsuo to join the literature club. The members of the literature club are all women. I am afraid Fujiai-san will be uncomfortable staying there. Rui didn't join the home economics club. Instead, she went to join the literature club since she felt it was better to join the literature club, considering how she could maintain her time better, especially when she wanted to learn under her father as a chef. If she spent too much of her time at the club, it would tire her out. In other words, if she wanted to, she could become a ghost member of the literature club, considering all the members of this club were her acquaintances. Ah, is that so? All the members women? It'll be troublesome if Natsuo enters then. Akihito nodded. And he doesn't seem to be interested in joining, right? Isn't it better for him to follow what he wants to do instead of being forced to join the club? Rui said. That's true. Akihito nodded since Rui spoke of her experience. She worked hard, so her mother could acknowledge her dream, so instead of forcing his son to join the literature club without knowing whether he liked it or not, it was better to let his son do what he wanted to do. I'm sorry, Natsuo. Just do what you want. I'm sure that there are many things that you want to do. Natsuo couldn't say anything and lowered his head, realizing his plan was backfiring. As for asking Natsuo to join this trip, neither Akihito nor Tsukiko talked about this matter. Still, before they went out, Hina suddenly said, Ah, right, I want to announce something to everyone. What's wrong? Tsukiko asked. Well, I want to move out, Hina said with a smile. Wait. Tsukiko quickly pulled Hina, wondering what had happened. Akihito also listened. Hina sighed and wondered whether she should tell this matter when she had returned instead of now. Rui also helped Hina to talk since she was the one who was the most excited about this plan. On the other hand, Natsuo was just in silence, and no one really knew what he was thinking at that moment. 540, Rain Prayer. Many members from Sakurasu, whether Shishio, Shina, Nanami, or Roberta, went on this trip to Izu. However, strangely, Kamiyaga-sa Misaki didn't join this trip. Misaki looked at Shishio and pouted. You're not going to join me? Do you want me to join and listen to what you two might talk about? Shishio asked in return. Misaki couldn't say a single word since she felt this was something she should handle on her own. She had troubled Shishio so much, and this time, she had to do it by herself. Yet she still wanted his presence by her side, or at least, she wanted him to give her the strength to overcome her problem. Shishio looked at Misaki for a moment and realized she might have been reliant on him. It wasn't bad, yet he wanted to see what would happen if he left her alone with Mitaka. Would she be able to say no? Would she embrace him? Shishio wanted to know how Misaki was going to handle this situation alone. After asking that question, he didn't say anything and just rubbed her head gently. Misaki only purred like a cat that was coddled by her master. It wasn't until he pulled his hand away that she showed a reluctant expression. I'll go now. I'll bring you souvenirs. Shishio. Okay. Shishio entered the car where everyone had been sitting before they started their trip to Izu. Misaki didn't move from her spot and kept watching them until she couldn't see them anymore. She then took a deep breath, thinking about her meeting with Mitaka-jin soon. She closed her eyes, and her memories with Jin appeared one after another. From how they met each other until they parted ways. Yet that memory slowly dissipated, contaminated by a certain figure, making her memory with Mitaka a vague, distant memory. Suddenly, Misaki felt a hand on her shoulder, which made her startled and turn. She sighed in relief when she saw it was Mayumi Nishikino. What's wrong, Mayumi? Don't act like a girl in love. It doesn't suit your character, Mayumi said simply while yawning. Misaki felt all the nervousness she felt disappear instantly, and all that left was an urge to fight a bloody battle. Mayami, today is your end. Hell, what are you doing? We're outside. Don't pull my pants. While there was an exciting battle on the Sakurasu, it had nothing to do with Shishio since his trip to Izu started. The trip to Izu had been something that everyone looked forward to. Therefore, everyone in the literature club and some others also followed on this trip. Whether Shishio, Shina, Nanami, Ritsu, Miu, Saki, Nana, Maya, Meiko, Rui, Momo, or Futaba, who weren't even members of the literature club, also joined this trip. Miu and Saki also brought their little sisters, so there were 2 additional members on this trip. As for the adults, Kiria, Hina, and Roberta were the ones who were going to guard them. With so many participants, it was impossible to stay in the same car. Instead, they brought 2 cars. One car was led by Shishio and Kiria, and the other car was led by Hina and Roberta. The 2 cars moved in tandem from Tokyo to Izu together. Are you sure you are going to let me drive? Shishio asked while looking at Kiria, who sat on the passenger seat. He was a student, after all, and while he had a driving license, it was strange for Kiria to let him drive. It's okay. I have heard you have a driving license, right? Kiria answered with a smile. Just say you want to be lazy, Shishio said annoyedly. Kiria smiled and said, you don't need to worry. I'll accompany you to talk so you won't get sleepy. If you feel hungry or thirsty, I'll also help to feed you. It's all good, right? Shishio. Nana, Maya, Meiko, Saki, and Futaba. Saki's little sister only looked at everyone with some confusion, clearly showing she was confused with the situation. There were many things that they should say at this moment, but they decided to change the object of conversation, talking about where they should visit right after they arrived in Izu. Their trip would take at least 2 or 3 hours. They had woken up in the morning and started their journey at 9 in the morning, so they should have arrived at the 12th or 1 in the afternoon. At that very time, they could visit various places or eat the special dishes in the area. Moreover, their wallets were brimming with ammunition, whether it was from their parents or part-time job, so at this moment, they were ready for this trip. Still, their first destination was at the place where the movie adapted from Kiria's book was shot. The next day, we'll see the Capybara Onsen, Shishio said to Saki's little sister, who seemed sad because the first destination wasn't a place she wanted to visit. Kaika Kawasaki smiled sweetly and said, thank you, Shishio Oniakan. She had gotten familiar with everyone in the literature club, and whether it was Nana, Maya, or Meiko liked children, so they quickly warmed up. As for Futaba, even though they were awkward at first, they also became friendly since a child was different from an adult. They were still pure, and they weren't contaminated by society. Well protected, like endangered species. It might be the reason why Futaba was okay to engage with Kaika, even if they started to feel awkward in the beginning. Personally, Shishio must admit the participants of this trip were so much that he wasn't sure whether he could put all of those characters on this arc, yet this didn't give him trouble since the main heroine for this arc had been decided. Mai Sakurajima. It had been a few weeks since they had parted, and frankly, Shishio missed her so much, and she was the same since she called him every night. Yet Misaki didn't want to lose in this confrontation with the main heroine in this arc. While Shishio was worried about what would happen between Misaki and Mitaka, he wanted to make his hands clear until everything was solved, yet Misaki didn't let him and everyone go since how could they have fun while she had to handle this emotional problem alone. Misaki would be lying if she didn't feel remorse toward Shishio's heartlessness. God also seemed to be in Misaki's favor, so he decided to send a downpour on their trip. The downpour might not be hard, but it made them slightly worried, considering how they planned to go on the trip. If the weather turned bad to worse, then their trip would be foiled. The only consolation they heard was the fact they didn't hear there would be any storms from the radio they heard. It was something that made their hearts sigh in relief and calm their hearts since they hoped when they arrived at their destination, this rain would stop. I wonder how the movie is. Kiria murmured while looking at the rain. Under this rain, it would bring many problems to the shooting progress, yet when Shishio looked at Kiria's expression, he felt in doubt since all he could see from his eyes was excitement as if he expected something from this rain. But what? Shishio tried to recall Kiria's novel and suddenly thought about a certain scene that happened after the rain. It seemed his thought was right, considering Kiria took his phone and started to call someone. No one seemed to question what Kiria was doing since they were playing cards together and eating snacks. As for watching the scenery, what kind of scenery could they see under this rain? The cloud turned dark, and the rain caused the window to be covered by a curtain of water, making it hard for them to see anything. Yet if there was something to be blessed about, it was the fact the road was pretty clear, and it could be seen they might be able to arrive earlier than they predicted. After the end of the call, Kiria seemed to be hesitant about something. What's wrong, sensei? Shishio asked. No, I just wonder when this rain is going to stop, Kiria said while staring at the rainy sky. Shishio looked at the sky and said, I guess around 12. Strangely, The ninjutsu mastery also included a technique that made him able to guess how the weather was going for a day. Still, somehow, it was quite understandable. After all, for a ninja, it was necessary to check the weather since one's presence might become noticeable when the weather didn't support them. If so, can we arrive before 12? Kiria asked expectantly. Shishio looked at the time, and it was already 1.5 hours right after their journey. It should be possible, but what's wrong? There's something that I want to see, and if possible, let's just tell the other car that we're going straight to the shooting of the movie. Kiria seemed to be excited about something, which somehow made everyone curious. Shishio also agreed since he knew what made Kiria so excited since he was also the same, wondering how Mai would be in this special scene. After the call, everyone had made up their minds to visit the place where the movie was shot directly. The other car was driven by Roberta, and she followed Shishio's order without hesitation, so she didn't question much. As for everyone, no one seemed to question this decision since if they were done seeing this movie shooting, they should be able to visit various exciting places in Izu, so there was nothing they complained about. After all, even though it was quite rude, the last place they wanted to visit on Izu was the location where the movie was shot. It might be strange of them to say this, but as a high school student, a movie was something far from them. It was something that had never entered their mind unless they watched it at the movie theater, video rental, or even a television. If they could finish this soon, they could play around, so why not? While talking and playing, the time seemed to pass so fast, and as expected, they arrived earlier than they had predicted. As Shishio parked the car at the beach where the movie was set, Kiria walked out of the car in a hurry. I am going out first. Everyone was stunned by Kiria's action. Shishio looked at the sky and saw the rain was almost over. If you don't mind getting wet, how about we walk out in a hurry to see what's going on? They nodded since they were also curious. Everyone quickly walked out of the car after they closed the door. As for Roberta and her group, they were stunned by what they were doing, but they couldn't ask since everyone had dashed away toward the beach. When they came to the beach, they saw the movie staff was there, and they seemed to be busy with their work. They saw that Kiria didn't approach the movie scene and told them to stay. Don't get too close. You'll bother them and be quiet. They nodded and stood by his side. The distance between them and the movie scene wasn't that far. They could see clearly what had happened there. There, they saw Mai's figure, dancing on the top of the stage-like place. The stage wasn't a normal stage. Instead, it was like a stage used for a certain Shinto ritual, like the Kagaya dance or something similar. It was placed on the beach as if it was used to worship the god of the sea. On the stage, Mai was there. She was dressed as a young priestess in red hakama, dancing on the top of the stage as if she offered a sacred offering. Even under this drizzle, she didn't stop, gracefully moving every part of her body as if she had caught a glimpse of the divine being. Her body was wet, causing the loose hakama to become tight, showing the beautiful shape of her body. Maybe because of how earnest her feeling was, her wish was delivered, and the drizzle slowly stopped. The dark, cloudy sky also slowly parted apart as if the shy beings that had been hiding behind those clouds also wanted to see the figure of this beautiful girl. Yet Mai was unfazed and focused on her prayer. Under the golden rays between the clouds, the girl's figure became the center of everything. She was like a goddess that descended from the sky, almost sacred-like and the most beautiful existence in this place. Everyone was in awe and gasped when they saw her. For the first time in his mind, Shishio realized how lucky he was, yet at the same time, was it wrong of him to want to monopolize this beautiful girl for him alone even if the gods were his rivals? No. Even if the gods were his rivals, Shishio wouldn't give this girl to anyone. As if Mai noticed his will, she glanced in his direction and gave a light yet a seductive smile at his direction. Even if it was just a glimpse, with their tacit understanding, they understood everything. Tonight, they will meet each other. 541, Noble. Cut. The voice of the director echoed the thought of the beach, telling everyone the shoot had ended. When the scene ended, everyone clapped without hesitation since Mai's acting gave them goosebumps. They really felt they were in the presence of a divine goddess that descended from heaven. Roberta and the others who also happened to see the scene were in awe. Everyone just stood there in silence, trying to reminisce about the scene they had seen previously. In their minds, there was one question. Is this a movie? They never thought a movie would be such a special thing. No, it wasn't the movie. Instead, it was Mai who made this movie so special. Subconsciously, they looked in the direction of Shishio, hoping to see his reaction, yet somehow they sighed in relief since his gaze was normal. Those eyes had never changed and were lustful as usual, which made them sigh in relief. Shishio noticed their gazes and felt speechless by their slander. What's wrong? Nothing. Yet who would have thought Mai would dash forward from the stage, ignoring her wet body, directly toward someone. This caused everyone to be attracted by her action and saw him run toward a handsome young man. If Mai was like the goddess of the sun, bringing the light to everyone. This young man was like the god of night, bringing darkness to his surroundings. He captivated everyone with his gaze, like a beast, yet strangely beautiful. Mai didn't care about everyone and just hugged him. Yet she didn't say words of love. Instead, she scolded him. You bastard! You're late for visiting me. She had heard that Shishio was going to visit, yet this guy was too late. Every night she had always thought of him, yet she knew this guy spent his night with other girls. Frankly, she had always been afraid that he would forget about her, but all of those worries disappeared like a mirage when he came. Still, when she thought about his actions, she started to feel annoyed and thought of ignoring him. If he didn't coax her, she would ignore him. Yet when he stood there, he eclipsed everything. His figure was what was on her mind, and when her scene ended, she just ran in his direction and hugged him. Mai. Shishio wanted to kiss Mai, but she used her palm and pushed his jaw away. She had learned martial art from him, so stopping the claws of the beast was something easy for her. Don't do something weird. We're in public. Weren't you the one who hugged me? Shishio rolled his eyes, but in the end, he parted away from her. He wasn't going to follow her game, begging her or anything since this wasn't something that he loved to do, and as Mai had said previously, this was public. While frankly, it didn't really matter to him since he could control the public, and he also didn't see the existence of the paparazzi. However, it was normal since a movie had always been a secretive matter. It was impossible to announce what was happening at the location since one might be sued. Mai pouted since Shishio didn't seem to be so eager to hug her or kiss him. However, suddenly Kaika Kawasaki and Miya Ashihara looked at her with shining eyes, then asked, Oni-chan, are you a princess? While they knew Mai, she was quite low-key when they were at the theme park previously, but this time, her existence was ingrained in the minds of two little girls. Mai smiled warmly and rubbed their heads. Maybe, but please keep it a secret, alright? Then, Shishio Nii is the prince? Kaika asked naively while looking at Shishio. Mai and Shishio looked at each other and smiled. No, he is a demon who steals the princess from the prince, so don't get close to him, Mai said with a hint of tension. Shishio. WH. Two little girls were dumbfounded since they didn't expect the gentle big brother they knew would be a demon. Shishio. No way. 2x. However, the two little girls believed in Shishio, so they didn't believe in Mai. Mai stared at the two little girls, then at Shishio for a while, but she knew he liked the big one, so it was impossible. Shishio wasn't sure why, but he had a feeling Mai thought something rude about him. When Mai was there, everyone talked to each other happily, and there were many things they wanted to ask. After all, she had been away for her movie, and when they met, they didn't expect they would see such a wonderful scene. If there was something that Mai regretted about was the fact she couldn't be with him alone at this moment. Inwardly, she sighed when he talked with Hina and Roberta about something. Had he lost interest in me? A certain emotion built in her heart, but suddenly she heard his voice. Let's meet up later tonight. It was only the voice that Mai could hear since she could see that no one could listen to those words. Shishio was also in a similar situation. He must admit this was what made having a harem difficult since it was hard to treat one of his girls to be more special than others in front of the rest. He knew they all might be intimidated by Mai's charm. Girls were like that. In front of more beautiful women, they would feel worried about their appearance. After all, an appearance was a woman's weapon. Shishio knew how to handle this, but this wasn't the place for him to solve this problem. He looked around and saw Kiria talking with the director of the movie. He ignored them and just sat on the bench while looking at the beach. You're not talking with her? Nana asked while sitting with him. Do you want me to talk to her? Shishio asked. Well, you two have been separated for a while. While Nana must admit, her confidence was slightly hit by Mai's sacred-like appearance, they would be sisters to each other, so there was no point in fighting. Yet, somehow she felt somewhat intimidated, wondering whether she should do it with her big sister, so she could get his attention more. It was also why Hina and Rui didn't seem intimidated by Mai since they were two people. In basic mathematics, it was obvious that two were bigger than one, right? Nana also thought of a similar strategy. However, Shishio only rubbed Nana's head gently and asked, but I want to stay with you, though. Is that not okay? Nana stared at Shishio and understood why she was in love with him. She glanced around for a while before she pulled him. Where are we going? Shishio was startled. Let's go to the toilet. I am afraid to go alone. Shishio wondered whether they would just go to a simple toilet, yet he didn't stop and let her drag him somewhere where no one could see them. Their meeting on the movie shoot wasn't that long. After all, the crew still had a job to do. Even though everyone was surprised when they saw Mai and Shishio hug each other, they somehow felt it was natural for them to be together, especially when the director heard from Kiria about Shishio's identity. Then, the director spread it to others, and there was a lot of gossip regarding how this movie could be so smooth. Yet did someone dare to say it? In the entertainment industry, this type of thing was normal, and even some female crews didn't even mind throwing their bodies at him if he wanted to. After all, compared to a group of old men with big bellies, wasn't it better for them to be enjoyed by a handsome well-fit young man? Still, the director talked to him and wondered whether he wanted to enter the scene. After all, the memory of Mai running and hugging Shishio was still vivid in his mind. He wanted to add such a scene to the movie, yet Shishio had to refuse since he didn't come to shoot the movie, so while Mai was quite reluctant, she sent everyone off with a sigh, wondering when the movie would end. The only thing that could console her was the fact he would come to visit her tonight. In the car, everyone thought to get lunch first since they hadn't eaten anything since they arrived in Izu. After talking for a while, they decided to eat soba. The warm soba would be nice right after the rain. It also could make their stomach warm. Shishio also knew that a woman was fairly sensitive toward a cold, so a nice warm broth of soba would make them comfortable. They could also eat the famous tempura from Izu in the shop, which was a plus point. Yet when they entered the car, Shishio realized one problem. What's wrong with you, Nana? Yeah, your face is red. Did you catch a cold? Maya, Mako, and Saki looked at Nana worriedly. Even though her tan skin might hide it, her red face was pretty noticeable. Nana blushed and didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Kiria only stared at Shishio in silence. Kaika-chan, do you want to try wasabi ice cream later? Shishio suddenly said, attracting everyone's attention. Wasabi ice cream. Kaika was quite curious. Is it good? Of course, it's good. Let's get them after we have lunch. Yay! Kaika smiled happily. Shishio, don't spoil her too much, Saki said helplessly, but her face was full of smiles. Yet whether it was Nana, Maya, Mako, or Futaba, they realized that this guy had tried to change the topic of the conversation. However, they didn't bother to dismantle him since they knew what Nana and Shishio were doing secretly. With the good food, everyone's mood improved, and they toured the Izu in a happy mood, trying a good wasabi ice cream. If one might think it didn't taste good, then they were wrong. The taste of the wasabi ice cream was quite sweet with a gentle, spiciness aftertaste. It had a unique flavor, and they loved it well. Everyone was happy, and before they went to Shishio's villa, they decided to buy some ingredients for dinner. While buying ingredients, they asked him about his villa, wondering how his villa was. According to their imagination, it would be like a normal house, or it might be bigger. After all, they had never seen a big house, especially in Tokyo, where the price of land was so steep. In Tokyo, they also mostly stayed in his apartment. Even though it was huge, they only stayed in the room alone, so it was hard to tell how big it was. However, when they arrived at his villa, their jaws were hanging, half opened while their eyes opened wide. One thing was certain. They realized that he might be a hidden young master or a descendant of the noble family during the era of the Empire of Japan. Ani-chan, you're a prince, right? Kaika looked at Shishio with shining eyes. Usually, someone might deny Kaika at the moment, but no one did at the moment since they thought this guy was really a prince. 542, Izu. Prince? Shishio murmured and thought about his family identity. Instead of a prince, his family was a marquis. Some people might not know, but following the Meiji Restoration, many court nobles in Kyoto started to regain their status. However, their status was abolished with the 1947 constitution. Shishio was the descendant of a famous samurai clan and part of the original 24 marquises when this system was created. It was also the reason why his grandfather could become the general of the Japan Self-Defense Forces, and many of his uncles and relatives took important positions as police, bureaucrats, or famous financial services companies. Shishio was from the main line of the family, straight from his grandfather, who was the head of the family, so it might not be wrong to call him a prince. Yet he smiled and rubbed Kaika's head, then said, I am not a prince, but I am a demon who is going to punish a naughty child. Come on and enter. Your body is all dirty and sweaty. Ask your sister to take a bath with you. Kaika didn't feel afraid and only laughed happily. Yet Miya Ashihara didn't want to lose and also stuck into him. Just when they were about to go, Shina also grabbed the hem of his shirt and said, Shishio, let's take a bath together. Kaika and Miya looked at each other, then looked at Shishio, but before they said anything, everyone pretended nothing happened and walked inside the villa since, more than that, it would be dangerous. The villa was spacious. It was covered with a gate from the outside, and no one with the authorization was able to enter. If they entered, it would be counted as a crime. There were also many zelkova trees covering the yard. It was at night, so they might not be able to see it, but there were also flower parks inside. The villa had a modern Japanese design. It was done with a combination of concrete, wood, and a large glass. There was only one floor in this village, but it was so spacious that it might take a long time to tour around. Shishio, it is only me, but there's a pond here, Maya asked speechlessly while looking at the pond in front of her. While it was a pond, it wouldn't be weird to call it a lake. After all, she could also see land in the middle of it, which made her speechless by how grand this villa was. There's even a boat there. Mako was in a daze, looking at the small boat on the pier on the miniature lake. If they looked carefully at the lake, they would also be able to see various other trees, such as cherry blossoms and maple trees. If they came in spring or autumn, they knew they would be able to see the beautiful scenery of the bloom of sakura or the Red Sea-like maple tree. This was just on the outside, but what about the inside? The light inside was already turned on as if this place had already been prepared beforehand. Roberta-san, are there any other maids here? Hina asked curiously and slightly nervous. She knew Shishio was rich, but this was too rich, right? No. I see. Somehow Hina sighed in relief. They have been sent out, and we're the only ones here, but Shishio-sama has a lot of maids, Roberta said. Hina somehow knew that Shishio had a big fetish for a maid. As they entered, while the two little girls were excited since they didn't expect to stay in such a huge place, the others were quite reserved since this place was bigger than they had imagined. However, they couldn't be blamed since they had been living in Tokyo. Unlike Tokyo, the land price in Aizu wasn't that high, so it was natural for his villa to be so spacious that it even had a private beach. Hey. Nana was already dumbfounded by everything before she asked, Shishio, is that a yacht? While she was happy that the beach was connected to the villa, she wasn't sure what to say when she saw a yacht harbored on the pier. While she often saw yachts in the movie, it was her first time to see them, and she had never thought she would see one. If you want, we can use it tomorrow, Shishio said. Everyone. Futaba stared at Shishio and just didn't know what to say. Her family was rich, but compared to Shishio, it might be nothing somehow. Everyone suddenly thought about how Kaika and Mia called Shishio a prince, but somehow they didn't feel it was weird to call him a prince. Instead, somehow, they felt calling him a king would be more appropriate. Do you want to take a bath or have dinner first? Shishio suddenly asked. This question somehow threw them off, but then they decided to take a bath since they had just eaten many local snacks along the way. They also hadn't felt hungry yet. Roberta, can you take them? Shishio asked. Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta gave a polite bow before she brought everyone to the public bath for the female. Shishio looked at Kiria and asked, Sensei, do you want to take a bath too? Okay. Even Kiria must admit that he was speechless at that moment. Aizu was famous for its hot springs since there were many sources of the natural hot spring in this area. Shishio's villa naturally had a natural hot spring on it. There were 2 public hot springs for a female and a male. There were also many other private ones where few people could enjoy a private bath where they could gaze over the moon dazzled on the top of the sea. The stars shone brightly in the night sky, scattering around like natural light. There were also natural rocks with various unique shapes, enhancing the natural beauty of this scenery. However, the only function of those rocks wasn't for beauty. Instead, they could become natural protection where one wouldn't be able to enter the villa area, so they could enjoy their trip peacefully. Still, while Shishio didn't say anything, many of his bodyguards protected the outside area in case something happened. Shishio wasn't sure, but he just had a feeling that something was about to change his peaceful life to 180 degrees. While the girls' area was quite rowdy, Shishio and Kiria enjoyed the quietness together, watching over the sky. I somehow want to stay here instead of staying in the movie cruise hotel, Kiria said while letting out a long sigh. In the beginning, he didn't think too much and thought about staying with the movie crew since he was quite interested in the movie. However, when he saw this villa, somehow he wanted to stay in this place. After all, it was his first time staying in such a villa. While Kiria was quite rich since he was also a writer, it didn't mean he could squander his money to build this type of villa. Do you want to stay? Shishio asked. Kiria thought for a while, then asked, when are you going to visit Sakurajima-san? I'm going to visit her tonight, Shishio said frankly. Then, I'll go with you to the movie cruise hotel. I can smooth it out, and you can sneak in there, Kiria said simply. Shishio patted Kiria's back and said, you can stay tomorrow. There's a small house on the side. Oh? Really? Instead of staying in this spacious villa, Kiria was more interested in the small, lonesome hut. He could somehow imagine himself writing something while hearing the sound of the rain. He was a writer, after all, so he had this type of ideal or dream in his mind. It was just that he didn't expect his dream would be achieved when he came to his student's villa. As for staying in the main villa, Kiria didn't think at all since he knew what kind of man this guy was. Instead of being unable to sleep because of the loud voice, it was better to walk away. Still, Kiria must admit Shishio's body, and his thing was so huge. Don't look at me like this. Shishio sighed and wondered why he invited Kiria to take a bath together. The only thing he was glad to be was the fact that Kiria wasn't gay. Probably. Still, Shishio wasn't sure why, but he could tell that Kiria wasn't that interested in relationships or even a woman in general. Yet was it a good question to ask on this occasion? Obviously not. So neither of them talked to each other and stretched their bodies as long as they could while letting out a comfortable sigh, enjoying their luxury trip. After their bath, they decided to make dinner. They decided to cook dinner outdoors, right on the bonfire, while they watched the sea. The rustling sound of the waves hitting the sand might calm people down, but everyone was excited, talking to each other while preparing dinner. By the way, where's Shishio? If Shishio doesn't join, the food won't be good. Even if they prepared the ingredients and did the preparation, Shishio had to take the finishing step, or else the taste of the food wouldn't be good. Nei-chan, where are you? Oh Nei-chan. Kaika and Mia also realized that their sisters seemed to have disappeared, which made them worried and on the verge of crying. After all, they were in an unfamiliar place, and the only people they knew had gone. They didn't even see Shishio, which made them feel scared. Ah, what's wrong, Mia? You're not a child. You should be able to take care of yourselves, right? When Kaika and Mia saw their sisters, they trotted toward them and hugged them. Still, they looked at their sisters, and somehow their expression was slightly strange since their faces were too red. Did you feel sick, Oni-chan? Should you rest? The two became worried about their older sister. However, Saki and Miu told them not to worry since they were all right. After all, there was no way to tell their sisters what they had been doing previously. On the other hand, Shishio had slipped and joined everyone in preparing dinner. However, he could see their gazes were on him, which was quite hurtful. Okay, who is hungry? They looked at him and thought they were going to swallow him later. Anyway, they enjoyed the first day of their Izu trip. 543, Beyond Good and Evil. The dinner was sumptuous, even if there were only 3 dishes. Those dishes were char-grilled seafood, jam-packed Ajillo clay pot, and rice. They might be simple, but they brought a smile to everyone. Shishio put the shrimp in his mouth and chewed it lightly. The meat was so soft that it broke the moment he chewed it, yet this wasn't the end since the juice on the meat burst out inside his mouth, bringing the bomb of deliciousness. Shishio was about to take a garlic clove cooked in Ajillo, but he stopped and decided to take the lobster, eating it slowly. He looked at everyone and could see that they really enjoyed this moment, yet somehow this was what surprised him the most. As love, wasn't it normal for it to be only just a woman and a man? Only a pair of 2 people. Unlike him, who had so many girlfriends. Even Shishio understood clearly that his situation was different. Yet even if this relationship was different from how normal it should be, Shishio could tell that the happy expression on their faces came from their hearts. It wasn't something fake where they lied to themselves in the name of love. This was something that he should be proud and happy about, especially when he was able to do something that 99% of humanity couldn't do in their lives. However, Shishio had never taken everything for granted since he was able to do this also partly because of their sacrifice to him. He did all of this in the name of love, which made him realize that he had twisted the meaning of love into something convenient. Was it okay for someone to love the same gender just because of love? Was it okay to do it with another person even though one was married just because of love? Was it okay to have a harem just because of love? When those questions were given, a love lost its sacredness and purity. Instead, it had become an excuse for one's ugliness. Even though he often said he was walking on the path of a harem, he knew what kind of an ugly thing he had done. Somehow he had an urge to go somewhere alone, yet he also knew the thought of living without them wasn't something he could bear. Would they think a similar thing? No, Shishio could tell they didn't think something as complicated as him. They only loved him and just felt happy with him. Still, even if their relationship was close to each other, they competed for his attention. On the other hand, he was like someone who teased a cat with food right in front of it yet didn't give it. He teased them from time to time, making them love him even harder, which made him realize how evil he was. Was it love? It was love. Shishio knew without a doubt since love was beyond good and evil. Sheena opened her mouth, showing her small teeth and pink tongue. Shishio fed her a garlic clove that he didn't dare to eat earlier. Was it good? Sheena nodded with a bright smile. She thought the taste of the garlic would be weird, but she didn't expect it would be savory, full of flavor. You're going to Mai later, Shishio. Yes. Shishio nodded, then looked around. Do you want to rest for a while? Sheena was in a daze, but she nodded. The two walked to the villa quietly, and entered the vacant room together, doing something that shouldn't be done. Shishio knew that his action to go to Mai would bring dissatisfaction to everyone. After all, the impact brought by Mai during her dance was something that made their self-esteem slightly hit, making them realize that they were just a normal girl. On the other hand, they thought of him as someone special, which made them, without a doubt, feel that he was suitable for Mai, who was like the brightest star in the night sky. If he just walked out of the villa to visit Mai, without a doubt, they wouldn't be able to sleep and thought of him till late, wondering whether he would forget about them. Time was tight, so this was all he could do. The way to resolve this problem was to have sex with each of them right before he went out to calm them down, telling them his passion for them wasn't lost. Instead, it burnt with a fiery flame that could burn them out together. Even if this was immoral, and there were many eyes that might catch them, this act excited them. Sheena, who had been taught by Shishio from the beginning, could only cry and writhe her body like a thirsty someone in the desert. She sought after an oasis filled with white magma that could moisten her heart. Shishio wiped Sheena's face, which was covered with something that was impossible to be seen by the people outside before they did it again. Yet their act of depravity had been known by some since Rui happened to search for him and saw what he was doing with Sheena. You two are like cats in mating. While Sheena was just in a daze, Shishio was speechless since this might be the most suitable way to describe their act at this moment. Sheena was at the bottom, showing her graceful and thin back. Meanwhile, Shishio was on top, lightly squeezing her with his weight while pounding her from behind and biting her white shoulder. Yet the only cat in the heat wasn't the only two since Rui closed the door and just joined them. While the three of them had lost their reasoning and became an animal moved by instinct, everyone enjoyed the blazing, warm bonfire. Roberta was with everyone and lightly sipped the beer given by Hina. Still, while Hina was drinking, her eyes darted around, trying to find the figure of the man that made her into a she-devil. It was just she didn't expect Kiria to make her remember the name of someone that she had almost forgotten. Come to think of it, how is Hajiwara-kun doing? Kiria suddenly asked. Roberta's expression didn't change, and she just quietly sipped the beer. On the other hand, Hina was surprised. She wasn't surprised by how Kiria suddenly mentioned Hajiwara. Instead, she was surprised at how calm she was when he mentioned her previous boyfriend. I haven't made any contact with him since we separated. Her voice was so calm that it made Kiria realize that Hina didn't have a feeling toward Hajiwara anymore. He could only shake his head and felt slightly sorry for Hajiwara, yet maybe, it was part of karma. How did you know him? It was just pure curiosity, nothing more. Even Kiria noticed that, which made him speechless, wondering whether love could be so easily erased from someone's heart. Maybe, but only a stronger love could erase the previous love, so who was this person that Hina loved at that moment? Suddenly a picture of a certain someone suddenly emerged in his mind. However, Kiria shook his head. No way, right? He then told Hina how he met Hajiwara, Hina's ex-boyfriend, during his university time. Still, he asked, why did you no longer meet him? Why? Hina started to wonder about this question and a picture of him appeared in her mind. The first time she invited him was because she wanted to forget everything. Yet the effect was greater than she had thought since she really forgot about everything, whether it was her family, ex-boyfriend, and many things. She became a little animal that only sought after his body. Yet could she say something like that so bluntly? I'm afraid to make my family worry. Hina answered Kiria's question with a white lie. I see. Kiria didn't want to check whether Hina was lying or not. Instead, he ended the subject of the conversation. Well, I'll stop here. I am sorry to have brought it up. I was a little worried about him because he sounded exhausted when I called him recently after a long time. I see. Hina nodded, almost unfeeling, cold like a frost, yet she still masked it with a polite tone. May I ask the reason? The heart of a woman could only be entered by one person, and it definitely wasn't enough for two people to enter. Kiria opened his mouth and wanted to tell the reason why Hajiwara decided to divorce, but while a mouth could lie, eyes couldn't lie. He could see her eyes were just filled with curiosity instead of hope or something else. Still, he naturally told her that Hajiwara divorced because he was unhappy with his marriage. Hajiwara's marriage was a mess since it wasn't created from love. Instead, it came from debt. In such an infertile land, it was impossible for love to be born from it, especially when only one person tried and the other was just ignorant. Hearing that answer, Hina just sipped her beer while gazing over the swaying red flame before gazing over the wood on the side, which had turned into ash. Was her love for Hajiwara so weak that it could die so easily? Probably. I see. By then, Hina wondered why she was so invested in her previous relationship and felt quite a regret since she couldn't meet him first. I'll go to the toilet first. Kiria didn't say anything and just stayed silent, feeling slightly sorry for Hajiwara, but everything had ended. If there was a medicine for regret, it would be out of stock already. Hina was lightheaded because of alcohol or maybe because of Kiria's story. She wasn't sure, but she was blank when she saw Shishio, Sheena, and Rui walking out together. While Sheena was just as usual, Rui was so awkward and blushed before she ran away to the group. Hina didn't stop them and just stared at Shishio in silence. Shishio didn't say anything and just asked, do you want to go to the toilet? Hina nodded with a blush, following his game. This place is quite huge. You might get lost. I'll guide you there, Shishio said righteously. Hina stared at Shishio for a while. Compared to her previous boyfriend, she must admit Shishio was a bastard, and this guy's face was as thick as a fortress in the medieval era. Yet she must confess she loved this bastard a lot. Then, guide me. I am afraid to get lost. Hina naturally linked her arm to Shishio. Don't worry. I'm very good at guiding people. Hina nodded and agreed since she must admit under his guidance, her heart was only filled with him. 544, hey, it's been a while. Should we go, sensei? Okay. When dinner ended and everyone had cleaned up, they were hit by exhaustion and thought to go to sleep. Their trip took quite a while, and they were in an excited state for a while, so it was natural for them to be tired. Even more, they were doing something they shouldn't do behind everyone. This was something that shouldn't be done yet, and somehow, it excited them. Shishio. After they decided where to sleep, Shishio and Kiria walked out of the villa together to the hotel where the movie crew stayed in. The two entered the car and drove out, yet his eyes became subtle when one girl seemed to be watching him from a distance. It's been so long, hey. Shishio remembered that it had been so long since he had mentioned her. He also hadn't given the right answer yet for her, but she might have gotten restless and wanted to know what their relationship would become from now on. It's also unfair to make her wait so long. However, it was impossible to change that now since there was something that he had done now. The two were talking to each other about a random thing they found interesting around the Izu movies or even the dinner they had just eaten. After all, it was Kiria's first time eating a jillo, and he didn't expect the food would be so delicious even though it was prepared with just a simple ingredient. However, even though their conversation might seem amicable, Shishio could tell that there was something that Kiria wanted to ask, yet when Kiria asked this question, something would change between them. It was something that Kiria didn't want to do, especially when they were on holiday. Now that you've mentioned it. Kiria-sensei, don't you have a girlfriend? Shishio asked casually. What? Are you interested in me? Kiria asked with a smile. Is it not okay to ask this question? Shishio didn't care about Kiria's reaction. Instead, he said, leaving the students aside, since I have a feeling you won't touch a student, you must have a lover or two, right? A lover or two? Kiria was speechless and said, I am not you. Shishio couldn't say anything in this refutation. Still, he shook his head and asked, or are you the type that likes to hide your relationship? If you don't want to tell me, it's all right, though. I don't hide it, but no one asks me. Still, to answer your question, I don't have a lover, and I'm still single, Kiria said frankly. Do you want to ask why I don't search for one? He stared at Shishio and waited for a while. No, this type of question is often asked by anyone, but frankly, I feel that this question is troublesome. When are you going to search for a girlfriend? I mean, being alone is fine, and to be happy, it doesn't mean that one needs to have love, Shishio said. Then, to be happy, what does one need? Kiria asked curiously with a smile since he must admit he was so comfortable with Shishio. Friendship. Friendship. Yet. Shishio nodded. It's not the lack of love that makes one unhappy. Instead, it is the lack of friendship. You don't lack one now, so I don't think you're unhappy. As for love, it is a great thing, but sometimes, it is also troublesome. He must admit his days with his girls weren't all rose-colored life. He also often had arguments from time to time, and he would be lying if he wasn't tired, but this was a relationship, right? Shishio must also admit that the make-up sex was so great that the effort he put into solving their relationship was worth it. So you think the highest relationship among people is a friendship? Kiria asked. I think so. Shishio nodded since he must admit that compared to a couple, the relationship between a friend with benefit was longer. Still, everything depended on the individual, nothing concrete since everyone was different. It's just my opinion, though. Every person is different, but of course, I can't deny love is also a strong relationship, yet it is also something fleeting. He thought for a while, then shook his head. Sorry, that's the wrong example. Then, what do you think love is like? I guess it's like the bonfire earlier, Shishio said. Bonfire. Kiria's eyes flickered. Yeah, if we add more wood, the flame on the bonfire will be even bigger, but if we add nothing, slowly, it will dim before vanishing into ash. Shishio felt this was the most suitable way to describe what love was. Love is like that, right? If we do nothing, it'll vanish and disappear, leaving nothing behind. However, he didn't receive an answer from Kiria. Instead, he saw him writing something on his notes. Shishio was speechless but didn't say anything, focusing on driving the car. After all, he felt Kiria's act was natural since Kiria was a writer. Unlike Tokyo, Izu was quiet. Even after they had moved for a while, they hadn't seen any vehicles along the way. Even the existence of street lights was quite scant, leaving them with the brightness of the car light and the stars. Then, if it disappears, what will happen to the pair? Kiria suddenly asked. What will happen? Shishio didn't answer immediately but thought for 2 seconds and said, I guess they will be either flame or ash. Flame or ash. If they become a flame, they will burn something else and create another love, but if they become ash, they'll be decadent since the damage caused by love isn't something easy to solve. Frankly, Shishio must admit the feeling of love was scary since it made people unpredictable. While he might not have said it, he often had stalkers that followed him. His appearance was handsome, so handsome that it would make people stare at him after they saw him. Even if they looked away, they would take a second glance at him. If Shishio was gay, Kirya was sure that he would make a move on him. That's true. Kirya nodded since he knew how heavy a feeling known as love was. It often brings misery, and one might even die for it. When one's life is all about love, one will be able to do anything. Even when they want to die together, they will be able to do it since death as a couple isn't dead, not even for unbelievers. What distresses them isn't losing a life but losing what gives it meaning. When love is our whole life, what difference is there between living together and dying together? However, Shishio must admit that taking this difficult topic took a lot of his calories. Sensei, I want to eat something first. Alright, I also want to eat too. It wasn't that Kirya hadn't eaten, but he didn't want to fight the dinner with the girls, so he didn't eat much. He also felt slightly tired after talking for so long with him regarding a human relationship. As for whether Kirya had a relationship or not, it wasn't a problem for the two since they wanted to fill their stomachs. After parking the car, they went into the nearby restaurant and entered it without hesitation. The only thing that they hesitated about was the fact there was only one menu. Tonkatsu. Eating something so heavy and oily might be something unbelievable for every girl, but neither of them had a problem with it. Hearing their order, the chef also prepared the orders. The sound of the sizzling oil and the sports commentator on the television mixed together. It might be because they were quite late that only 2 customers were inside, eating silently, without interrupting anyone. Please enjoy. After waiting for a while, the chef gave their order. The bright-colored egg was mixed with the crunchy, meaty tonkatsu topped on top of the glistening rice. The appearance of this dish made their appetite rise, and they ate without hesitation. Meat, crispy batter, egg, sauce, and rice in this dish created harmony, and they must admit this tastes delicious. Shishio then looked at the chef and asked, "Can I get another one? If possible, I want to bring it back." The chef nodded and prepared another tonkatsu for Shishio. Neither of them talked much when they ate. Still, Shishio knew that Kirya still wanted to ask him something, but Kirya didn't really want to. However, he wouldn't open his mouth regarding this matter and just kept quiet, maintaining the status quo between them. After they had eaten, they went to the hotel, but Kirya looked at Shishio weirdly and asked, "You don't want to enter?" "I'll enter from somewhere," Shishio said and walked to the side of the building. Kirya was speechless, but he didn't say much and entered the hotel since he must admit there were many things that he wanted to discuss with the director. On the other hand, Shishio walked toward the building on edge before climbing up to the second floor, walking through the roof's eaves. Even though the hotel was quite good, it wasn't the best. After all, the total budget for the movie wasn't much, so they could only stay in the business hotel. Yet they didn't complain. Instead, they had gotten used to it. This hotel was also several times better than the one the movie crew usually stayed at. Even sometimes, they could only go home and eat normal food. However, this was a normal treatment since this movie was planned to be put at the Venice Film Festival. Anyway, Shishio knocked on the window of the room where Mai stayed. "Mai, I am here." Then, he heard the abrupt sound of the window being opened. There he saw she was surprised to see him. He then raised his hand and showed the thing in his hand. "I brought you a tonka." He hadn't finished his words, but he was pulled inside, and she threw away his pants. "You're too thirsty." Shishio was speechless. Mai blushed and then asked, "You don't want to?" "Who has ever said that?" Shishio caressed her cheek, and the image where she danced was still on his mind as if it was burnt right into his mind. Yet he was still greedy and put his hand into her snow-white breasts. Mai held her voice and didn't slap his hand since this was something that she wanted to do. However, she was quite confused since he suddenly stopped. "Why did you stop? We haven't closed the window." Even though he knew no one would peek at them, especially when he had checked it previously. It was better to be careful, right? Done. When Shishio turned, he saw Mai was already naked, showing her seductive body, tempting him, and erasing his reasoning. The two were like a pair of moths in front of the fire. They were dancing around the fire, attracted by it, before they jumped into the fiery passion. 545, Collar. The difference in physical ability between a male and a female was obvious. If the male trained hard, their difference would be even bigger. It wouldn't be weird to say their difference was like the distance between an abyss and a surface. Mai could only lie lifelessly, buck naked on his chest. She panted, trying to catch her breath. Her face dyed red, showing the charm of a woman that knew the taste of the forbidden pleasure. Yet her state might not be much different from dying. The feelings of climax between a male and a female are different. If a male is hit with intense pleasure, then a momentary weakness. Then a female is like they are dying. It might sound exaggerated, yet a woman's body is like that. Their pinnacle of sexual fulfillment is greater than men's. Shishio knew that, and it made him quite jealous since the climax once, twice, or more wasn't that much different for him. Yet, for a woman, to be exact, it was much different. It was like she wanted to die, or she didn't mind dying in this situation. Weren't you so exaggerated? Shishio asked speechlessly. He wondered whether Mai told him he might be a god of sex or something. Mai rolled her eyes and said, I am not exaggerating thing. I have often talked about this problem with my mother before. You talked about what we were doing with your mother. Shishio was speechless. Was it not okay? If you want to talk about this matter to your mother, I don't see a reason for you to hide it, but have your relationship become closer. I guess, what makes us different is that our relationship is purer now, Mai answered after a moment of thought. Pure. Yet. Mai nodded. I was the most popular actress back then on her agency. In her eyes, I was her daughter but also a cash cow for her company. However, it is different now since I am not at her agency again, so we can talk about each other more intimately. Shishio didn't deny Mai's words since he knew the temptation of money wasn't much different from the temptation of pleasure. The two of them would, without a doubt, bring men into hell if they weren't careful. Still, it is ironic that you two become closer when you have decided to part away. Mai showed a bitter smile since she also felt it was quite ironic that her relationship with her mother became closer because they had parted ways. Well, the relationship between you two is good now, so there's no need to overthink. The relationship between the two was good now, so there was no need to overthink. Mai also agreed, but Shishio felt weird and asked, still, you two are so close that you talk about what we have often done together. She stared at him and said, it wasn't me who initiated this type of conversation, but my mother. Your mother did. His expression became subtle. Why? I wonder, why? Mai was also confused, then stared at Shishio, wondering whether this guy had seduced her mother, but there was no way, right? Shishio wasn't sure, but he could tell Mai was thinking something rude. Yet neither of them talked about this conversation again and only lay on the bed in silence, hearing each other's heartbeat. The sound of cricket could be heard from the outside as if telling them how quiet this world was. It made them feel as if only the two of them were in this world. You know what, I don't think it's bad if I die here somehow, Mai suddenly said. You want to die? Shishio asked speechlessly. No. Then, why do you say that? In case I have a forbidden relationship with you, wouldn't it be natural to think so? Our relationship isn't forbidden, right? Shishio was speechless, wondering what was going on with this girl. You might never know in the future. Mai pouted, lifting her exhausted body, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. What's going on with you? Shishio asked. Mai rested on him, pressing her ear against his chest, hearing the sound of his heartbeat that moved rhythmically. Even if she wasn't a doctor, she could tell how healthy he was, especially when she thought how good he was. Still. You know what, when I was alone without you, everything was so hard. Mai had never expected that the sleep that she usually took for granted would be so hard to do. She somehow regretted her decision to continue with her job since, if possible, she wanted to be with him all the time. Even if he couldn't give all of his time to her, at least it was several times better than sleeping alone in this hotel. Yet when he was right beside her, she felt everything was complete. She had found the missing puzzle that she had missed. With him beside her, she felt she didn't need anything. It was only him and her. Nothing else. That was what she wanted to have, even if she died at that moment. She didn't mind. That should be the case, but she still wanted to be with him in the future, having his children, so she wouldn't do something stupid. Yet Mai would be lying if she didn't feel scared that their relationship would vanish like a haze. Why do you think like that? Shishio asked. The others might be simple, but I have been thinking for a while. What? Your status is too special, Shishio, Mai said with a sigh. Me? Special? I don't think so. Shishio wasn't sure where Mai could come up with such a conclusion, but it was better to calm her down instead of agitating her. Really? I heard you're the descendant of a marquis, Mai said with a pout. Did you hear it from Nana? Shishio recalled that Nana had asked him such a question before. He wasn't a prince, but his family definitely came from an old family. Mai was in silence, acquiescing to his words. Shishio sighed and said, if it's in the past, it might have a lot of meaning, but in what era are we in now? If it was in the past, their status might make it hard for them to be together since even if Mai was so famous now, she was just an entertainer. If they were in the Meiji period, she could only become his mistress. You should know my mother is also a commoner, right? Yeah, your mother is a commoner, but her uncle is a famous painter in the world, right? Mai pouted. What could he say? After all, this was the truth, considering how his mother's family had a lot of rights in Japan's art-related industry. Just what are you afraid of? Shishio hadn't seen the core of the problem from the beginning to the end. Mai hesitated for a while before she said, I am afraid that you'll have a fiancé. Fiancé? Shishio was speechless. What time are we now? Do you think I'll have a fiancé? Why not? You often see it in manga, TV series, movies, and many other things, right? Mai argued. Shishio sighed and said, even if you can't become my wife, you can also become my mistress, right? However, he regretted his words since Mai became furious and bit his shoulder fiercely. He quickly apologized for his joke, but she pouted, then asked, so am I the mistress now? Somehow her worry was quite normal. After all, if one thought rationally, it would be hard for him to marry all of them. It might need a decade or more if he wanted to marry them legally. He could only marry one person, and that person could only be chosen among everyone. As for who that person was, somehow, they could already guess. However, what if he had a fiancé? Everything will change. While Mai didn't think Shishio would forget about her, she knew there was such a possibility, especially when that fiancé would be someone with similar status, beautiful, and many others. By then, what would happen if he was smitten by her and decided to build a happy family with this someone before he forgot about all of them? Was their love just part of his experience? A beautiful memory that could be recalled when they were old? Or has a beautiful thing always been like this? It was only momentary, never lasted forever, and only remained on the mind. Mai didn't want that. Mai wanted to be with him forever. This was what made her scared when they had parted, and it was also the reason why she often called him at night, yet somehow the longer they talked, the more worried she was since she was afraid to trouble him. She also didn't want to be seen as a needy woman after all. Yet if she was asked whether she wanted to marry him or not, it didn't really matter to her. After all, she had never seen marriage as something sacred. Instead, she didn't see it in a good light, considering how her parents had divorced. She just wanted to be with him forever, but marriage was a different matter. Shishio knew that Mai might seem strong and independent, but it was just an act. The stronger the exterior was, the more fragile the interior was. She was like that. It could be said even with all of her identity. She was the most insecure among all of them. After all, her experience of being forgotten was something that was impossible to forget. Mai had always been worried that if Shishio forgot about her, then who would remember her? After all, in this world, the only people who would remember her were only him. So. I want you to give this. Mai suddenly moved her body to the side and took a box. What is this? Shishio was surprised. It's a watch. Watch. Shishio was surprised and wore it. Thanks. No, it's okay. I want to give it to you, Mai said with a smile since she was happy that he loved it. Still, you give me a watch, so I'll remember you every day. Shishio asked. That's right. Mai nodded. Shishio stared at Mai for a moment and stared at her beautiful neck. Say, why don't I give you something too? What are you going to give me? Mai smiled and asked eagerly. Is there something that you want? Shishio asked. Mai thought for a moment and asked, how about you give me a collar? She put on a seductive expression and hugged him. By then, everyone will know that I am yours. Shishio took a deep breath and said, I'll make a collar for you later. I can't wait for it. Mai laughed and wanted to continue, but Shishio quickly asked, do you have time tomorrow? That's what I want to say, I will take a break tomorrow, so I can join with everyone. After all, Mai would be lying if she wasn't jealous of everyone who could enjoy the holiday with him, so she also decided to take a holiday with them tomorrow. She also wanted to see his villa since, from the text, she had heard it was amazing. Then, let's have fun tomorrow. Okay. But let's continue our fun tonight. Okay. The two left everything aside and continued what they were doing. Their bed swayed like a boat under the raging waves. The existence of each other was the only thing on their minds, forging a bond stronger than anything. I love you, Mai uttered as if pleading, asking him to mark her to become his. 546, Momo, you can't run away again. Right in the morning, when everyone had woken up, they were still sluggish. One thing that made the trip quite tiring, but another thing was they must admit even on this trip, Shishio was as fierce as ever. Don't you have enough rest? Why do you seem so tired? Maya, Meiko, Momo, or two little girls looked at everyone with inexplicability. You don't understand. Nana shook her head. They didn't know why, but somehow they felt annoyed by Nana's smug expression. Futaba was silent and lay on the sofa with her eyes closed. Have Shishio come back, Roberta-san? She opened her eyes lightly and looked at Roberta, who seemed unfazed by the tough exercise last night. She looked at her body, wondering whether she should work out. But Futaba must admit she was too lazy. He'll go back soon, Roberta answered calmly. I see. Futaba nodded and continued to sleep, but soon, she opened her eyes again since she heard several footsteps. I am back. Everyone looked up, and they saw Shishio was there. Kiria was also there, but the one that attracted them most was the young woman beside them. I am going to join you all later. It's okay, right? Mai asked with a smile. What could they say? They agreed without hesitation. After eating breakfast, they prepared themselves before continuing their trip. They had set up their trip this time to the Shiboden Zoo. It was the place where Sheena, Kaika, and Mia had been waiting to come since this was the place where they would be able to see the capybara hot spring. What's wrong? Nanamai looked at Shishio, who seemed to be in the middle of a thought. She could see that Sheena was excited, so shouldn't he be excited to be in the capybara hot spring? It's just that it is almost summer, so isn't it hot to dip in the hot spring? Shishio asked. Sheena opened her mouth wide and seemed to be in shock. She hesitated for a while before she gathered her courage. So, we won't be able to see the capybara. Everyone stared at Shishio helplessly, rolling their eyes as if telling him everything was his fault. Shishi also rolled his eyes since he was just saying something natural. After all, unlike a human, a capybara was full of fur. However, even without fur, as a human, he must admit the temperature was quite hot, so wouldn't the capybara feel like it was in the magma if it dared to dip into the hot spring? Still, Shishio knew how to handle this. Sheena, who was sad, felt her head being patted. She looked up and saw it was the person who had damped her mood. Shishio. Mashiro, do you care about the capybara? Sheena was stunned, but she quickly nodded. I care about it. She had always wanted to see the capybara, so it was natural for her to care about the capybara. However, she had given up her dream to pet the capybara, so if she had to give up watching a group of capybara dip in the hot spring, she felt she would die somehow. Then, which one do you choose? Do you want to see them be tortured while bathing in the hot spring right under the hot sun or play happily together? Play happily together, Sheena quickly said. I have heard that there should be a place where you can pet the capybara, so let's go there. Sheena's eyes shone brightly as if she had been revived. Shishio then looked at everyone with a smug expression. It's easy, right? They could see such words came from his expression alone, and somehow they wanted to beat him. On the bed, of course. With that said, they quickly set their trip to the Shiboden Zoo. The trip was smooth, and before long, they were about to reach the entrance. Still, they must admit this zoo was grander than the one they had seen in Tokyo. Yet they didn't feel surprised, considering the difference in the land price between Tokyo and Izu was too huge. Along the way, they could see many types of birds, such as pelicans and peacocks. They even saw a monkey. Still, Shishio didn't tell them that this zoo was his. Ritsuo frowned and asked, do they even let loose a peacock? She had heard that a peacock was an endangered species, yet the zoo let it loose like this. Wouldn't they feel afraid it might escape or be caught by someone? But the peacock is really graceful. Mai said with a smile. She might only tell Shishio, but she liked to see animals. It was also the reason why she came to visit the aquarium last time, and it was also the reason why she loved his cock so much. Shishio. After they arrived, they bought the tickets while talking about the peacock that they had seen along the way. What? The staff was surprised and quickly took her walkie-talkie. Quickly catch the peacock. It has run away again. Everyone. Shishio looked at everyone who was speechless and said, let's just enter. They nodded since a new world was about to welcome them. Shishio had always thought that a zoo was a smelly place. Yet it was normal for him to think so, considering how a group of animals caged in a small place could only put their shit in nearby places. Even if the staff wanted to clean the place up, it would take a while. What was even worse was the fact that there were too many people, which made it hard to breathe. However, this place was different. It was spacious, and the air felt fresh. Everyone enjoyed all the animals and unique plants in this zoo, yet he wondered why this zoo would focus on the cactus out of all the plants in this world. Shishio, you're familiar with flower language, right? What's the flower language of a cactus? Saki asked. She still remembered their trip to Inoshima last time. She knew that he knew many flower languages, so she asked. The flower language of a cactus. Shishio could see that everyone was looking at him. Cactus has the meaning of a love of a mother. The love of a mother. They were dumbfounded since it was so unexpected. The cactus was full of thorns, so they couldn't see how it had the meaning of the love of the mother. It's a glokid, all right. Shishio was speechless, then said, cactus is strong, enduring, and protective. You can see where the meaning comes from, right? When they heard it, they understood where its flower language came from. The glokid of the cactus protected its inside like a mother that protected her child. Somehow their gazes toward the cactus became gentler. After they walked for a while, it was finally time they were able to see the main protagonist. It's the capybara. The capybara lay lazily on the hot spring filled with many oranges. The aromas of the oranges and the hot spring mixed, giving a pleasant aroma that spread everywhere. Similar to the group of capybara, everyone had this relaxed expression on their faces. I want to take an orange bath somehow, Rui suddenly said. They didn't deny it, but more than that, they decided to move to where they could pet the capybara. Sheena squatted down with 2 capybaras on her armpits. She let out a satisfied sigh as if she could die in happiness anytime. Shishio looked at everyone who played with the capybara before he sat on the bench nearby. The capybara was cute, but his girlfriends were cuter. Still, he looked at his side and wasn't sure what to say. Momo sat by his side and didn't say anything. Instead, she just smiled as if she enjoyed this moment. Shishio glanced at Momo, and he must admit she was a beautiful girl to the boot. Still, he had some regrets about her, wondering why he didn't meet her earlier. If he had met her earlier, many things wouldn't have happened. Yet everything had happened, so there was nothing that they could do. Momo was in her casual clothes, making her cuter than usual, yet even if she dressed like this, she still had a scrunchie on her wrist. Now that you've mentioned it, I've never seen her take off that scrunchie. Shishio had an idea of what was hidden behind that scrunchie, but if he opened his mouth, it would destroy the good mood in their surroundings. You don't join them, Momo. No, I am fine like this with you, Shishio-kun, Momo said. What's so fun about staying by my side? Shishio asked speechlessly since neither of them talked to each other. Is that so? Momo smiled and said, but even if we don't do anything, as long as I stay by the side of someone I love, it's fun. Shishio was speechless by her sudden confession. He looked at everyone and saw they were still preoccupied with the capybara. Even if I am like this? Even if you're like this? Momo nodded without hesitation. You really don't have eyes to choose a man. Shishio had always thought Momo always had terrible taste in men. Even in the original story, she was in love with Natsuo, who wasn't that much different from her previous boyfriends. Momo laughed happily when she heard those words. She then looked at him and asked, so have you thought whether you accept my confession or not? You ask that now? Shishio was speechless. Out of all the time, he wondered why she chose now. You haven't answered me, after all. Momo pouted, then said, if you accept me, then we can do that. She moved closer and whispered those words. Shishio stood up and said, when we go back, let's talk alone. Looking at his back, Momo knew the answer she had been waiting for would come. She would be lying if she was nervous, but she must admit she anticipated his answer. She took a deep breath and decided to go all out later. 547, the answer. Everyone must say Izu was a beautiful place. However, it lacked something that interested them except for the zoo. As for the hot spring or even the beach, neither of them had to go to the public, considering how they could enjoy them in his villa. They had also bought many things already, and their ammunition was almost spent, so they decided to return. After all, they also wanted to try to play on the beach and on the yacht. When they returned, Kirya entered the hut on the side, isolating himself from anything, and started writing. Everything was prepared there. There was a bathroom, a bed, and food he had bought previously, so they could go all out to play around. When Kirya was gone, they immediately changed into their bikinis. They had bought a bikini before going to Izu, so they wore them without hesitation. Shishio was in a daze since he must admit this was a scene that one might not be able to enjoy in their lives. All the beautiful women that came with him had changed into such a captivating state. Her body was fully emphasized and showed their beautiful skin. He moved his trunk to the side, trying to calm down the beast, yet even if his beast was sleeping, it was clearly seen by everyone. After all, the sheer size of his beast had already increased, and he could manipulate its size as much as he wanted to. On the other hand, the girls also couldn't look away from Shishio. They looked up and down and sucked their breath, feeling that they might as well be doing something else instead of playing on the beach. Why don't you say anything? Hina asked with a smile. Those swimsuits suit you well. Shishio sighed and said, I can't look away from all of you because of that. They smiled and felt happy since they didn't say anything when they bought those bikinis and wanted to give him a surprise. Hearing his praise, they knew their choice was right, and they were full of smiles under his praise. Shishio had never given much praise. Even if he praised something, it had never been the appearance of his women. Instead, he praised something else, such as their choices of clothes, personality, or actions, showing that he watched over them. Some people might seem confused, but the appearance was something that one couldn't control. Even if you praised how beautiful they were, the girls felt nothing. Instead, it makes you desperate in their eyes. After all, they were born with it, but if it was something that was chosen by them or done because of their decision, they were something worth praising for. They would also be happy to hear that praise. However, it was better to keep the praise on a certain occasion since too much praise wasn't good. Similar to many things in this world, whether it was food, medicine, or many others, when there were too many, they wouldn't bring any good to the body. Still, tonight, he wondered whether he should do them while they were in the bikini. His girls noticed the subtle change in his eyes, and they only smiled, anticipating what they were about to do tonight. After talking for a while, they didn't hesitate to walk onto the yacht. His yacht wasn't as exaggerated as those billionaires. They weren't as exaggerated as those which sized around 100 meters or more. Instead, it was only 40 meters in length. If one thought that it was small, they would be wrong since the most common size of the yacht was around 24 meters. The size of his yacht was almost double that, and it could be counted as a mega yacht. While many people said that the bigger it was, the better, some certain thing was better on the right size. After all, if it was too big, it would take a lot of money to maintain the yacht. He also didn't plan to use it every day and only came occasionally. There were 3 decks below, middle, and on the top with a few rooms inside. There was a dining area, bathroom, kitchen, and jacuzzi pool. The design was compact and futuristic, yet it also gave a cozy and warm feeling. If one had to describe how this yacht was designed, then it was like what Japan would be like if it continued to modernize without the influence of the West, so it was also why the yacht was quite unique. However, everyone was in a daze when they entered. After all, it was their first time on the yacht. "Do you want to try to go on the sail?" Shishio asked. What could they say? They didn't hesitate and agreed. Shishio became the captain and sailed the yacht around the Izu. Everyone enjoyed the scenery and tried many other things on the yacht, checking everything out and watching the scenery. "Shishio, does one have to have a license to drive a yacht?" Hina asked eagerly since she wanted to drive the yacht, especially when she could see how easy it was to drive one. Shishio looked at Hina, whose bikini was black. She was so sexy at that moment, especially when her breasts were huge. They might not be comparable to Nana or Ayaka, but they weren't bad. "I'm not sure. Hina. But I can teach you." "Really?" "Yeah, but don't move too far since we're in the sea, and it is almost night, so let's just move around the periphery." Hina agreed and let Shishio teach her. Frankly, she didn't regret it since his teaching was the combination of a carrot and a stick, which made her beg for him all the time. Well, such a thing was for a different occasion, so after they moved for a while, they stopped near his villa again and decided to have dinner on the yacht. Shishio didn't join them to make dinner since they told him that they were the one who was going to cook for him. He also didn't mind and sat on the side, watching the scenery from the side of the yacht. While the sky had turned dark, the yacht was still bright, and he could also see his villa from a distance. Once again, he must admit that his system was omnipotent, which made him sigh in amazement. "Shishio-kun." Shishio turned and saw that it was Miu. Unlike the rest, the development of Miu's body wasn't good. Her chest was relatively flat, yet, even so, he could see beauty in such petiteness. He pulled her into his embrace without hesitation. Miu was startled and blushed. Such a reaction made him hard somehow, and he wanted to tease her, so he slipped his hand into the gap of her bikini. Even if she lacked the buoyancy that enhanced the feminine. Wait. Miu was startled and begged him. Mimiya is nearby. If it was a different place, she might not care even if he pushed her, but there was her little sister. How could she allow her little sister to see her in her lewd state? Then, if Mia isn't here, it's all right, right? Miu could only lower her head in embarrassment. Shishio must admit Miu was cute. She might not have the best face and body, but her reaction made him want to have her forever. He didn't continue to tease her and just let her sit on his lap. "You're not going to help everyone." "No, I want to talk with you." Miu suddenly remembered why she came to Shishio. "What's wrong? Is it about Momo?" Shishio asked. Miu was shocked since she didn't expect Shishio to be so blunt. And what? You want to know how I will answer her?" Shishio asked. Miu nodded since this was the reason why she came. Her relationship with Momo was particularly close, especially when Momo didn't really have many friends. On the other hand, Rui also wasn't someone who took the initiative to approach someone, so usually, Momo would come to her instead of Rui. They matched together and became friends. As for Rui, she didn't overthink since she was the type of person who didn't have trouble getting close to anyone, especially when she was taught by Shishio. Momo was different, after all. Her reputation was like shit, and many people thought of her as a slut. Shishio couldn't blame them for thinking so since the number of Momo's ex-boyfriends wasn't that small either. Instead, there was quite a lot. He believed that the numbers were even bigger than his girlfriends. Still, if he wanted to, he could do all the female students in his school, but he held himself and didn't do it. On the other hand, Momo just didn't have the eyes to choose the right men. Maybe, as long as someone confessed to her, she would agree with them. Yet Shishio wasn't surprised. After all, Momo was different from Miu. Miu came from an ordinary family with 2 of her parents and siblings. She received love from her family. Even if her family wasn't that well off, she was happy. Momo's family might have money, but she had always been alone and neglected. People were social animals, and they had to be with someone, so their mental needs could be satisfied. Some people might argue that they didn't need someone and could be alone, but that was a lie since they would also communicate with someone through the internet. Unless one had to become a hermit, staying on the mountain was impossible to not communicate with someone. And the need of some people in this area was sometimes bigger than others. While Momo wasn't the type of girl who was thirsty for attention, she wanted someone who could look at her, love her, and stay by her side. She had enough of being alone and wanted someone to be with her. In the beginning, Shishio wanted to reject Momo. Yet when he thought he would be with someone else, he started to frown. He was afraid that this girl might meet a scumbag again. While he wasn't that much different, he believed he was still better. It might be because of the connection they had forged that Miu somehow smiled when she saw his expression. Have you found the answer? Yes. Shishio nodded, then looked at Miu. Still, don't show such a smug expression again, or I'll punish you later. Miu puffed her cheeks, then complained, Shishio-kun, I am 1 year older than you. Yes, yes. Shishio-kun. Shishio and Miu then bickered with each other from one way to another, and the atmosphere between them turned subtle. It was just when they wanted to continue that someone interrupted them. Oni-chan, the dinner is Mia, Miu's little sister, stopped her words and stared at them in silence since she didn't expect to see them almost kissing each other. Ah, please continue. She closed her eyes, but there was a massive gap between her fingers. Shishio and Miu. 548, another one? Right after dinner, they returned to the villa to take a bath. Frankly, it was rather cold to wear a swimsuit on the yacht. Fortunately, they brought a t-shirt, and it was almost summer, so it was relatively warm. However, the wind on the sea was quite intense, so they ate inside the deck together. As for who led the cooking group, Rui was the one who took the lead since she wanted to try to cook on the yacht. Frankly, it was quite a unique experience. The dinner was fantastic with Italian cuisine, but they must admit this experience was unforgettable. Yet whether Shishio or Miu, they knew that what they had done definitely wasn't good for Mia's education. While they felt a bit regretful since they should do something like this in a quieter place, they acted like nothing had happened since if they acted in a conscious manner, it would get bigger. Mia didn't say anything and just glanced at Shishio and Miu, but her mind wandered in a different direction. But she quickly forgot all of them when she ate ice cream. Watching Mia, who ate ice cream happily, Shishio had only one thought. As expected, a child is a simple creature. After dinner, they returned to the villa since they wanted to take a hot spring bath. Even though it was almost summer, it was quite chilly, so they wanted to warm their bodies up. After all, unlike Roberta and Hina, who had reached an appropriate age, they couldn't drink alcohol. It's so chilly. Let's get into the hot spring. Hina hugged her lewd body, then smiled. By the way, let's also enjoy the steak I bought earlier, Roberta. Okay. Roberta nodded. Shishio wondered when the relationship between them became so close, but it might be because they were similar in age. Suddenly, he recalled his conversation with Ayaka Sunoera previously. She had told him that she wanted him to bring all of his girlfriends whose age was similar to hers on the trip. What could he say? Shishio must admit he agreed. It was impossible to reject such an offer. However, there was something that he had to do, and when everyone went to the hot spring, he sneaked out with Momo. Momo blushed and felt her heart feel jumpy all the time, especially when they held each other's hands. Still, she felt her body was slightly uncomfortable. The heat that came from her nervousness mixed with the coldness that came from the wind, making her want to dip in the hot spring. She looked at Shishio and asked, Say, Shishio, do you want to take a bath together? Shishio looked at Momo speechlessly since they were about to say something serious, but this girl suddenly told him to become a beast. However, why not? Shishio just stopped thinking at this moment, so he left every decision to his instinct. Fortunately, there were many baths in the villa. Shishio took Momo to his private room and went to the bathroom there. However, he decided to confirm it for the last time and asked, Are you sure? Momo nodded gingerly. But you go enter first. She pushed him back and told him to enter the bathroom. Okay. Shishio nodded and took off his clothes before he entered the bath. Momo was in a daze when she saw something dangling between his legs. It might be soft, but it was even bigger than anything she had seen. Her pearl-white face turned crimson before she also took off her clothes. Yet when she looked at the scrunchie on her wrist, she hesitated before she just left it there. This was her last chance, and she was going to do it. Momo made up her mind. Shishio rubbed his face with water. He had been in the bathroom for 10 minutes, but he didn't tell Momo to hurry since he knew she had to make some preparation. I'm coming. Suddenly, the door opened, and Momo entered naked. Her body was stimulating. Her breasts were on the big side, and her body was clear white. Yet Shishio still noticed the scrunchie on her wrist. He only glanced at it for a moment, so Momo didn't notice it. Momo also seemed more focused on Shishio's body, especially when she saw his huge, long rod. She moved closer and asked, "Can I touch it, Shishio-kun?" "You have touched it." Shishio was speechless since even if he hadn't given her permission, she had already started to touch his thing. The way she rubbed it was so gentle and delightful, giving him a pleasure that was hard to describe with a mere word. Somehow this reminded him of the time when he took Rui's virginity. They just thought about having sex, nothing else, but he felt it wasn't good to continue like this. They stared at each other and naturally kissed each other. Momo had felt her body was hot like in the furnace. His every touch caused her body to shudder every time, teasing her and making her slightly frustrated, wanting him to do her for real. Yet he didn't give it to her and kept making her head in the mess. The heat from the warm water caused the temperature of their body to become higher and higher, intensifying the confrontation between them. Momo felt her brain had become mush, and even if her scrunchie was removed from her wrist, she didn't react until she parted her lips from his. She was then stunned and saw a row of scars on her wrist, showing she had tried to cut herself. She quickly used her other hand to cover her scars, and she was covered with nervousness. The scar is the old one. She tried to show a forced smile as if everything was all right. Her brain overheated through the heat and the pressure, yet she still tried to explain what had happened. "I went through a short phase before. I'm totally okay." She didn't finish her words since she was hugged by Shishio. "It's okay. It's just a small scar. I can help you erase it if you don't like it," Shishio said gently. Really?" Her eyes were already full of tears, hugging him tightly. Shishio nodded. "In the future, I'll make sure that you won't have to feel this feeling again." "Shishio." Momo kissed him desperately, wanting him to imprint his existence into her. Neither of them talked, and they just continued to kiss each other. Still, Momo somehow believed why her scars didn't affect him, considering how his rod was still hard and lively. She grabbed it without hesitation and was about to put it inside her. "But... here. It's exciting, right? I can't deny it, though." However, Shishio acted like a novice, but he knew it was only a time before Momo realized who the beast was between them. "Oh!" Momo let out an exclamation when everything was spread. It didn't hurt, but it was just she realized her place could accept such a huge thing so easily. Frankly, she was quite nervous, considering it was her first time having such a big thing. Yet it didn't feel bad. The only thing that she was worried about was the fact that she might come anytime. Shishio, don't move for a while." However, Momo realized that Shishio wasn't something that she could control, and she had entered the trap that he weaved in the beginning. Yet it felt good since she had forgotten everything and only him was on her mind. "I love you. I love you." Shishio looked at Momo and wondered whether she was broken. After they made love to the bathroom, they changed in many locations, such as the changing room, bedroom, sofa, and many other places they could think of. When everything ended, Momo just slept while hugging him. Her face showed how exhausted she was, yet, she was so comfortable that she slept so soundly. On the other hand, Shishio thought about many things in his head. He knew that the situation of family, living, and many others things would affect one's personality and how one would live. Momo was the victim of that kind of situation. Yet she wasn't the only one. Many people had a similar situation to her. If there was a difference, she had found someone whom she could entrust her life with. "Shishio. Your thing is still lively." Momo murmured in amazement. "Shishio. Still, thank you." "For what?" Momo moved closer and pressed her cheek against his chest. "You see, I have been hiding the scar all the time. But the moment I take off my clothes, people always see them. Many people stayed at a distance or avoided me afterward." She couldn't control her tears and said, "But you're the first guy who said nice things to me. Don't cry. It's annoying." "How cruel." Shishio only showed a helpless expression and hugged her closer. He gently patted her back and didn't say much, thinking that her luck wasn't good since her last partner would also be a scumbag. Maybe, there wasn't any moving confession or any special interaction between them. However, this may be why this made it special between them. Yet it might be pretentious of them to think that they had made a decision on the cosmic significance, but this is how they feel now. "Do you want to do it with other girls too?" Momo suddenly asked with a hint of interest. Shishio stared at Momo and wasn't sure what to say at that moment. However, the trip on the Izo was something that everyone might not forget in their lives. Still, someone was slightly unhappy with this trip. "What are you pouting for?" Shishio was speechless. "Nothing. It was just I was forgotten, left on the hut while everyone was having fun on the yacht." Kiria must admit he was slightly having a grudge since he would be lying if he wasn't interested in the yacht. Still, Shishio only rolled his eyes and ignored Kiria. Instead, he was more focused on the day that was about to arrive since something was about to happen soon. It was a normal day at the service club, and as usual, whether he or Hikigaya, they stopped at the ice cream vending machine and sat there relaxingly while eating ice cream. However, suddenly Yuki Nashida also joined and told them something they had almost forgotten. Ui Senpai's birthday. 2x. 549, Yuki Nashida, can you go out with me? As it was the time for the service club, neither Shishio nor Hikigaya was in a hurry. They sat on the bench while enjoying the ice cream. However, they somehow understood the feeling of those salarymen who smoked together in the smoking room. Even though they didn't smoke, the ice cream in their hands was like a brightly lit cigarette. As for which one was healthier, it was hard to decide since if a cigarette caused damage to the lungs, then an ice cream would make them fat. I guess too much has always been bad, hey. Still, Shishio didn't think the number of his girlfriends was too much since he often heard that there were many rich people who had one lover in every town in the country. Compared to such people, he was nothing, right? I have always wanted to ask for a while, but is that flavor really good? Hikigaya asked while eating his chocolate-flavored ice cream. He knew Shishio had always bought mint-flavored ice cream, so he wondered whether it was good or not. It depends on each person. It's like natto. Do you think everyone likes natto? Shishio answered simply. That's true. Hikigaya nodded and thought this guy had always been wise since Shishio had always given him an example that was easy to understand. Natto is a staple food in this country. Yet Shishio didn't like it at all since it was a rotten bean. It was all sticky and smelly, but he felt that it depended on the taste since everyone was different. Hikigaya was in silence, and for the first time, he saw someone could hate natto so much. Aside from talking about natto, eating ice cream, and strange things here, don't you forget that you still have a club to attend? Or are you two planning to skip? This voice quickly attracted them, and they were dumbfounded when they saw who this person was. Yuki Nashida Yukino. However, Shishio only smiled and said, calm down, senpai. How about I treat you to ice cream? Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio, condescending, but he only smiled, which made her slightly flustered. However, she was good at masking her emotion, so she let out a sigh and said, give me the strawberry one. Yes, yes. After taking the ice cream, the three sat next to each other while Shishio sat in the middle. Yet Hikigaya was confused, wondering what was wrong with their situation at that moment. After all, the three of them just enjoyed ice cream here like this. Also, it might be his imagination, but he felt they missed something. How was Izu? Yuki Nashida suddenly asked. It's good. Do you want to see the photos? Shishio asked. Can I? Yuki Nashida hesitated. Why not? However, you should know the consequences, right? Consequences? Well, you might feel envious. Yuki Nashida snorted and said, I'm not such a small person who feels such an emotion. Is that so? Shishio was quite doubtful, but he showed the photos he had taken during his trip to Izu. After all, everyone on the Sakurasu, or even USA, who didn't join their trip showed regretful and envious expressions since the trip on the Izu was much more fun. Hikigaya-senpai, do you want to see it too? Is that okay? Hikigaya was startled and wasn't used to such an invitation since he had gotten used to being left out. Well, you can see some photos, though, Shishio said. What kind of photos? Hikigaya asked curiously. It's an erotic photo, Shishio said simply. Hikigaya. Shishio coughed and said, I was joking, but I took a photo of many girls in bikinis, so you shouldn't see them. He quickly explained that the gaze from Yuki Nashida started to hurt him. Bikinis. Yuki Nashida blushed and asked, did you get permission to take such a photo, you peeping Tom? Don't make such a slander. And they're my girlfriends. What's wrong with taking their pictures anyway? Shishio had even taken a video during their intercourse, so he felt a bikini photo was nothing. However, Hikigaya was silent and wondered whether it was good for him to know about this matter. He also wondered whether Shishio didn't care if he was about to expose this matter. Yet somehow, he also understood where Shishio's confidence came from, which made him slightly annoyed. After all, he didn't have a friend, so to whom could he share this matter? Anyway, the three looked at the photos of his trip on Izu. Whether it was Yuki Nashida or Hikigaya, there was one emotion that welled up in their heart. Envious. They really felt envious at that moment. Izu was beautiful, but his photography skill made this place even more captivating. Then, when it was time for the photos of the bikini, Hikigaya was pushed to the side. Hikigaya. However, Hikigaya didn't say anything and just sullenly looked away since it wasn't that he wanted to look at the photos. Definitely. Alright? On the other hand, Yuki Nashida looked at the photos normally, but she must admit that she not only felt envious of the trip. She also felt slightly frustrated when she saw the growth of the girls in the photos. Yuki Nashida looked at her chest but sighed. However, she raised her eyebrow when she saw a photo of Miu and Shishio hugging each other with a happy smile. Miu's chest wasn't that different from hers, yet this might be the most uncomfortable photo she had ever seen. Enough. It's okay. I have seen enough. Yuki Nashida nodded and continued to eat her ice cream silently, wondering what was wrong with her. Was she jealous because she wasn't invited? Yet she also knew she couldn't join the trip, considering it was held by the literature club. Should they also prepare for a trip? Yuki Nashida felt it wasn't bad, but she knew there was something that they had to do. Hey, did you make her angry? Hikigaya asked in a whisper. Shhh. Shishio told Hikigaya to be quiet. Okay, there's something that I want to talk with you two about, Yuki Nashida said, stopping their secret interaction. What's wrong? Shishio asked. Hikigaya also looked at Yuki Nashida curiously. Did you two know about Uegahama-san's birthday? Yuki Nashida asked. No. 2x. The two answered at the same time. After all, they had never questioned Yui's birthday. While Yuki Nashida didn't feel surprised by Hikigaya, she was surprised to see that Shishio didn't seem to know about Yui's birthday. I might not know about Yui-senpai's birthday, but I know about your birthday, senpai. Shishio smiled and asked, should we celebrate it together? Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio in a daze. Hikigaya closed his eyes and felt that someone had already fallen. Cough. Cough. Yuki Nashida coughed, trying to hide her embarrassment, and said with a slightly higher-pitched voice, enough. Let's talk about Yui's birthday first. Okay. Shishio nodded and wondered whether he could visit Yui's home. It wasn't that he was interested in Yui, but he was curious about her parents, wondering what kind of parents had worked hard to nurture such a beautiful girl, especially her mother. As for her father, he knew that he was busy working, so he didn't intend to bother him. Oh, what a kind boy you are. Shishio thought. So, is this the reason why you came to us? Hikigaya asked since he knew it was quite unnatural for Yuki Nashida to come to this place. While he didn't say it, he had already made this place his turf. When he was eating lunch, he also stayed in this place. After all, the space in this place was quite nice. It was also quiet, and no one bothered him, making it a perfect place to enjoy his lunch. Yes. Yuki Nashida nodded. So, did you ask about her birthday when you were with her? Shishio asked since he had never asked about Yui's birthday, and he also couldn't imagine how Yuki Nashida would ask about someone else's birthday either. No. 2x. But there are 0618 on her email address, so her birthday should be around that time, Yuki Nashida said, full of conviction. 2x. What if you're wrong? Shishio asked. No, I am not wrong, Yuki Nashida said with confidence. 2x. How about we ask her directly? Shishio asked after a moment of hesitation. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio and asked, Shishio-kun, I have wanted to ask for a while, but did you doubt me? Hikigaya looked away, feeling that the weather was nice today. Yet. Yes. Hikigaya and Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida pouted then said, if you ask her directly, it won't be a surprise. You should believe in me. You know, I have a way to ask for her birthday without even asking Yui-senpai, Shishio said. How? Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio as if she was looking at him as a joke. Shishio didn't say much and just took his phone. He looked at his contact, then called this person. He waited for a while, then said, Hina-senpai, can I ask you something? Oh? What's wrong, Shishio-kun? Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya. It's June 18th. You're right, Shishio said while looking at Yuki Nashida. Right. Yuki Nashida showed her haughty side. Shishio and Hikigaya. Still, Shishio talked with Ebina for a while. Are you going to celebrate Yui's party? That's right. I am going to celebrate it with the members of the service club. I see. Ebina thought for a while, then asked, if possible, can you ask whether we can join your celebration? Us. It's Yumiko and me. Is that okay? I'll ask Yukino-senpai first. Shishio ended the call after thanking Hina Ebina. He then looked at Yuki Nashida and asked, you have heard it, right? What do you think? Hikigaya didn't say anything since he felt this had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, Yuki Nashida thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I don't see a problem with it. Then, the matter is settled. Everyone had decided to set up a birthday party for Yui, so all they had to do was make preparations. I wonder what I should give her, Shishio murmured. She's kind of stupid, so you should give something like that. Hikigaya suddenly said. I'll tell this to Yui-senpai. I'm sorry. Please don't tell her, Hikigaya apologized in the fastest manner. Still, it was time for them to go to the club since if they walked too long, Yui might doubt what they were doing. However, before Shishio walked, the hem of his shirt was pulled by Yuki Nashida. Senpai. Shishio-kun, can you go out with me? Yuki Nashida asked with blush and some nervousness on her face. Shishio nodded since he must admit this girl was cute. 550, the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Yuki Nashida stared at her reflection in the mirror, and after she was sure that nothing had messed up, she looked at the clock. She wondered how many times she had been looking at the time, but she must admit her emotion was all jumpy at this moment. Ring. Yuki Nashida felt her heart almost stop, then quickly looked at her phone. Shishio, I'm right outside of your apartment. Yuki Nashida, I'll be right there. Wait for a moment. Shishio, K. Yuki Nashida replied to his email before she prepared to go out. Frankly, it was normal since they often went out together, yet she must admit that whenever they were together, it had always made her heart flurry. Yuki Nashida walked out of her apartment and saw him in the car, waving his hand. She sighed and asked, "You're still 15 years old. Do you think it is alright for you to drive a car like this?" Even though Shishio had reminded him that he would drive a car, she couldn't help but scold him lightly. "You might want to bring many things, so I think a car is more comfortable. Anyway, come in. It's too late to switch to a different vehicle. Also, you wear a skirt. What if the wind blows your skirt?" Anyway, this wasn't the first time he was scolded by this girl, and it was quite easy to handle this problem since this girl was kind, so when he made her empathize with him, she would nod at his words. As expected, Yuki Nashida heard that he did this for her. She softened and said, "It can't be helped then." "Excuse me." Still, it was quite hard to be honest with herself, so she had to appear as if she was reluctant. "Welcome. However, you shouldn't say something as rude as 'my skirt will blow by the wind,'" Yuki Nashida complained with a blush. "You look cute in that dress, senpai." "Thank you, but don't think you can evade my scolding." "Yes, yes." This time brought a black Range Rover, which could defend against a bullet and an explosion. Yet it was impossible to defend against Yuki Nashida's scolding. If possible, Shishio wanted to shut her mouth with his lips, but he was going to refrain from it, considering how he might be slapped by her. The time, occasion and mood weren't right either, so it was better to change the topic of the conversation, so she would stop. "Now that you mention it, have you planned what kind of gift you are going to give Yui senpai, senpai?" "Not yet." Yuki Nashida shook her head and said, "I plan to walk around the department store to see whether there's something suitable. How about you?" "I'm the same. So should we go now?" "Okay." While he started to drive, they talked about many things. Still, while they spoke, he began to think about what had happened after he returned from Izuo with everyone. If there was a regret, then it was obvious he couldn't spend more time with Mai. Yet, people often say distance made it beautiful. While he felt it was right, he also felt it was wrong since wasn't it normal for one wanted to be by the side of their loved one as long as they could. As for the boredom that they might feel with the person that they loved too much, they only felt it because they didn't have enough love, or in the begin with, there was no love in their relationship. Still, love was a fickle thing. Many things could erase its trace. They were troublesome, but we sought after them, which made them even more difficult. As for him, he might seek more intimate exchanges that he shared with his girls instead of love, or he might feel that he was empty, so he might try to search for something to fill this emptiness. However, that changed when Sheena reminded him and confessed to him back then. He felt the world was more colorful now. Anyway, this wasn't a time to think about something strange, and it was better to think about the rewards that he previously received from Momo. Shishio believed that Momo's rewards were awesome, especially the last one. Of the 7 rewards, 2 were assets, while 5 were abilities. Those assets were a building and a hospital. While the hospital was obvious, and it even worked together with the university, what surprised him the most was the building since it was located in Hong Kong instead of this country. Yet he didn't feel unhappy and even happy since the building in Hong Kong was even more outrageous than in this country somehow. Especially when this building was focused on the leasing and rent of the tenants, so he didn't need to do anything, and he just needed to wait for the rent to come. As for the hospital, he might also have had another hospital before, but 2 were better than 1, right? In other words, he was satisfied with the hospital and the building. On the other hand, the abilities he received from Momo were something that made him in a daze. The enhanced tongue made his tongue stronger, could be extended, flexible, and quite agile, which made it easier for him to do many things. His taste buds also got stronger, and he could tell the details of the food from the ingredients, cooking methods and various other things just from the taste. Fortunately, even if his tongue became more sensitive toward the taste, it didn't give him discomfort when he tasted someone normal or bad. Still, if he ate something nasty such as Yui's food, then he might die. Achoo! Yui felt her nose was itchy. "What's wrong, Yui?" Yui looked at her mother and said, "Nothing, Mom. I'll go back later. I'll also bring Sable, her dog, with me." "All right, Be careful, alright. Yes. Yui smiled while looking at her mother, but then she thought for a while and said, "Ah, Mom, can I bring someone in the future?" Who is it? Is it your boyfriend? Yui's mother looked at her daughter curiously. Shishio was satisfied with his enhanced tongue well before, and everyone was satisfied with his tongue too. Aside from this reward, he was quite surprised by getting the archery mastery. Frankly, if he entered the Kyoto competition now, it would be easy for him to become a champion. However, he was too lazy to do so, and he often heard the national competition was held during Christmas. How could he spend his holiday on such a thing? Still, this ability increased his arsenal since he felt the danger was getting closer and closer. It was hard to tell when the danger was about to approach, but he could tell that it was probably after the summer. Right in the autumn, when the maple leaves were dyed in the crimson color. Still, there was a lot of time for preparation and his blacksmith mastery made it easier for him to create various weapons. The firearms were one thing, but he could tell it was easier to be dodged, so he planned to make a sword, shuriken, and many other hidden weapons. If he added his chemistry mastery, he could make various explosions and poison. His preparation might seem exaggerated, but he felt it still wasn't much. After all, he knew what kind of existence he was going to fight. It wouldn't be strange if this existence was protected by someone known as plot armor. Shishio didn't plan to die, and he also planned to kill this existence, so he could live peacefully in this world. Those abilities could help him greatly in the fight, but what he loved the most was his last two rewards. While he didn't need to explain what was the use of the enhanced charm, it made him even more handsome. There was one face, but there was this aura that made people easily attracted or influenced by him. If someday he tried to mess around by calling himself a messiah, he wouldn't think it would be weird for someone to follow him. After all, while people often say, "Don't judge someone by their appearance," most people judge someone by their appearance. The first impression determines everything. It was also the reason why we dressed up and tried to make our appearance better. This was why he was afraid that he might destroy several families in his neighborhood, considering those housewives around him had become quite restless. They weren't much different from a shark that smelled the smell of blood. If he wasn't being careful, he might be eaten by them. Yet, the prospect of being eaten wasn't bad at all. After all, there was no responsibility or whatever that he had to take. Even if they didn't give him rewards from the system, the joy that came from the delight of flesh wasn't something that he couldn't deny. Fortunately, he had a lot of girlfriends, and they saved him from the path of the abyss where he couldn't return. Yet, was it an abyss? Or maybe it was heaven. Anyway, Shishio felt that he was being tested by a certain greater force. His will was constantly tempered like steel that tempered to become a sharp blade. What's even worse, he got another ridiculous reward. Sex mastery. Unlike the previous rewards that he needed to explain, this reward was straight to the point. While his skill in this area was awesome, by adding this reward, his skill in that area had become an abyssal. All of his women had become a defenseless lamb that could only writhe and cry under his mercy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Yet somehow, he wanted them to call him the Conqueror. What's with that expression? It's disgusting, Yuki Nashida suddenly said. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida and thought that this girl was really uncut.